Is it okay for mass federal agents to arrest people off the street because of their skin color or their accent? No way, not in a free America. Okay for the government to cancel research grants, to compel universities as to what they can teach. No way, not in a free America. Okay to use power over broadcast licenses or power over mergers to compel television networks as to what they can put on the air. Not in a free America. Okay to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after perceived political opponents. James Comey, Letitia James, Adam Schiff, a member of the Senate? Hell no. Absolutely not. You know, we have a theory of justice here in our nation that is symbolized by those words above the pillars of the Supreme Court. It's carved into the facade. You walk out these doors to the right, you keep going, you're standing on the steps that lead up to the Senate, you're staring straight out at the front of the Supreme Court. And there, carved above those pillars, it says, equal justice under law. Equal justice under law. That's the vision here in America. Not unequal injustice, which is what the president is pursuing by taking the power of the government and going after individuals that he does not like or perceives to be political opponents. That's what you read about in authoritarian governments far away, and you go, that would never happen in the United States of America. But it is happening right here, right now, unequal injustice. And then we have government by gaslighting. President Trump wants us to believe that Portland, Oregon, in my home state, is full of chaos and riots because if he can say to the American people that there are riots, he can say there's a rebellion. And if there's a rebellion, he can use that to strengthen his authoritarian grip on our nation. Pretend there are riots, or even try to provoke violence and tighten his authoritarian grip. Well, Portlanders have responded in a very interesting way. They're not taking the bait. They are demonstrating with joy and whimsy. You may well have seen some of the videos. A wedding held in the street, a joyful wedding outside the ICE building. A group of frogs, a squad of frogs in inflated suits. The unipiper on his unicycle with his bagpipes. All of this going on, including things like puppies for peace, or keep your puppy paws off Portland. Keep your paws off Portland. Or maybe you saw the women coming down and holding a pajamas and pastries party in the morning. Portland demonstrating with joy and whimsy because they want to make it clear to the world that what Trump is saying about there being violent protests or a rebellion in Portland is just not true. I must say, I was particularly struck by something that happened about a week ago. The federal agents, assumed members of the Federal Protective Service, came out of the ICE building and asked the protesters to back up. They wanted to move them several blocks away. I gather from the reports from Oregon Public Broadcasting, they moved them about 300 yards, about 3 blocks. And then they lined up that, and by they, I mean the federal agents across the street. There had been no conflict between the protesters, nothing thrown, no violence, no fight to break up. The federal agents lined up, and on orders, they prepared an assault on the protesters. And they did so because they had standing behind them professional videographers. So on command, they threw down flashbangs, which sound like gunfire. On command, they put down tear gas, creating clouds of smoke. On command, they fired pepper balls, and they taped the whole thing to try to pretend that they were dispelling a riot. This is the first time I know of in the history of the United States of America the agents of the federal government staged a fake riot in order to try to compel the courts to say, yes, you can federalize the National Guard because there's a rebellion there in that city. Wow. That should disturb every single member of this Senate. It should disturb every single member of the House of Representatives down this hallway that's back here to my right. But even with that kind of provocation, Portlanders are saying, we will not take the bait. We are demonstrating with joy and whimsy. Frogs and dinosaurs dancing. You couldn't find a much happier place in the country than the area near the ICE building in Portland. In addition to sending federal agents to harass protesters, Trump has attempted to federalize the Oregon National Guard. And so when he attempted to do so, a suit was filed saying, wait, there is a law that controls that. And that law says that you can only federalize National Guard if there is a rebellion or if there is an invasion. Now, when these laws were written by our predecessors in this chamber and in the House of Representatives down the long hallway, they knew what an invasion looked like. It looked like a foreign country with ships or troops ready to assault the United States of America. They were here on our border. They were ready to attack. And federalizing the National Guard was a tool that former legislators said would be available with a foreign invasion. Well, clearly, nothing close to anything that could be conceived like that is happening in the state of Oregon, or in the state of California, or the state of Illinois. The second principle for federalizing the National Guard is called rebellion. And at the time that the authors, legislative authors of that, did that, what they had in mind was a significant group, not a couple individuals, but a group, well organized. How can you do a rebellion if you're not well organized? Well armed, with a mission of overthrowing the government. That's what a rebellion is. So among the inflated costumes and the women in doing their pajamas and pastries and the wedding and the unipiper on the unicycle, where do you find a large, organized, armed group with a mission of overthrowing the government? Not to be found. So the district court issued a ruling and said the presentation of facts by the government is, quote, untethered to the facts. Untethered. There's nothing resembling what the federal government has described. So not only did Trump and his team stage a fake riot, they also submitted fake facts about the disturbances outside the ICE building. And so the judge issued what's called a temporary restraining order. And essentially that would give the judge the time to take further testimony and carefully consider the circumstances before issuing a longer restraining order, a more permanent restraining order on the effort to federalize. And then President Trump and his bank of geniuses said, well, if we can't federalize the Oregon National Guard. We're going to send the agents from California and Texas who have already been federalized. Well, again, you can only use them if there is a rebellion or if there is an invasion. And if there's no rebellion or invasion to justify federalizing Oregon Federal Guard, National Guard, then there's none to justify outsiders coming. So she issued a second temporary restraining order. Where we're at now is that a whole lot of court action is happening at a whole lot of levels. The first of all is she has to decide whether or not to dissolve those two temporary restraining orders in the light of early action by the Ninth Circuit panel of 3 judges. Those findings of the 3 judges are now being submitted with a request for a panel of 12 judges, a larger group. And this is a larger group of judges from the Ninth Circuit. This is a common practice when there's a very significant issue. I would say, colleagues, that when we're talking about deploying the U.S. military against peaceful protesters, that is a very big issue indeed. And so I hope that the Ninth Circuit will have a much broader consideration. So that's potential action. And then we have decisions from the Seventh Circuit in Illinois. And they have found, much like the district judge found, that there was not a rebellion or an invasion, but that decision is being appealed to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has, in an extraordinary level, really unmatched in our history of our country, been issuing preliminary findings on what they call the shadow docket, meaning they haven't heard full arguments before the court, but they make an initial ruling. And they may make an initial ruling this week. They may make an initial ruling to support the Seventh Circuit, which said that you cannot send in the troops to Chicago, or they may go the opposite direction. They may copy what 2 of the 3 judges said in the district court in the Ninth Circuit. And to sum it up, that opinion is profoundly troubling, because what they basically said is there may be nothing going on there now, but let's look back 3 months ago when a couple dozen people were arrested. Less significant, a couple dozen people a few months ago, so maybe that shows there was a rebellion. And of course, those were kind of the host of interactions that the Portland police found well within their ability to handle, so certainly no justification, and certainly not a well-organized armed rebellion trying to overthrow the government. They also said, well, let's use a less challenging definition of rebellion. So they wanted to adjust what the word rebellion means. Well, words in the law have meaning. And when judges start saying, well, we don't really want to use that meaning, we'll use some other meaning, try to justify what Trump is doing, that's troubling. But the third thing that they said was there should be high deference to the President of the United States. Now, on national security issues, it is a tradition for us to give considerable deference to the President. In fact, there is at least one law I know of that says it right in the law, that the judgment and the evaluation will be based on the opinion of the President. It's written into the law. But not in Title 10 that governs the federalization of the National Guard. Not there. No, it sets a standard, a rebellion or an invasion. And when there is a standard, it is the role of the court to determine whether the facts fit the standard. Otherwise, the standard is meaningless. If you want to throw open the barn doors as wide as they could possibly be flung to send the military after peaceful protesters in the United States of America, then say it's just up to the President, regardless of the facts on the ground. a regardless of the facts opinion, in my estimation, is untethered to the Constitution, untethered to the long tradition in America of understanding what freedom is. That assembly is a fundamental freedom for citizens of the United States of America. That the ability to protest and exercise your free speech is a fundamental freedom. Freedom that cannot be legitimately squashed under our Constitution because a president of the United States is untethered to the facts and wants to develop the authoritarian power to send the military after civilians. This is an incredible threat to our nation, to the entire vision of our Constitution, to the entire platform on which our freedom exists. So I'm ringing the alarm bells tonight about this risk. If you remove a clear standard as to whether there is a rebellion and just say a president can deploy the military on a whim in places he doesn't like against peaceful protesters to distract Americans or to exercise a suppression of dissent, then you have flung the doors open to tyranny, to a strongman state, to authoritarian rule. And I don't believe there's a single senator here in the United States Senate who wants to see freedom crushed and authoritarian rule established here in the United States of America. Our founders did not want the president to be a king. A king can decide on a whim to deploy troops against his own people. Presidents cannot. During the debate at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, James Madison warned the following, quote, "A standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty." Our founders were terrified that a president would employ a standing military against the citizens, and they would lose the entire vision of our Constitution. It would slide into being an authoritarian state if that were permitted. That's why I'm ringing the alarm bells. Because what's going on right at this moment is the President of the United States is an overgrown executive. That is, an executive seeking authoritarian power. And as Madison said, if such an executive starts using a standing military force, not long will we have our liberty. He noted in further commentary, the means of defense against foreign danger, that is, standing armies providing defense against foreign danger, have always been instruments of tyranny at home. That's why our founders were afraid of having a standing army. That's why we have the posse comitatus law, which says you can't deploy the military against civilians in the United States. That's why we have Title 10 that says you can only federalize federal forces, National Guard, if there is a rebellion or an invasion. Trump's plan is to replace government by and for the people with government by and for the powerful. We saw it on day one when he was sworn in to being President of the United States, and because of the weather, the swearing in was moved into the rotunda down this hallway, halfway between this Senate chamber and the House chamber. I was sitting a couple rows back, not very far from the president, and as the events commenced, I thought, how interesting. He campaigned on helping families. And we know what the foundations for families are. The foundations for families are health care and affordable quality housing, a decent home and a decent community, and education and good paying jobs. Those are the foundations for a family to thrive. But as I looked at the President of the United States and the row of people right behind him, I didn't see any champions for housing. I didn't see any champions for health care. I didn't see any champions for education. But I'll tell you what I did see. I saw a row of billionaires. Mark Zuckerberg was standing there, and Jeff Bezos was standing there, and Elon Musk was standing there. It was Trump telling us right then, this is what I'm about. Government by and for the rich and powerful. Government by and for the billionaires. If you had any doubt about where things were headed at that moment, all you had to do was wait for Team Trump to work with the members of the majority in the House and the members of the majority here in the Senate to craft their main bill. Trump called it his big, beautiful bill. Many of us called it the big, ugly betrayal. Why would we call it a betrayal? Betrayal because Trump campaigned on saying he was going to help families. But this bill, it was all about helping the billionaires, the mega millionaires and billionaires across America. The vision of that bill, the big, ugly betrayal of America bill, was families lose and billionaires win. That should tell you that we are now under an authoritarian direction, because in a republic where there is government by and for the people, that is not the vision. It is not a vision of families lose, billionaires win. That's not what government by and for the people would produce. Government by and for the people would produce a different vision. Families thrive. And the affluent, the mega millionaires, the billionaires, they pay their fair share. Families thrive, and billionaires pay their fair share. That's a vision. Had that been in the bill, I wouldn't be standing here tonight ringing the alarm bells that we are an authoritarian takeover of our nation. In this bill was an attack on health care like none we've ever seen. Now, if we can run the clock back to 2009, 2010, when I first came to the Senate, there was an effort to create, repairs to a healthcare system in order to have basically everyone in the country have access to insurance. And so we undertook a couple of efforts. One was to increase the folks eligible under standard Medicaid to be able to get health care coverage. So often adults, veterans, people with disabilities had not been eligible. We made them eligible. The second thing is we said the number of folks covered are still too low of poverty level because the folks right above them are never going to be able to afford insurance. So let's expand, let's extend Medicaid. Well, these two things brought health care coverage to an enormous number of Americans. Not every state opted into it, but over time, more and more states have. And then we said, there is an idea from this man named Romney, who was governor of Massachusetts. And this idea was to give tax credits to families that are a little more affluent than those covered by Medicaid, but they still can't afford insurance because the insurance policy is so high, so let's give tax credits. And we can set up a marketplace on the web that people can compare policies, so they can see which insurance policy is best for my family, and with the tax credit, how much would I pay? And oh, hey, I can now afford insurance. These basic efforts increased the insurance coverage rate in my state to 97%. That 3% that didn't have coverage, well, they might have previously had coverage with their company, but then their company dropped coverage, and they're still looking to sign up on the exchange. You know, I was thinking about this today because I had a visit from small businesses, and they said the biggest issue facing small businesses right now in Oregon is that we largely get our health insurance from the exchange. Well, makes sense. Small businesses are not billionaires. Small businesses are often just struggling entrepreneurs, employing a few people or maybe a few dozen people, going with the vicissitudes of the economy up and down, taking a loan and trying to pay it off, getting a grant from the Small Business Administration and trying to launch a new line of business. It goes up and down. But what they said was that the element of the big, ugly betrayal bill that slashes the tax credits is devastating to them. One individual runs an event lighting company, and he has a small number of employees, I believe 4, and he said he talked to each of them, and they told him they're not going to buy insurance. They're not going to buy insurance because they've looked at the initial rates on the Oregon Healthcare Exchange, and the premiums went up, and the tax credits came down, and the gap in between is simply not affordable. So back in 2009, 2010, we strengthened regular Medicaid, we expanded Medicaid, we established the Romney plan, and Romney later came and joined us here as a U.S. Senator, having gone out to the state of Utah and been elected and joining us. And we established that vision, and it vastly increased the number of folks who could go to the doctor. And I say go to the doctor because if you don't have insurance, you tend not to go to the doctor because you can't afford it. So all those efforts in 2009, 2010 to improve the healthcare system, and it wasn't just those elements, it did other things. Back in 2009, 2010, we said, a lot of folks can't get insurance because of pre-existing conditions. Let's require the insurance companies to cover pre-existing conditions. And oh, by the way, often people don't get preventive treatments because they aren't sick yet and they cost money. So let's make those free because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And oh, by the way, children in transition often fall between the cracks. So let's let children stay on your policy to age 26. So in 2009 and 2010, we worked intensely to strengthen the healthcare system in the United States of America. But now we're in 2025, and the exact opposite is happening. The big, ugly betrayal bill, the one that Trump called his big, beautiful bill, slashing health care. The first thing it does is those tax credits that are helping people buy insurance on the exchange are slashed. And the result is 20 million people are going to see vastly increased costs. In fact, the average increase in cost is projected to be 114%. Now, I know folks who get upset when inflation is 5%. They get really angry when it's 10%, but the lump of coal that my Republican colleagues put in stockings across America is a doubling of the cost, on average, of buying insurance on the healthcare exchange. And that's not all that they did. They also said, and by the way, we are going to slash Medicaid. Now, Medicaid in each state has a different name. In my state, it's the Oregon Health Plan. Well, they decided to implement this in January of 2027. Not now. And why not now? Because the result of both the tax credit attack and amplified by the attack on Medicaid means 15 million people will lose their insurance in the United States of America. 15 million people without insurance. Well, they didn't want to do that before the November 2026 election because people would be pretty damn angry about this ugly treatment they're receiving through the big, ugly betrayal of the bill. So they placed it very carefully in January of 2027 so people wouldn't see the impact before the next election. If this is such a good idea, I ask my colleagues, if you think this is such a fabulous strategy, attacking, diminishing, demolishing a big piece of our healthcare structure across America, why not do it now? Why not do that piece now? So people can say, oh, that's so great. We're so glad you did that. We'll vote for you in November 2026. No, they hit it on the backside. And that tells you the backside of the election. And that tells you a whole lot. By the way, that attack on Medicaid in my state, on the Oregon Health Plan, that attack is projected to result in 235,000 Oregonians losing their insurance. So I've been hearing a lot from my medical establishment about the importance of reversing that. Now, one way to think about how important Medicaid is to children is to look at what % of children are actually covered through Medicaid. In my state, the Oregon Health Plan. In my state, 60%. In poorer states, more. In rural Oregon, which is less affluent than urban Oregon, it's 70%. Almost 3 out of 4 children get their health care through the Oregon Health Plan. Well, does it make sense for thousands of children, 235,000 Oregonians, adults and children included, to lose their insurance? Because we know bad things happen when people lose their insurance. They forego seeing a doctor. A modest problem, maybe a lump, becomes out-of-control breast cancer. A modest problem like managing diabetes might become a foot amputation or blindness. And because the problem is worse, it becomes more expensive. And because folks don't have insurance, they go to the emergency room, which is the most expensive place to treat anything in the medical system. So it drives up the cost of our healthcare system. And then, because the folks who waited because they didn't have insurance don't have insurance, they can't pay a bill because they can't afford to pay it. And they have no insurance to pay it. So the bill goes unpaid. And what does that mean? That means less revenue for the clinics, and that means less revenue for the hospitals. And that's why I've been hearing from our medical healthcare leaders in my home state saying this is wrong. This is going to mean we will either have to shut down programs, and some of our rural clinics have added things like mental health care, drug treatment, addiction treatment programs. They've added programs that they'll have to cancel, or, as they say, they might have to shut down the maternity ward. We had already a hospital in Baker City have to shut down its maternity ward before this bill went into effect. A couple years ago, because they were on the edge, because maternity care is expensive. Well, how does it feel in rural America when your hospital shuts down the place that you would have gone to give birth, and now it's wintertime and you've got to go 50 or 60 or 70 miles down the road hoping there's no ice or snow that's going to prevent you from getting to the hospital, or just to go that far to see your doctor round trip and back again. Not good. And when a program is shut down, everyone in the community sees diminished health care. When a clinic is shut down, everyone in the community has less health care. When a hospital is shut down, everyone in the community is affected. So for all those affluent individuals that say, you know, I've got mine, well, you don't have yours if your hospital or clinic shuts down. Everyone's affected. And shouldn't we all be in this together anyway to make things work for families across our country? Shouldn't we all be working to make our healthcare system work better? You know, it's certainly not perfect. It has many, many problems. But making it so much worse deliberately, that is an assault on millions of Americans and all of Americans who live in communities where they might lose their health care clinic or their hospital. Trump put forward this big, ugly betrayal of bill that created this mess, this health care mess. And now, Trump and my Republican colleagues have shut down the government because they're unwilling to clean up this mess. Unwilling to clean up this mess. In fact, unwilling to actually even hold a conversation about cleaning up this mess. The House of Representatives has been on vacation for a month. They haven't been in this building. They haven't been in their wing of the building. And I heard the Speaker of the House say, there's nothing to discuss. Nothing to discuss? 20 million people are facing a 100% increase in the cost of their health care? And already programs are adjusting in anticipation of what's going to happen in January of 2027. After all, it's not that far away. We're in the month of October. 2 months left in this year, 12 in next year. It's only 14 months away before the second part of this diabolical plan kicks in. So already clinics and hospitals are shepherding their resources And that means some of them are already starting to shut down or tailor programs. So there's nothing to discuss here. I think there's a tremendous amount to discuss. And I'd like to encourage the leaders of both chambers to sit down with the leaders on the other side of the aisle, for our Republican leaders to sit down with the Democratic leaders. I've heard that the leaders don't want to do that because Trump has told them not to. Let me tell you that that's an inversion of the vision that our founders laid out for this country. The first section of our Constitution is not about the executive branch, and it's not about the judicial branch. Article 1 is about the Senate and House chambers, where representatives of the people chart the course for our nation, where they craft the laws, and they argue with each other and they vote. Sometimes those laws are fairly simple. For example, the very first law ever debated by U.S. senators was a tariff bill. And they said, a keg of molasses, how much tariff should we put on that? Or a box of nails, or so forth. They went through a couple hundred products and they assigned tariffs to it. They were charting the course, the first piece of an economic course for our nation, planned here and planned down the hall, because that is the job of the House and the Senate, is to argue, bringing together the perspectives from our very disparate sections of the country. Oregon doesn't look like Florida. Florida doesn't look like Maine. Maine doesn't look like Iowa. None of them look like California. So we come here and we bring our different life experiences and the different visions we bring and needs, understanding of what people in our home state need, and we craft the vision. It is for the executive to implement it. To implement it, not to make the vision, and certainly scholars of how republics become strongman states will tell you one of the first warning signs is a legislature that decides it is a rubber stamp for the chief executive, the president. Because you have flipped on the head the fundamental responsibilities laid out, where this target of where we head is crafted here in Congress, and the president executes it. But if it is the president crafting the vision, and the legislatures are just saying, we have to do what the president says, then we've abandoned our constitutional role. And in the course of it, we've created a strongman state. The powerful president says, I want this. The leaders of the House and Senate say, you got it. And we are suddenly without the separation of powers, the checks and balances of our Constitution. So when I hear leadership saying the president's not ready for us to hold a conversation, that worries me. Because I think leaders here should be saying to the president, we in the House of Representatives and we in the Senate, it is our responsibility under the Constitution to craft a vision going ahead, and we have a big problem ahead of us, and that's 20 million people are going to the web right now and looking at those marketplace exchanges and seeing that the price of their insurance is going to double, and we're going to sit down and talk about it and work out a fix. That's the responsibility we have here. Colleagues, I'm coming tonight to the floor of this Senate to ring the alarm bells, because we have become an authoritarian nation over the last 9 months. We are deep into an authoritarian takeover. We never thought this could happen in the United States of America. Not in a million years. Oh, we've watched it happen to republics all over the world. We see how suddenly constitutional term limits are just ignored, or we see how corruption results in the legislature not actually being elected to reflect the will of the people because the integrity of the elections has been deeply compromised. We see courts with hand-selected jurists in other countries who decide to hand power through judicial rulings to the president. But not here. This was not going to happen in the United States of America. Not here. Not here. But I say, not just to my colleagues tonight, but to the citizens of the United States of America, authoritarianism is here on our doorstep. It is acting right now. We have the three core elements of an authoritarian rule. The first is a rubber-stamped Congress. The second, a Supreme Court which proceeds to hand more power to the executive. And the third is an aggressive, authoritarian personality as president. Those are the three components. They are all present here right now. You know, I was struck by a ruling called Trump versus the United States of America. This ruling stemmed from President Trump's first term, but it was decided during the Biden administration. And the Supreme Court was being given a case in which the question is the President of the United States above the law? Can the President commit a crime but cloak it as a government action and be immune from prosecution? And when I heard that, I said, well, hell no. This is the United States of America. Hell no. You can't do that here. We have, above the Supreme Court, those four words, equal justice under law, no exceptions. And you could pull out your copy of the Constitution, We the People, and you page through it, and you find Article 2. Well, Article 2 is about the executive branch. And you start looking, is there anything in Article 2, anything at all, that says the president is above the law? Nothing. Nothing here says that. And think about our founders who were so concerned about the possibility of a president trying to be a king, so concerned about a president trying to use military forces against their own people. And so they didn't even want a standing army. And they created these carefully balanced checks and balances so that a president could not be an authoritarian. But suddenly the Supreme Court says, Article 2 starts out, the executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States, shall hold office during a term of 4 years, and so on and so forth. If you can find anything in here that says the president above the law, well then please bring it to my attention, because this article, it's really not that long. You got section 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's it. Section 1, 2, 3, 4. Where does this say the president is above the law? So I said, you know, there is no way that our Supreme Court will place an enormous power to break the law like a crown on the head of the president, because we don't have kings, we have presidents. No way the court will do that. A bunch of the Supreme Court justices, they like to say they're originalists. What does that mean? They're originalists. It means they try to take the clauses of the Constitution as they were understood at the time. Well, I can assure you there is no member of the founders of our nation who thought the president was above the law. And if some of them wanted it to be the case that the president is above the law, they might have argued to put it in the Constitution, but it's not here. Because collectively, they knew they would end up in an authoritarian state if the president's above the law. That's the Supreme Court handing more power to the executive, power that doesn't exist in the Constitution. So we have all three factors now. That's why I'm ringing the alarm bells tonight. We have a rubber stamp Congress that is saying we will lead the chambers of the Congress to do what the president wants as opposed to what the people of the United States want. We have the Supreme Court handing over vast power that doesn't exist in this document that guides us, this document they're supposed to defend, handing over this vast power to the President of the United States of America. And we have a president so willing, so determined to actually exercise the powers of a king, the authoritarian powers. We're in deep trouble. We're in deep trouble. That is why so many citizens across the country are in deep distress. That's why on Saturday, 7 million Americans took to the street on No King's Day to say this authoritarian takeover is absolutely outrageous, illegal, unconstitutional, unacceptable, and it must end. 7 million people, the largest demonstration in the history of our nation of people on the street on a one-day protest saying, pay attention, members of the House of Representatives. Pay attention, members of the Senate. Our Constitution is being shredded by the President, and you're helping. So stop, and instead exercise your responsibility in a republic. Defend the separation of powers. Defend the checks and balances. Set the vision for the nation as a Congress, and remind the President that it is his job to implement that vision, not the other way around. The authoritarian takeover is not down the street. It is not around the corner. We are in the middle of it right now. And that's why 7 million Americans in some 2,700 individual protests took the streets on Saturday to send us a message. But I'm not sure that message was heard by the members of this chamber. So I'm here in this chamber tonight to ring the alarm bells and say to my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, the authoritarian takeover is here, it's a violation of our Constitution, and we have to stop it. The experts tell us that there are two ways when there is an authoritarian takeover, when the president becomes a self-appointed king, when a Congress becomes a rubber stamp, when a Supreme Court ignores the Constitution and hands more power to the president. Two ways to keep that authoritarian strongman state from becoming entrenched. The first is for there to be a visible and loud outcry in the first year. The reason that that's important is if there's no outcry, people go, well, this sounds outrageous to me, what just happened. I can't believe the president is trying to tell the networks what shows they can put up. That happens in authoritarian places, but I don't hear any outcries, so do I misunderstand? Is it that unusual? Oh, the president is suing his own government and asking his Justice Department to find a settlement that will enrich the president. Oh, that seems outrageous. The president is asking his own Justice Department to give the president money? That seems outrageous, but if there's no outcry, maybe it's not that big a deal. Oh, the Secretary of State is throwing students out of this country because of views they expressed on a college campus. That seems extraordinary. Has that ever happened again? Well, nobody's protesting. Maybe I'm wrong to think that we have freedom of speech on our campuses. Oh, the president is weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after people he doesn't like, including proposing the possibility of going after a member of the U.S. Senate. I'm sure that 100 senators would stand up and say, hell no, to such an authoritarian act. What am I missing? If there's no outcry, if there's no protest, then you're in deep trouble. But here in the United States of America, I'm so pleased to say there is an understanding that our freedoms are being crushed. And that's why 7 million people took to the streets on Saturday. I was in Eastern Oregon, and I went to the small town of Lapine. Protests are not a common thing in Lapine, Oregon. It's rural, it's red, but there were 200 people out on the street with all sorts of creative signs and creative costumes. I was really struck by a couple of the veterans I spoke to who said, I fought for my country, and I volunteered and went because I believe in freedom, and our president is crushing those freedoms. And I'm out here to protest and to say what I fought for must not be undone by a president of the United States. Somebody who went and served. That was powerful. I was not drafted in Vietnam. I was too young by a year or two. And I did not volunteer to go. But those who went and come back home and say, our fathers and mothers were engaged in war to defend our freedoms, and I went with this conviction that I wanted to serve my country and defend that special America where we cherish our freedoms and defend our Constitution. I will not see it undone, by a President of the United States of America, a rubber-stamped Congress, and a court that has decided to find things that don't exist in the Constitution to give power to the executive, that the executive cannot rightfully claim. So that's the first thing that you need in order to keep authoritarian power from becoming entrenched. You need outrage the first year. You need protest the first year. You need protest inside the chamber. You need protest outside the chamber. So people will hear, who are maybe one step away from protesting, they think something's wrong, and they'll go, wow, I didn't go protest, but those 7 million people, they're sending me a message. And that message is, we're in a terrible place in our nation, and we need to be acting. Americans are standing up because the president is not a king. Americans are standing up because laws are not suggestions. Americans are standing up because following the Constitution is not optional. The second way to prevent the entrenchment of authoritarian power is the next election. The scholars really emphasize that because one of the standard things that an authoritarian ruler does is seek to rig the elections so that you won't have the integrity that allows them to be dislodged down the line, or to allow the strongman state to be dislodged by an outcry and vote of the people. You want to rig the next election. Well, that's why the next election matters, because there hasn't been as much time to rig it. The next election for us is November 2026. It's 13 months away. Well, that's still 13 months in which an authoritarian president can work to rig the election, but it's not 3 years out, because in 3 years, an authoritarian president can do a lot more rigging than they can in 13 months. So that next election matters enormously. You get that one chance to win. Don't mess it up, because with each election, it will get harder and harder to displace the authoritarian structures that are created and strengthened by the strongman in the executive. And when you read by experts saying that this is the authoritarian playbook, watch, they say, for what that authoritarian president is doing, and what you will see is they will work to rig the elections. Okay, well, are we seeing that now? Well, yes, we are. His first tactic, Trump's first tactic to consolidate authoritarian control, is to consolidate the state's voter registration files. If you have control over those files, it makes it easier to manipulate them in the next election. Now, we've already seen what some individual states have done to manipulate the voter files. And they've gone on purges and said, let's think about how we can purge the names off this list so people will go to the polls and find out they're not even registered to vote. Too late. Well, maybe if there's a whole lot of Hispanic names that are matching, we'll eliminate them. Or maybe we will say, if there's the same name in this state and the same name in the next state, we'll assume that person has moved, so we'll pull them off the polls, off the registration lists. That's actually gone on here. And that's the type of manipulation that can happen across the country if the president has a consolidated national voting registration file. A second tactic is to encourage states to gerrymander their House districts so that you break up, say, a congressional district in a city that perhaps elected a Democrat, since we know that cities tend to be somewhat bluer and rural areas tend to be somewhat redder, and you split it up. And you split it up between a bunch of red districts, and that type of gerrymandering creates disproportional power for the Republican Party. Well, we've seen that happen before. We've seen it often. And in the past, we had a law called the Voting Rights Act that said you couldn't manipulate the congressional districts to destroy the voice of people by race, because race tends to differ according to rural and urban areas as well. But the Supreme Court, hell-bent on accentuating authoritarian power, is considering a case right now that will now not only the type of redistricting that Texas has been undertaking, but will create a constitutional rule that will make it hard to empower the voices of minorities in this country to be represented in the House of Representatives. So the effort to gerrymander even larger numbers of the House in support of an authoritarian state is well underway. And the third tactic is to kill vote by mail. You heard what Trump said. He wants to make it illegal to vote by mail. Now, I'm a senator from Oregon. Oregon invented vote by mail. It actually started with the Republican Party. The Republican Party in my state said, we know that when we encourage people to vote by mail, we get higher turnout, and we're more likely to win campaigns, statewide campaigns, and campaigns for the House, the Oregon Senate. So we're going to go on a big campaign to encourage people to vote by absentee ballot. And the Democrats observed that, and they said, well, they got a point. There is better turnout if you get people to vote by mail, because those folks will not end up failing to vote on Election Day because they forgot, or they had child care, or they couldn't get out of work, or the line was too long. So if you can get them to vote by mail, you're going to have more people vote. So then you had both parties encouraging people to vote by mail. And back in 1998 election, half of the ballots were being cast by mail and half were being cast at the polls. Now, I started my campaign to run for the Oregon House of Representatives in that year, 1998. And I'm a big believer in door knocking. And I just wanted to knock on as many doors as I could and say, here's what matters to our community that's not getting done at the Capitol. I'd like to have your support. And I had a lot of good conversations. But I kind of liked the idea of everyone on Election Day having a big act of the community and going and voting together. That tradition just, it felt good to me. And as I'm knocking on doors and I'm talking to people about the next election, people started saying, well, I'll tell you one thing. I sure do love the ability to vote by mail. And I would say, well, tell me more about that. And they said, well, listen, here's the story. I like to sit down with my husband or sit down with my wife and talk about the candidates. We can read what's in the campaign brochures and discuss it. And I like doing that at our kitchen table. And others said, you know, I really like that vote by mail because I can't get out of work to be able to go vote. And when I do get out of work, I've got child care to pick up, and if you're late for child care, you get charged. So that's a big problem. And I had others who said, you know, here in Oregon we have initiatives, and initiatives are complicated. They're basically creating law not through a legislature, but through a vote of the people. And I really have to understand this stuff, and there's a lot of arguments pro and con in the voters' pamphlet. And so I really like to sit and read through that. And yet others said, you know why I love vote by mail? Because my back hurts and I don't want to stand in line for an hour. And I had others who said, I really like vote by mail because I bring my children to the table and talk to them about what it means to be a citizen in a free country, and that we, the citizens, get to express an opinion. And that opinion counts, because when we fill in that circle, because Oregon, it was done by paper, when we fill in that circle, we are weighing in on the future of our community, on the future of our state, on the future of our country. And I want my children to understand that, yes, you have rights as a citizen, but you also have responsibilities as a citizen. And so as I heard these stories, I thought, well, those are a lot of good points being made. But I'll tell you, those points are not why Trump hates vote by mail. Not at all. The reason he hates vote by mail is because there's such integrity with vote by mail. It is so easy to manipulate Election Day. If you have to go to a precinct and vote, It is so easy to decrease turnout. There are so many strategies that have been so carefully developed over time to prevent people from voting. What do? You change the location of the voting precinct so people are confused about where to go. You put out information about the date and say, sorry you missed the vote, making people think they actually missed the vote when the next vote is actually the next Tuesday. You take and you put machines in that voting precinct that don't work very well to slow down the vote. You understaff the precinct voting location to slow down the vote. All of these tried and true methods for decreasing the vote in places where you don't want people to vote. And President Trump fully understands that. It's easy to manipulate Election Day. When people are worried about the integrity of our election, and they say, we're worried that maybe somebody will vote 2 ballots and vote by mail. Well, we've had audit after audit after audit. The integrity of vote by mail is 1,000 times better than a vote on Election Day where you can manipulate the vote. You put the precinct where there's no parking. That's another strategy. You send intimidators out to make people feel uncomfortable while they're waiting in line. You pass laws that said you can't hand out a glass of water, like Georgia did, so that thirsty people waiting in line give up. You want those wait times to be so long that people give up. And if we thought this was some sort of fantasy, that this doesn't really happen, take Georgia, where we have seen elections where the wait time in urban areas is many hours longer than the wait time in rural areas because of the strategy set up for people to vote, making it difficult for people to vote. That's why Trump hates vote by mail, because it has high integrity. It stops the manipulation. So, here we are, deep into this authoritarian takeover. The president attacking the integrity of our elections, attacking the separation of powers, trying to steal the power of the purse that belongs in that Constitution with us, but grabbing it and saying, I will decide what gets funded. I will defund things through grant cancellations, and I will defund by slow walking the dispersion of funds, and freezing, and impounding, and rescissions. I'll use every tactic ever imagined because I want to decide what's funded and what is not funded. Every time you hear the president or one of his cabinet members say, we are defunding that program because it's not in line with the president's priorities, that's an authoritarian statement. The power of the purse in this Constitution, this one right here, belongs with the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, not the Oval Office. So when the president says he is funding programs he likes and defunding those he doesn't like, he is stealing the constitutional power of the purse. The Supreme Court's weighed in on this twice. President Nixon decided to do this, just simply not disperse funds for programs he didn't like. And so this challenge went to the Supreme Court. Can the president do that? Can the president impound funds? And the Supreme Court resoundingly said, hell no, it's in the Constitution. It couldn't be clearer. The power of the purse rests with the House and Senate, not with the president. Well, that was decided by the Supreme Court in 1975 based on things that were done back in 72, 73, when President Nixon was still in power before he resigned under the Watergate scandal. But then fast forward to 1996. 1996. Realize that we were in the time period between January 95 and January 97, which was the first legislative term for the Gingrich Revolution. And the first agenda item was to do a line item veto. Pass a law saying the president could strike any program he wants, defund it. So the line item veto goes to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, did you not read our decision in 1975? Have you not looked at the Constitution of the United States of America? It's in here. It is the people, through their elected representatives, who decide which programs and how much money to give them, not the president. If you want an authoritarian state where the president decides which programs are funded and how much money to give them, you have to go to some other country, because here we have separation of powers. Here we have checks and balances. Here we have a constitution, and the power of the purse rests with Congress. So we have the 1970s, where the Supreme Court weighed in and said the president cannot impound funds. We have the 1996 issue with a bill that gave line item veto to the president being struck down by the Supreme Court. But here again, more than a quarter century later, we have another president and another majority here in the chamber that wants to ignore the Constitution and hand over the power of the purse to the president. So look at all that we're facing. Every aspect of this authoritarian takeover. The separation of powers being crushed. The power of the purse being transmitted to the president, grabbed by the president. And this chamber doing nothing to stop it. The attack on due process. People being apprehended and deported without hearings. People being stopped on the street because of their accent or their skin color. Attack on the freedom of speech of individuals and by networks, using the coercive power of government to suppress what the free press can write or the free media can put on film or on programs. The attack on law firms as a center of power. The attack on universities as a center of power. The weaponizing the Justice Department. The effort to mobilize troops into LA and into Portland and into Chicago when nothing is happening that local police can't handle, and there certainly is not a rebellion or an invasion. And a president undermining the integrity of the voting system of the United States of America by attacking vote by mail, by seeking to consolidate and manipulate the voting registration database, by encouraging states to gerrymander in order to have more of one voice than a proportional representation of the population should merit. How is it possible that anyone cannot see that we're in the middle of this authoritarian takeover? Freedoms devastatingly diminished. Government by and for the people replaced by authoritarian, strongman power. So I'm here tonight to ring the alarm bells. 7 million Americans who are at protests on Saturday, they're ringing the alarm bells. Let those bells ring so loud, so powerfully, that every citizen hears them. Every elected member of this body hears them. Every member of the House of Representatives hears them and responds by saying, I took an oath to the Constitution, And I'm going to stop this authoritarian takeover. In my town halls, and I hold one in each county each year. I have 36 counties in Oregon. Senator Wyden started this tradition of going to every county, open town hall. When I ran for the Senate, I said I'd do the same thing. I've had well over 600 town halls, except for Senator Wyden, maybe more than anybody among the 100 senators. And I'd give a short introduction, and then I listen to people. And I start out after that short introduction, I say, Senator Wyden and I are about the only senators who hold town halls like this. And we hold these town halls in Oregon successfully because we have the Oregon way. The Oregon way means that if somebody is speaking that you strongly disagree with, in fact, that person speaking infuriates you, you still listen to that person respectfully, and then we ask that everyone else in the gathering listen respectfully when you're speaking. And so despite incredibly vast differences of opinions on hugely important and often emotional topics, people express their views. And I listen to their views. And Senator Wyden does the same in his town halls. And it affects what we fight for here in the Senate, because we are carrying the hopes and dreams of our citizens into this chamber. We are carrying their aspirations for a better future. And so often that better future is about the fundamentals for families, about a better healthcare system, about better job opportunities, living wages, and honest day's pay for an honest day's work. Often, it's about education and the hope that education will provide a pathway of opportunity for their children. Healthcare, housing, education, good paying jobs. I hear a lot about those four issues in my town halls. But you know what I heard this year? I heard something that I have not heard other years. I heard maybe a little of it during the first Trump administration of concern about the checks and balances of our Constitution. Certainly I heard a fair amount of concern and outrage about the stealing of a Supreme Court seat that opened up under President Obama. But this chamber, for the first time in U.S. history, refused to hold a debate and a vote on the nominee from the president. First time in our history, Supreme Court seat stolen. So yes, I did hear some feedback about concerns about our Constitution, our democracy, during Trump's first administration. But nothing like I heard this year. You know, a modest number of people come out to my town halls. It averages about 100 per town hall. Some areas larger, some smaller. In the last year, in 2024, I had about 3,500 people come in person. This year, I had 15,000 plus come, a five-fold increase, come to my town halls. And so many came. Just like the 7 million people who protested on Saturday, so many people came to say, how the hell is the U.S. Senate letting a president crush our freedom and shred our Constitution? And they would say to me, do more. Find some other way to push back, to organize, to persuade your colleagues on both sides of the aisle. The time for action to defend our freedom is now. Not next year, not after the next election, not a month from now. The time is now. And they would say, we see what you've been saying and doing in protest about so much of what's been happening, but you, Senator Merkley, need to do more. And quite frankly, to to my colleagues. That's the reason I'm on the floor tonight, trying to think of one more way I can ring the alarm bells, one more way I can use this office and this opportunity afforded to be a member of the U.S. Senate to say, we cannot let this happen. I received another question at those town halls. One town hall after another was, and what can we do to do more? And I said the following: you've asked what everyone can do to do more to save our republic. First, get off the couch. You can't change the future with a pillow over your head. Second, fiercely hold your electeds accountable. Call their phones, write letters, protest outside their offices, fiercely hold them accountable. And me too, hold me accountable, as they were in the town hall and as they have when they've been protesting. And join an affinity group, because to be angry and alone is to be depressed. But to be angry and organized with others, that is to be energized and effective. And when it comes to stopping an authoritarian takeover, we need our citizens to be organized, energized, and effective. We need that energy from our citizens as they communicate with us and challenge us. We need that energy in the streets. We need that energy in the halls of power. We need to defend the Constitution. We need to restore our democracy. We need to reinvigorate government of, by, and for the people of the United States of America. And that's why I've come to the floor tonight to ring the alarm bells. Here in the Senate, we've attempted to use a number of tools, using every hour required under the Senate rules to review the qualifications of unqualified individuals nominated for Trump's cabinet, like Pete Hegseth for defense, and Kristi Noem, and Tulsi Gabbard, and Kash Patel. And so often, my colleagues have said, oh my goodness, I can't even believe the president nominated this individual. But, you know, the president nominated him. He's our leader, so I'll vote for this person. I'll put them in office. To hear my colleagues say they know someone's unqualified, but they're going to vote for him anyway, is to hear the failure to understand our responsibility under the Constitution. Reviewing and voting down individuals who are unqualified by character or talent or experience for a position, that's our responsibility, is to not let them take positions of power where they can do bad things to the American people, where they can undermine the efforts to build a better country. It's our responsibility to exercise our judgment, not to defer to the president. A check and balance means nothing if you say, I'm abandoning my role to evaluate the qualifications, and I will simply vote because the person in the office is of my same party. I voted, I remember one in particular, against one of President Biden's nominees. I was one of only a few folks on my side of the aisle to vote against him. Why? Because I didn't feel the person was suited to the office. And that's my responsibility under the Constitution. One of the people that I felt was vastly unsuited was Russell Vought. As the lead Democrat on the Budget Committee, I therefore had the opportunity to interview Russell Vought before he came to the hearing before the Budget Committee. And he basically told me that his belief was in strongman government, unitary executive. The president should decide what programs are funded and how much they should get. And that he fully expected to use the powers that the president could use to achieve that, involving impoundments, slow walking, frozen funds, and so forth. And I said, but the Supreme Court's weighed in twice, and our Constitution is clear. The power of the purse is here. And he said, you know, I like the unitary executive. That's my philosophy, and that's what I'm going to fight for. I found, therefore, him to be profoundly unsuitable for office because he did not intend to honor the basic premise of the Constitution, that Congress decides by law what is funded and how much. So we had a 30-hour debate. We went through the night here in this chamber debating the merits of this individual. And many of my colleagues had reservations, but in the end, they voted for him. So we have a man controlling the Office of Management and the Budget who said, I think the power of the purse should be with the president, and I'm going to do everything possible to make that happen. By voting for that nominee, we facilitated a crime against the Constitution in which the power of the purse is being taken by the president. We facilitated the authoritarian takeover that is underway right now. My constituents have asked me in those town halls to do everything I can, everything in my power, to stop this authoritarian takeover of our nation. So tonight I've come to the floor to do one thing I have not done before, and that's give a more extended speech, to ring the alarm bells, the speech I'm engaging in right now. We are in the most perilous moment for our Constitution, the biggest threat to our republic since the Civil War. Authoritarianism is not down the street or around the corner. It is clear and present right now. There are a couple of books that I've brought with me to explain what's happening. One of them is How Democracies Die. And this book, written by two scholars, Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt, they have studied republics around the world that have slid into authoritarian states. And they wrote this book to say, pay attention, America, we're in danger of the same thing happening. And I thought, well, I'll just come and read this book for the benefit of my colleagues who haven't read it, for the benefit of the American people who might be listening in, as one way to ring the alarm bells about the authoritarian takeover of the United States of America and how we are going down the same path that has happened in country after country after country, where you get a rubber stamp Congress, you get a Supreme Court that hands more power to the executive, you get an ambitious, power-hungry, strongman-style president, and the combination of those three, you have lost your republic. How Democracies Die. That's what I'm going to share with you tonight. And also another book on tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century by Timothy Snyder. How Democracies Die. Ours is dying right now with this authoritarian takeover. Tyranny is what you get when you lose your democracy. So, if by going on at some length about this, I can add a little bit of attention, ring the bells a little louder and a little longer the alarm bells about this authoritarian crushing of our liberties, authoritarian crushing of our freedom, then that's what I'm doing tonight. And at the midnight hour, should I make it that long, still 4 hours from now, I'm going to pause to read some stanzas from Longfellow's poem, Paul Revere's Ride. It's about Paul Revere's ride in April 1775, as he sounded the alarm about military troops marching on American cities. One lantern if the British were attacking by land, 2 lanterns if they were attacking by sea. He rang the alarm bells so that the American colonists could respond and save their colonies, just as I'm attempting to ring alarm bells to say we here in the Senate and in the House have to respond and save our republic. So I'm going to start with the book, How Democracies Die. It's a pretty hefty one. The 2 authors, Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt, they are political scientists. They are professors of government. They have spent their careers studying how once stable democracies in Europe, in Latin America, around the world, have collapsed into being strongman states, sometimes gradually and sometimes suddenly. Political parties prioritize their own power over obeying the law. An aggressive president tries to seize more power. Congress becomes a rubber stamp. The courts hand more power to the president, and the president tightens his control. The press softens its criticisms, and other institutions start to tread carefully. These are the 6 warning signs of a democracy in trouble. As the authors of the book warn, most modern democracies don't die suddenly by being overthrown. We all certainly know of cases of that happening, but today, modern democracies generally don't die by being overthrown. Instead, they die as authoritarians erode the institutions and the norms until the checks and balances are gone and you have a strongman state. How Democracies Die was published in 2018 after the first year of Trump's first term. Already these professors were seeing signs of these 6 factors that are the warning symbols of authoritarianism being down the road or on the way. But America did not respond to the warning then, and we are living with the consequences now, because now we are deep in the authoritarian takeover crisis. Between each chapter, I'm going to pause to discuss different ways the Trump administration is trying to tighten its authoritarian grip to turn our government by and for the people into government by and for the powerful. I'm here tonight to ring the alarm bells. The crisis calls on every American, every patriot, every one of us who cherishes our republic to use our heart and nerve and sinew to resist this authoritarian takeover and save our democracy. So let's begin with the introduction. So I'm now reading from the book, and I'll read the introduction and then talk about some other things. It starts out, is our democracy in trouble? Is it in danger? It is a question these are the authors speaking, we never thought we'd be asking. We've been colleagues for 15 years, thinking, writing, teaching students about failures of democracy in other places and times, Europe's dark 1930s, Latin America's repressive 1970s. We spent years researching new forms of authoritarianism emerging around the globe. For us, how and why democracies die has been an occupational obsession. But now, we find ourselves turning in our own country. Over the past 2 years, we have watched politicians say and do things that are unprecedented in the United States, but that we recognize as having been the precursors of democratic crisis in other places. We feel dread, as do so many other Americans, even as we try to reassure ourselves that things can't really be that bad here. After all, even though we know democracies are always fragile, the one in which we live has managed to defy gravity. Our Constitution, our national creed of freedom and equality, our historically robust middle class, our high levels of wealth and education, and our large, diversified private sector, all these should inoculate us from the kind of democratic breakdown that has occurred elsewhere. Yet, we worry. American politicians now treat their rivals as enemies, intimidate the free press, threaten to reject the results of elections. They try to weaken the institutional buffers of our democracy, including the courts, the intelligence services, and the ethics offices. America may not be alone. Scholars are increasingly concerned that democracy may be under threat worldwide, even in places where its existence has been taken for granted. Populist governments have assaulted democratic institutions in Hungary, in Turkey, and in Poland. Extremist forces have made dramatic electoral gains in Australia, France, Germany, the Netherlands, and elsewhere in Europe. And in the United States, for the first time in history, a man with no experience in public office, little observable commitment to constitutional rights, and clear authoritarian tendencies was elected president. What does all of this mean? Are we living through the decline and fall of one of the world's oldest and most successful democracies? Can I remind you, these are the words of the authors, written in 2018, some 7 years ago. They continue. At midday on September 1973, after months of mounting tensions in the streets of Santiago, Chile, British-made Hawker Hunter jets swooped overhead, dropping bombs on La Moneda, the neoclassical presidential palace in the center of the city. As the bombs continued to fall, La Moneda burned. President Salvador Allende, elected 3 years earlier at the head of a leftist coalition, was barricaded inside. During his term, Chile had been racked by social unrest, by economic crisis, by political paralysis. Allende had said he would not leave his post until he had finished his job, but now the moment of truth had arrived. Under the command of General Pinochet, Chile's armed forces were seizing control of the country. Early in the morning on that fateful day, Allende offered defiant words on national radio broadcasts, hoping that many supporters would take to the streets in defense of democracy. But the resistance never materialized. The military police who guarded the palace abandoned him. His broadcast was met with silence. Within hours, President Allende was dead, and so too was Chilean democracy. This is how we tend to think of democracies dying, at the hands of men with guns. During the Cold War, coup d'etat accounted for nearly 3 out of every 4 democratic breakdowns. democracies in Argentina, Brazil, Dominican Republic, in Ghana, in Greece, in Guatemala, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Peru, Thailand, Turkey, and Uruguay all died this way at the hands of men with guns. More recently, military coups toppled Egyptian President Mohamed Morsi in 2013 and Thai Prime Minister Shinawatra in 2014. In all of these cases, democracy dissolved in spectacular fashion through military power and coercion. But there is another way to break a democracy. It is less dramatic, but equally destructive. Democracies may die at the hands not of generals, but of elected leaders. Presidents or prime ministers who subvert the very process that brought them to power. Some of these leaders dismantled democracy quickly, as Hitler did in the wake of the 1933 Reichstag fire in Germany. More often, though, democracies die slowly, in barely visible steps. In Venezuela, for example, Hugo Chavez was a political outsider who railed against what he cast as a corrupt government elite, promising to build a more authentic democracy that used the country's vast oil wealth to improve the lives of the poor. Skillfully tapping into the anger of ordinary Venezuelans, many of whom felt ignored or mistreated by the established political parties, Chavez was elected president in 1998. As a woman in Chavez's home state of Barinas put it on election night, democracy was infected, and Chavez is the only antibiotic we have. I'm continuing to read from the introduction to How Democracies Die. When Chavez launched his promised revolution, he did so democratically. In 1999, he held free elections for a new constituent assembly, in which his allies won an overwhelming majority. This allowed the Chavistas to single-handedly write a new constitution. It was a democratic constitution, though, and to reinforce its legitimacy, Chavez and his allies won those too, the elections that they held, presidential and legislative, in the year 2000. Chavez's populism triggered intense opposition, and in April 2002, he was briefly toppled by the military. But the coup failed, allowing a triumphant Chavez to claim for himself even more democratic legitimacy. It wasn't until 2003 that Chavez took his first clear steps toward authoritarianism. With public support fading, he stalled an opposition-led referendum that would have recalled him from office until a year later, when soaring oil prices had boosted his standing enough for him to win. In 2004, the government blacklisted those who had signed the recall petition and packed the Supreme Court. I'll just pause a comment here. You start to see how this is evolving here in this description of someone who was elected in fair elections to begin with, but over time starts to bend the different parts of the government, and in this case, proceeding to go after his political enemies, blacklisting those who signed the recall petition, and packing the Supreme Court. But his landslide re-election in 2006 allowed him to maintain a democratic veneer. The Chavista regime grew more repressive after 2006, closing a major television station, arresting or exiling opposition politicians, judges, and media figures on dubious charges, eliminating presidential term limits so that Chavez could remain in power indefinitely. When Chavez, now dying of cancer, was re-elected in 2012, the contest was free but not fair. Chavismo controlled much of the media and deployed the vast machinery of the government in its favor. And after his death a year later, his successor, Nicolas Maduro, won another questionable re-election. And in 2014, his government imprisoned a major opposition leader. Still, the opposition's landslide victory in 2015 seemed to belie critics' claims that Venezuela was no longer democratic. It was only when a new single-party constituent assembly usurped the power of Congress in 2017, nearly 2 decades after Chavez first won the presidency, that Venezuela was widely recognized as an autocracy. This is how democracies now die. Blatant dictatorship in the form of fascism, communism, or military rule has disappeared across much of the world. Military coups and other violent seizures of power are now rare. Most countries hold regular elections. Democracies still die, but by other means. Since the end of the Cold War, most democratic breakdowns have been caused not by generals and soldiers, but by elected governments themselves, like Chavez in Venezuela. Elected leaders have subverted democratic institutions in Georgia, in Hungary, in Nicaragua, in Peru, in the Philippines, in Poland, in Russia, Sri Lanka, Turkey, and Ukraine. Democratic backsliding today begins at the ballot box. The electoral road to breakdown is dangerously deceptive. With a classic coup d'etat, as in Pinochet's Chile, the death of a democracy is immediate and evident to all. The presidential palace burns. The president is killed, imprisoned, or shipped into exile. The Constitution is suspended or scrapped. On the electoral road, however, none of those things happen. There are no tanks in the streets. Constitutions and other nominally democratic institutions remain in place. People still vote. Elected autocrats maintain a veneer of democracy while eviscerating its substance. Many government efforts to subvert democracy are, quote, legal, in the sense that they are approved by the legislature or accepted by the courts. They may even be portrayed as efforts to improve democracy, making the judiciary more efficient, combating corruption, cleaning up the electoral process. Newspapers still publish, but are bought off or bullied into self-censorship. Citizens continue to criticize the government, but often find themselves facing tax or other legal troubles. This sows public confusion. People do not immediately realize what is happening. Many continue to believe they are living in a democracy. In 2011, when a Latino Barometro survey asked Venezuelans to rate their own country from 1, not at all democratic, to 10, completely democratic, 51% of respondents gave their country a score of 8 or higher, meaning they weighed in, saying the country looks pretty democratic. Because there is no single moment, no coup, no declaration of martial law, no suspension of the Constitution, in which the regime obviously crosses the line into dictatorship. Nothing sets off society's alarm bells. And those who denounce government abuse may be dismissed as exaggerating or crying wolf. Democracy's erosion is, for many, almost imperceptible. The authors continue in this introduction. How vulnerable is American democracy to this form of backsliding? The foundation of our democracy is certainly stronger than those in Venezuela or Turkey or Hungary. But are they strong enough? Answering such a question requires stepping back from daily headlines and breaking news alerts to widen our view, drawing lessons from the experiences of other democracies around the world and throughout history. Studying other democracies in crisis allows us to better understand the challenges facing our own democracy. For example, based on the historical experience of other nations, we, the authors, have developed a litmus test to help identify would-be autocrats before they come to power. We can learn from mistakes that past democratic leaders have made in opening the door to would-be authoritarians, and conversely, from the ways that have kept extremists out of power. A comparative approach also reveals how elected autocrats in different parts of the world employ remarkably similar strategies to subvert the democratic institutions. As these patterns become visible, steps toward breakdown grow less ambiguous and easier to combat. Knowing how citizens in other democracies have successfully resisted elected autocrats, or why they tragically failed to do so, is essential to those seeking to defend American democracy today. We know that extremist demagogues emerge from time to time in all societies, even in healthy democracies. The United States has had its share of them, including Henry Ford and Huey Long and Joe McCarthy and George Wallace. An essential test for democracies is not whether such figures emerge, but whether political leaders, and especially political parties, work to prevent them from gaining power in the first place by keeping them off mainstream party tickets, refusing to endorse or align with them, and when necessary, making common cause with rivals in support of our democratic candidates. Isolating popular extremists requires political courage. But when fear, opportunism, or miscalculation leads established parties to bring extremists into the mainstream, democracy is imperiled. Once a would-be authoritarian makes it to power, democracies face a second critical test. Will the autocratic leader subvert democratic institutions or be constrained by those institutions? Institutions alone are not enough to rein in elected autocrats. Constitutions must be defended by political parties and organized citizens, but also by democratic norms. Without robust norms, constitutional checks and balances do not serve as the bulwarks of democracy we imagine them to be. Institutions become political weapons, wielded forcefully by those who control them against those who do not. This is how elected autocrats subvert democracy, packing and weaponizing the courts and other neutral agencies, buying off the media and the private sector, or bullying them into silence, and rewriting the rules of politics to tilt the playing field against opponents. The tragic paradox of the elected route to authoritarianism is that democracy's assassins use the very institutions of democracy gradually, subtly, and even legally to kill it. America failed the first test in November 2016 when we elected a president with dubious allegiance to democratic norms. Again, I'm reading from the book by these two scholars. Donald Trump's surprise victory is made possible not only by public disaffection, but also by the Republican Party's failure to keep an extremist demagogue within its own ranks from gaining the nomination. How serious is the threat now? Written in 2018. Many observers take comfort in our Constitution, designed precisely to thwart and contain demagogues. Our Madisonian system of checks and balances has endured for more than 2 centuries. It survived the Civil War, the Great Depression, the Cold War. It survived Watergate. Surely then it will survive Trump. We are less certain. Historically, our system of checks and balance has worked pretty well, but not entirely because of the constitutional system designed by the founders. Democracies work best and survive longer when constitutions are reinforced by unwritten democratic norms. 2 basic norms have preserved America's checks and balances in ways that we have often taken for granted: mutual toleration, or the understanding that competing parties accept one another as legitimate, and forbearance, or the idea that politicians should exercise restraint in deploying their institutional prerogatives. These 2 norms undergirded American democracy for most of the 20th century. Leaders of the two major parties accepted one another as legitimate and resisted the temptation to use their temporary control of institutions to maximize partisan advantage. Norms of toleration and restraint served as the soft guardrails of American democracy, helping it avoid the kind of partisan fight to the death that has destroyed democracies elsewhere in the world, including Europe in the 30s and South America in the 1960s and the 1970s. Today, however, the guardrails of American democracy are weakening. The erosion of our democratic norms began in the 1980s and 1990s and accelerated in the 2000s. By the time Barack Obama became president, many Republicans questioned the legitimacy of their Democratic rivals and had abandoned forbearance for a strategy of winning by any means necessary. Donald Trump may have accelerated this process, but he didn't cause it. The challenges facing American democracy run deeper. The weakening of our democratic norms is rooted in extreme partisan polarization, one that extends beyond policy differences into existential conflict over race and culture. American efforts to achieve racial equality as our society grows increasingly diverse have fueled an insidious reaction and intensifying polarization. And if one thing is clear from studying breakdowns throughout history, it's the extreme polarization that can kill democracies. There are, therefore, reasons for alarm, say the authors. Not only did Americans elect a demagogue in 2016, but we did so at a time when the norms that once protected our democracy were already coming unmoored. But if other countries' experiences teach us that polarization can kill democracies, they also teach us that breakdown is not inevitable. It is not irreversible. Drawing lessons from other democracies, our book suggests strategies that citizens should and should not follow to defend our democracy. Many Americans are justifiably frightened by what is happening to our country. But protecting our democracy requires more than fright, more than outrage. It must be humble and bold. We must learn from other countries to see the warning signs and recognize the false alarms. We must be aware of the fateful missteps that have wrecked other democracies. And we must see how citizens have risen to meet the great democratic crises of the past, overcoming their own deep-seated divisions to avert breakdown. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. The promise of history and the hope, the authors say of their book, is that we find the rhymes before it is too late. There are two key points in that introduction that we have been accustomed to thinking of democracies failing through a military coup. So as long as there is not a military coup, as long as the presidential palace is not burned, as long as troops don't march in the street and the Constitution is not thrown out and replaced by martial law, we're fine. But the second key point is that that is not the way democracies die today, is not by martial law, not by military coups, not, as the authors put it, by men with guns. Democracies die today by elected leaders, augmenting their power in an authoritarian quest, developing additional momentum from a rubber-stamped Congress, gaining further power from decisions handed down by a court, and then using the institutions of the government. Now, since returning to office in January, President Trump has willfully and continually broken the law. The path for this lawbreaking was clear before Trump returned to office. On July 1st, 2024, the Supreme Court's conservative majority found invisible ink in our Constitution. It says presidents have absolute immunity for committing crimes if they are done as official acts. The Brennan Center for Justice said of this ruling, quote, "Unfounded in both history and legal precedent, the decision poses a risk to our system of governance." I'm going to share with you their analysis of that ruling. This is the ruling, Trump versus the United States, that I commented on earlier, in which I said the Supreme Court has decided that the president is a king, immune from prosecution for committing crimes as long as they do it as an act of government. And once again, I'll emphasize that when this was going to the court, I said there is no way that our Supreme Court says the president is above the law. No way that he's immune for prosecution for crimes committed, because our founders were terrified of the president being immune from the law. They were terrified of a president being a king. And they like to say they're originalists. And if you look at the original context, it's so emphasized in every possible way that the checks and balances were designed to make sure that the president was not a king, that the vision for the country was hammered out in legislation crafted by people elected to serve in the House and serve in the Senate. And the president was to execute those laws, was to implement those laws, not to act as the sole power, crafting the vision, deciding what programs to fund, deciding how much money to give them, and over here, Congress is just a rubber stamp. And they certainly, the founders, never envisioned that the president was above the law. How the Supreme Court found invisible ink in the Constitution, I do not know. But here's an analysis by the Brennan Center of this decision. Written October 1st, 2024. Titled, "The Supreme Court's Presidential Immunity Ruling Undermines Our Democracy." So again, this is before Trump was reelected in November, before he came back here in January 2025. The ruling in Trump versus United States is an affront to democracy and the rule of law, forfeiting critical checks on executive power. It undermines criminal accountability, or it undermines criminal accountability for presidents if their lawbreaking occurs in the course of official conduct. It endangers democratic accountability by potentially shielding presidents from prosecution for trying to overthrow elections. By inserting this opinion into a world where impeachment is no longer a viable option, the Supreme Court is licensing future presidents to subvert our democracy at will and protecting a past president, Donald Trump, who attempted just that. The majority of the justices in this opinion claim the court's ruling restores the founders' design for an energetic executive. But this distorts the founders' understanding of executive power in our constitutional democracy. They concentrated power in the hands of a single executive to make it easier to hold presidents accountable and to ensure there would be no buck passing for executive decisions. Presidents would have to be responsive to the voters or risk losing office. And the founders determined that presidents would have no criminal immunity, so they could be prosecuted if they violated the law. These foundational decisions ensured that whether by Congress, the courts, or the people, presidents could be held to account, as they should be in any country that values the rule of law. Ignoring this history, the High Court went to great lengths to shield presidents from accountability. It gave them a combination of absolute and presumptive immunities that apply to all so-called official acts. This practically invites future presidents to use the levers of the federal government to commit crimes. That's absurd and intolerable. But let's not disregard the potential retroactive effect. This decision may also let a former president off the hook for his flagrantly anti-democratic behavior. Trump is accused of attempting to overturn the 2020 election, essentially anointing himself by invalidating the choices of millions of voters. The court's ruling complicates the case against him considerably. It directed federal prosecutors to drop allegations tied to Trump's commandeering of the Department of Justice, and it requires the prosecutors to overcome a daunting presumption that Trump has immunity for much of the rest of his scheme. In doing so, it increases the risk that Trump may walk free, but that cannot be the outcome. Any opinion for the court that allows that is war with our system of self-government, a direct threat to our democracy itself. So the Supreme Court found something in our Constitution that no one else has been able to find over almost 250 years. Of course, our Constitution came 11 years after our Declaration of Independence. So let's say 240 years. 240 years, presidents accountable to the law, be prosecuted for crimes, and then suddenly in 2024, the Supreme Court said, we want to give immunity. We think it's good policy to give the president immunity. They said things like they didn't want the president to have to worry about whether they're breaking the law, so we'll just decide the president's immune to the law. You know, the Supreme Court's not supposed to make law. They're supposed to enforce the Constitution. But they designated themselves based on their judgment that it'd be a good thing for the president to be immune from potential prosecution to just give him that power. They could have said, in their opinion, we think it might be good practice, so even though the Constitution doesn't say it, we encourage Congress to take a look at this possible policy improvement. And I think we would have sat here, Democrats and Republicans together, and said, who are you kidding? We've read the Constitution. We've taken an oath to the Constitution. There is no clause in Article 2 of the Constitution that says the president's immune from prosecution or that the president is above the law. And if you combine that power of the president to commit a crime with the power to also give pardons for anyone in the executive branch who is executing decisions of the president, you now have an entire executive branch that feels empowered to operate outside the law. Well, that's about where we are now. Combine immunity with the president's pardon power, and the entire executive branch believes it can operate outside of the law. And operating outside the law is exactly what we've seen. On January 20th, I sat in the rotunda of the Capitol, just down the hall from these double doors to my right, situated halfway between the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, for Donald Trump's inaugural address. It was not a traditional address in which a president lays out a vision. A traditional address, the president says, here is the vision I laid out for the country when I was campaigning, and now I'm going to work with Congress to implement this vision. And the reason the president says that is because the Constitution places the power to decide the direction of the country with Congress. What programs to fund, and at what level to fund them. Power is placed with Congress. So to execute the vision from the campaign, presidents say, and I'm going to work with Congress. I'm going to work with both sides in Congress to build that future that I promised in my campaign. Instead, in his speech, Trump talked about ruling by executive order, governing by executive order, governing by fiat. Nothing about working with Congress to achieve the vision. He issued 26 executive orders on his first day. He's issued more than 200 from that inauguration in January till now. Many of these orders have directly violated our country's legal statutes. It is a vision of government where power flows not from the law, but from President Trump. He fired 17 inspectors general, violating the law that allows the president to fire an inspector general only for cause and with 30 days' notice to Congress. Let me read you an article when these firings happened in January. The title is "Fired Inspectors General Raise Alarms as Trump's Administration Moves to Finalize the Purge," written by Charlie Savage on January 27th of this year. The Trump administration on Monday ordered former staff members for as many as 17 fired inspector general to immediately arrange for the return of work laptops, phones, parking decals, and ID cards, even as questions remained over whether President Trump broke the law in dismissing these independent watchdogs. Some of the fired officials were seeking to raise alarms about what had happened. Among them was Mark Greenblatt, whom Trump had appointed as Inspector General of the Interior Department 5 years ago, and who had led an interagency council of the watchdog officials until the new year. This raises an existential threat with respect to the primary independent oversight function in the federal government, Mr. Greenblatt said. We have preserved the independence of inspectors general by making them not swing with every change of a political party. He warned the credibility of the inspectors would be at issue if Mr. Trump put in lackeys who are rubber stamping his programs and exonerating allegations for his own people willy-nilly. Doing so would give the next Democratic president an incentive to fire them all too, setting off a never-ending cycle of politicization. Aboard Air Force One on Saturday, the article continues, Mr. Trump defended the purge. Some people, he said, quote, some people thought that some were unfair or some were not doing the job, he said, falsely claiming that a mass removal of inspectors general was a very standard thing to do. That is not true. While it is the case that after Congress enacted the Inspector General Act in 1978, and President Ronald Reagan removed all those he inherited from President Jimmy Carter in 1981, he later rehired some of them, and since then the norm has been they remain in place when new presidents take office, underscoring their role as nonpartisan officials. Even as word began to seep out late Friday into the weekend that the White House had tersely dismissed officials, citing its, quote, changing priorities, it had not released a comprehensive list of who had been fired, leading to confusion about the extent of the purge. In an interview on Monday, Hannibal Ware, who goes by Mike and who took over as chair of the Interagency Council in January and was among those fired, said the dismissals he knew of extended to 17 officials covering 18 agencies. He had held the watchdog role for 2 agencies, one of which was in an acting capacity. The agencies were, he said, the Departments of Ag, Commerce, Defense, Education, Energy, Health and Human Services, Housing, Urban Development, Interior, Labor, State, Transportation, Treasury, and Veterans Affairs. They also included, he said, an Inspector General for the Afghanistan Reconstruction and the internal watchdogs at the Environmental Protection Agency. the White House's Office of Personnel Management, and Mr. Ware's own two agencies, Small Business Administration and Social Security Administration. But underscoring the confusion, at least one of those inspectors, Krista Boyd of the Office of Personnel Management, found herself locked out of a system even though she had not received an email informing her that she'd been fired, according to people familiar with the matter. The Inspector General community is assuming that she also was terminated. In response to this purge, Mr. Ware, in a letter to the White House late Friday, suggested the firings were illegal because they violated a law that requires giving Congress 30 days advance notice with the reason for any removal of an Inspector General. Congress passed the Inspector General Act as part of the wave of post-Watergate reforms to government. The idea was to have officials embedded in major parts of the executive branch who did not report to that department or agency's head, and so they're able to perform independent internal oversight. In 2020, Mr. Trump summarily ousted or sidelined a series of inspectors general who are seen as investigating his administration aggressively. Partly in response to that, Congress strengthened the 30-day notice law by requiring presidents to provide a substantive rationale, including a detailed, case-specific reason for a firing. In an interview, Mr. Ware warned the administration could flout part of the Inspector General Act, then it would establish that it need not abide by the rest of the law, including provisions requiring giving watchdogs unfettered access to agency files. Quote, what strength is there in the Inspector General Act if they say they don't have to abide by parts of it, he asked. This is a threat to our democracy. Mr. Missel, who was removed as the IG for the Department of Veteran Affairs, pointed to Congress as a potential defense of the institution. He said, for inspectors general to continue to improve government services and ensure taxpayer funds are spent effectively, they must continue to be truly independent and have the support of Congress. In a letter over the weekend, the ranking Democrats on the House Oversight Committee said the following: this attempt to unlawfully and arbitrarily remove more than a dozen independent, nonpartisan inspectors general without notice to Congress and in the dead of night is a blatant violation of law. It should disturb all of us that one of the first acts of this administration on this path to authoritarian control of our nation was to throw out those independent watchdogs. That, in fact, is a common symptom of an authoritarian takeover. Get rid of the inspectors. In this case, Congress, all of us, has strengthened the law to make their require not just notice, but a specific act, an egregious act to be fired, so that they really too could feel independent, not accountable to the head, and could report things honestly. I know in my work here over the last 17 years, I have repeatedly read Inspector General's reports, and they have often been some of the most insightful examinations of what is going right and what is going wrong, and given us as legislators ideas for things that need to be fixed. But you can't have that type of valuable input if the Inspector Generals are not independent. If they're worried that the first critical thing they say or point out, they will be fired. Now, it was also reported the Trump administration blocked funding for the Council of Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency. Block the funding for those who are dedicated to integrity and efficiency. Now let me share with you some reporting from just a week ago. And it's titled, Trump Administration Defunds the Federal Watchdog Office. The White House last week informed a federal office charged with conducting oversight of the Trump administration that it was blocking congressionally approved money for its operations for the coming fiscal year, effectively shuttering it after midnight on Tuesday. The blocked funds are not linked to the funding showdown between congressional Democrats and Republicans that could prompt a government shutdown. The decision to defund the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency, which drew quick condemnation from top Republicans in the Senate who are now pressing to reverse it, was the latest effort by the White House to undermine independent investigators in the federal government. It was also an end run around Congress by a White House that has repeatedly sought to usurp legislative branch's power over federal spending. The move would shut down an umbrella office that supports the government's 72 inspectors general, could wipe out a public website where they post their reports, which includes a repository of decades of recommendations on how the government could save money. In a letter on Monday, Senators Collins, Republican of Maine, and Chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee, and Chuck Grassley, Republican of Iowa, Chair of the Judiciary, called on the White House to release the funding. Absent immediate action, they wrote, the watchdog office will furlough staff and terminate important functions that help prevent and detect waste, fraud, and abuse throughout the government. So I appreciate that my two colleagues weighed in that fashion, because this entire operation attacking the inspector generals is the exact opposite of what Trump said he wanted to achieve through DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. The inspector generals report when things are going wrong, and they report when things are going right. They provide suggestions on how things can be fixed. So if you really want to have a Department on Government Efficiency, one of the first things you would do is strengthen the inspector generals, not undermine them. If, on the other hand, you want to run the government in an authoritarian fashion, you don't want people keeping an eye on what you're doing and reporting it to Congress or reporting it to the American people. So you fire the inspectors. In addition to the firings of the inspector generals, Trump and Vogt, V-O-U-G-H-T, our current head of OMB, and Elon Musk, fired federal workers who provide critical services. Politico did a report on how the cuts to the Forest Service increase wildfire risk. And the article is titled, "Crazy, Forest Service Cuts Ignite Fear and Fury Over Wildfire Risks." Now, I come from the west part of the country. The West is besieged every year by wildfires. We used to think of them as the summer wildfires, but now in Oregon they can be in the spring or the summer or the fall. And further south in California, they can be any month of the year. The wildfire seasons are getting longer because with climate change, our forests are drier. We also have more lightning strikes, often more wind, that fuels the fires from an initial small fire into a large conflagration. So whenever the infrastructure for fighting fires or treating the forest to reduce the risk of fire in the first place is assaulted, we get a little worried out west. But here is what the Politico article said. Officials from Nevada to New Jersey to Utah and beyond are scrambling to take stock of President Donald Trump's cuts to the U.S. Forest Service, deciding how to respond as the summer wildfire season looms. Forest fires aren't going to take 4 years off just because of who's in the White House, said Colorado Governor Polis in an interview following the announcement of a $7 million cut in state wildfire mitigation grants. So it's really important that states up the bar on preparation. Trump has cut 10% of the workers at the Forest Service, an agency that manages 193 million acres of national forests and grasslands, with more firings and a steep reorganization likely coming. About 75% of the agency staff are trained in wildland firefighting. That means there are fewer workers across the country clearing brush, thinning trees, we call this forest management, to reduce the risk and intensity of wildfires. And when fires do break out, there will be fewer workers to stop the spread of the fire. The cuts have prompted alarm bells in state capitals as attention on wildfires and forestry policy has arguably never been higher in the wake of devastating fires that ripped through Los Angeles earlier this year. Record drought, heat waves, sluggish prevention work have exacerbated fires in recent decades. An average of 3 million acres burned nationwide each year in the 1990s, but now the average is nearly 7 million acres per year, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. Now, with that critical prevention work at risk of slowing, states and cities are weighing drastic actions to safeguard against the threat of potentially more fire-prone national lands, since fire doesn't respect federal, state, or private land boundaries. Nevada State Forester and Fire Warden Casey told Politico, "We're going to be headed into what could be a big fire season in the state of Nevada," adding that she can exercise emergency hiring authority if needed. The federal government owns 86% of Nevada's land. "I'm nervous about our ability to maintain those public lands with the people who work on the ground doing the important critical work that actually helps lessen the risk of catastrophic loss from fire. The shrinking of the Forest Service is hitting the agency both on the ground and at the leadership level, with Biden-era Chief Randy Moore retiring in the wake of mass layoffs and more half the regional heads also departing." The article goes on at some length. I'm going to spare you from the rest of it because the point is quite clear. Massive cuts to the Forest Service were creating enormous danger of increased fires in the West. These firings were often in complete violation of the law. There is a law called the RIF law, the Reduction in Force law, and it lays out a very, very careful analysis that has to go on to make sure that when you do reduce the size of an agency, that you do it in a manner that produces the best possible results. And if you do the firings without that process, that is illegal. So firing inspector generals without notice broke the law. Firing them without cause broke the law. Firing forest workers without a proper RIF analysis broke the law. Trump also proceeded to fire the board members of independent agencies, violating laws that establish the terms of office and violating the laws that allow them to be fired only for cause. He violated the Anti-Deficiency Act when Elon Musk and Doge sent the fork in the road email to 2 million federal employees, offering a buyout with pay through September 30th. He violated the Privacy Act when Trump, Musk, and the Doge accessed sensitive personal information from computers of the Social Security Administration. He violated a 2018 law banning reductions in indirect costs covered by NIH research grants when he capped those rates at 15%. Trump issued an executive order ending birthright citizenship, which is in our Constitution. It was quickly blocked by a federal judge. Trump is routinely bypassing the Senate's confirmation process by making interim appointments of U.S. attorneys around the country in clear violation of the intent and requirements of the law. Now, in this government shutdown, he's breaking several laws by using nonpartisan government agencies to amplify his political messaging. I'll read to you a letter that senators sent, including myself, to the administration, to Russ Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget. My point in all of these pieces, all of these different actors, from the inspector generals being fired to board members being tossed, all in violation of the laws concerning the executive branch, is that we have an authoritarian president who acts and believes that he is beyond the law, not accountable to the law, and as a strongman can do whatever the hell he wants. It's our responsibility to say, hell no. We have a Constitution. We took an oath to that Constitution. It's our responsibility to pass legislation that patches in any gray areas, to make things clear. If the courts say it's not quite clear, we need to make it clear, but we're not doing that. So this letter, in regard to the use of nonpartisan government agencies for political messaging, is an important accounting of trying to hold the administration to the rule of law. Director vote. As Congress continues to work on funding the federal government for fiscal year 2026, the White House and political appointees assigned to agencies within the executive branch have been engaged in widespread campaign of partisan political activities. These activities are in blatant violation of Section 715 of Public Law 11847, which prohibits federal funds from being used for propaganda purposes designed to support or defeat legislation pending before Congress. These activities appear to violate the Anti-Lobbying Act and the Hatch Act. We urge you to immediately remove these illegal, partisan messages to comply with the law and hold accountable those who have directed this behavior. As early as September 30th, 2025, federal agencies began publicly posting various notices and other media from official accounts on official websites in official email correspondence that violate 715's prohibition on propaganda. For example, the official website of the Department of Housing and Urban Development displayed a blatantly partisan political banner on their website claiming that, quote, the radical left are going to inflict massive pain on the American people. This is partisan political messaging done on government websites. Violation of the Anti-Lobbying Act, violation of the Hatch Act, violation of 715 of Public Law 11847. On October 1st, similar partisan political messages appear on the websites for the Small Business Administration, the Department of Justice, the Department of Ag, among others. In addition to website updates, federal employees, including the Small Business Administration, Department of Labor, Department of Education, Department of Veterans Affairs, were reportedly directed to set automatic reply email messages with partisan political propaganda, which asserts that, quote, Democratic senators are blocking passage of H.R. 5371 in the Senate, which has led to a lapse in appropriations, end of quote. As you well know, these messages are misleading, given that Democrats have voted 4 times over the past week to fully fund the government, only to be rebuffed by our Republican colleagues. But more important, they are clear violations of Section 715, which prohibits the use of federal funds by an agency to publicly support or oppose legislation before the Congress. Spirited public debate has its place, but agency resources, including websites or emails, should not be used to send overtly political, and in this case, misleading messages to the American people. Congress has long enacted laws to ensure partisan political activities and propaganda do not impede the government's ability to serve all Americans. Given the blatant, systematic, and repeated violations of Section 715 of Public Law 11847 and likely violations of the Anti-Lobbying and Hatch Acts over the last week, you must immediately remove these partisan messages from all executive branch agency communications and websites. I never thought I'd see the day that a president of the United States would use the instruments of the government to run a blatant political campaign, saying we're blaming this party or that group for this outcome. That's so undermines the vision of an executive branch elected to serve all the people of the United States. So undermines the vision that we do not politicize the functions of the executive branch. The way that they operate, the programs they support, the levels at which they're funded, all of those things will, of course, change according to laws that we pass here. But political messages, blatant political attacks, campaign slogans on official websites is against the law, and another law that the president is breaking. In March, The Atlantic published a piece titled, "America is Watching the Rise of the Dual State." And it describes how another authoritarian regime, quote, maintained a day-to-day normalcy for many of its citizens while at the same time establishing a domain of lawlessness. It's a sizable article. So for now, I'm not going to read all of it to you, but I'll read the first part, because what this is about is Germany in the 1930s. Again, this article published by The Atlantic. And how we in America are following a path that has chilling parallels. Chilling parallels. On September 20th, 1938, a man who had witnessed the rise of fascism packed his suitcases and fled his home in Berlin. He arranged to have smuggled separately a manuscript that he had drafted in secret over the previous 2 years. This book was remarkable. It clarified what was unfolding in Berlin at the time, the catalyst for the author's flight. The man fleeing was a Jewish labor lawyer named Ernst Fraenkel. He completed his manuscript 2 years later at the University of Chicago, published it as the book The Dual State, with the modest subtitle, A Contribution to the Theory of Dictatorship. The book explains how the Nazi regime managed to keep on track a capitalist economy governed by stable laws and maintain a day-to-day normalcy for many of its citizens, while at the same time establishing a domain of lawlessness and state violence in order to realize its terrible vision of ethno-nationalism. Fraenkel offered in this book a simple, powerful picture of how the constitution and legal foundations of the Weimar Republic eroded and were replaced by strongman-style rule in which the commands of the Nazi Party and its leader became paramount. His perspective was not grounded in abstract political theory. It grew instead from his experience as a Jewish lawyer in Nazi Berlin, representing dissidents and other disfavored clients. Academic in tone, the Dual State book sketches a template of emerging tyranny distilled from bloody and horrifying experience. As Fraenkel explained it, a lawless dictatorship does not arise simply by snuffing out the ordinary legal system of rules, procedures, and precedents. To the contrary, that system, which he called the normative state, remains in place while dictatorial power spreads across society. What happens, he explained, is insidious. Rather than completely eliminating the normative state, the state of what normal citizens experience day to day, the Nazi regime created a parallel zone in which unlimited arbitrariness and violence unchecked by legal guarantees reigned freely. This is what Fraenkel called the prerogative state, where ordinary law didn't apply. In this prerogative state, judges and other legal actors deferred to the racist hierarchies and ruthless expediencies of the Nazi regime. The key here is that this prerogative state does not immediately and completely overrun the normative state. I'll just summarize my impression about this article. because I think it's a little too fancy in its political science depictions, almost loses comprehensibleness. And that is witnessed where around the executive in the Weimar Republic, there started to become a zone of lawlessness in which the laws were not followed, because it became an authoritarian regime that says, we decide, we are the executive, we decide what we do. We don't care what those laws say that tell us how we're supposed to act. We ignore them. Meanwhile, maintaining a relatively normal economy in the day-to-day lives of people. What I have gone through in law violation after law violation after violation after violation in just January through October of this year is the executive of the United States creating that zone around the executive where the laws don't apply. They don't apply because Trump chooses to ignore them. And in choosing to ignore them, he is effectively creating that zone around the executive that doesn't operate on this foundation that we have honored for 2.5 centuries, a foundation in which the president is accountable to the law and the people who work for the president are accountable to the law. That is the chilling parallel between 1930s Germany and now, of an authoritarian executive creating a zone of lawlessness around the executive function. In addition to the lawlessness, we have also been so affected by the legislation that has passed here in this chamber. Now, these are two different components of an administration that has decided that it is a families lose, billionaires win perspective. The laws that apply to the executive routinely ignored. I've gone through about a dozen of them in this presentation. And then championed legislation that harms Americans. Those two things, one undermining our Constitution and establishing a strongman state, using that kind of authoritarian executive power to persuade the majority in the House and Senate to pass a law by the narrowest of margins. I think the vote here in the Senate was broken by the Vice President in passing that bill, convincing them to pass a law that hurts Americans. And now Republicans have shut down the government in order to preserve that attack on health care. And why did they want to shut down health care or savage or shred health care? To give more tax breaks to billionaires. Slash nutrition programs to give tax breaks to billionaires. Slash the tax credits to give more tax breaks to billionaires. Slash Medicaid healthcare programs to give more tax breaks to billionaires. And on top of all that, add $30 trillion to the projected debt of the United States of America to give tax breaks to the richest Americans. 30 trillion additional debt. You know, I've often been confounded by the rhetoric on the right, which says they are fiscally responsible because our debt has been driven up time and time again by the decisions they championed. We have the Bush tax cuts, created massive federal debt. We have a second Bush tax cut, created massive federal debt. We have the war on Afghanistan and Iraq, creating massive debt. And we certainly have this most recent decision to savage programs for Americans and run up $30 trillion more in debt, according to the estimates of the Congressional Budget Office, in order to fund those tax breaks for the richest Americans. Well, we are now at 100% of debt to GDP, gross domestic product. So if you put on one side of the scale the size of our economy and you put on the other side of the scale our debt, they are the same. We're at 100%. And that starts to become a perilous economic position for the United States. Perilous because the further you go in that direction, you run up more and more and more debt. What the budget is doing right now in order to provide these tax breaks, and I speak roughly, I think we are at about 17% of GDP in revenue and about 23% of gross domestic product in spending, a 6% gap. And the Republicans just passed a bill that makes it far worse and runs up far more debt. Certainly nothing fiscally responsible in that. They didn't run up debt to make our health care system better. They savaged the health care for Americans, the United States of America, in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires. But the tax breaks were so generous, cutting the health care programs didn't start to pay for it, so they run up another $30 trillion in debt, according to the Congressional Budget Office. The impact of this health care bill on Oregonians is significant. It's projected to increase the average payment on the exchange, the average net premium paid, by about 68%. Now that's actually, if that comes out to be true, that's a hell of a lot better than the average across the country, because the predicted average across the country is 114%, more than doubling. So I guess Oregonians might say, hey, we did a little better, but I'll tell you, any family that finds they didn't get a 5% increase in their health care cost or 10%, they got a 68%, $1,300 a person, they are going to struggle. And they are going to go without insurance in many cases. And they are going to end up with worse health care as a result, because they won't go to the doctor because they don't have insurance to pay for it. And if they do go to the doctor, when a condition becomes bad enough, a small condition may become a really serious condition. A treatable condition may become an untreatable condition. An early tumor may become a death sentence tumor. And it'll be more expensive to treat that health care because the disease is worse and it's being treated in the emergency room, the most expensive place to treat a health condition. And then we have the fact that without insurance, they won't be able to pay the bills that they receive, so the clinic and the hospital will receive less funds. And in receiving less funds, they would have to reduce the amount of services they provide in the community, affecting everybody's health care. The Sheps Center estimates that 300 plus rural hospitals are at risk to close because of the big, ugly betrayal bill passed by the majority party. You can sum it up this way. The bill is all about the red carpet for billionaires and red tape for America's families. Cut the programs fundamental to families thriving and deliver massive tax gifts to the richest Americans. You know, 77% of the enrollees in the exchange, the ACA exchange, Affordable Care Act exchange, they're in states Trump won. So when a Democrat stands up on this floor and says we need to fix these tax credits so people can afford insurance, the vast majority of people they're trying to help live in red states, because we're not advocating based on something that's partisan. We're advocating on what's good for America. And we're simply saying, quit shutting down the government, fix this egregious condition, and America will be better off. And I will say almost everyone believes politically Republicans would be better off as well if they fix this egregious attack on health care. The red carpet for the rich, red tape for families, is a terrible philosophy to go forward in America. One piece of the authoritarian puzzle. You have the rubber stamp Congress. You have the Supreme Court that delivers more power to the executive. You have the aggressive authoritarian personality as president. You have government by and for the powerful, not government by and for the people. If, therefore, you have government by and for the powerful, you pass bills like the big, ugly betrayal bill that slashes health care to deliver tax breaks for billionaires. That's how these two pieces are connected. The authoritarian takeover by the president and the horrific attack on ordinary people to fund tax breaks for the powerful, that's how these two things are connected. It's government by and for the powerful rather than by and for the people. But in the world, according to our Constitution, the president is not a king. The laws are not suggestions. And the Constitution is not optional. And that's why I will keep raising the alarm bells here on the floor of the Senate, because our country's in deep trouble. It's in the middle of a massive authoritarian corruption of our Constitution. And that's why 7 million people took to the streets on Saturday. This brings us to the first chapter of How Democracies Die. And the reason I've come to the floor to read it tonight and to do commentary, and as well as the book on tyranny, is to amplify the alarm bells. The citizens, 7 million strong, took to the streets in the largest demonstration in American history. But 7 million is only a small fraction of the population of this country. So just as they rang the alarm bells and hoped that their neighbors would pay attention, their newspapers would pay attention, that we, their electeds, would pay attention, it's important that those of us here in this Senate chamber also ring the alarm bells. And I've chosen these two books because there is no volume I know that better describes how democracies have died through an authoritarian takeover, not through a military coup, but through the obliteration of the checks and balances of the Constitution. So, Fateful Alliances is the name of this chapter. Again, I'm reading from this book, which I'll leave this up to remind folks. A quarrel has arisen between the horse and the stag. So the horse came to a hunter to ask his help to take revenge on the stag. And the hunter agreed, but said, "If you desire to conquer the stag, you must permit me to place this piece of iron between your jaws so that I may guide you with these reins. and allow this saddle to be placed upon your back so I may keep steady upon you as we follow the enemy." The horse agreed, and the hunter soon saddled and bridled him, and then with the aid of the hunter, the horse soon overcame the stag and said to the hunter, "Now get off and remove those things from my mouth and back." "Not so fast, my friend," said the hunter. "I have now got you under bit and spur and prefer to keep you as you are at present." It's a passage from Aesop's Fables. On October 30th, 1922, Benito Mussolini arrived in Rome at 10:55 in an overnight sleeping cart from Milan. He had been invited to the capital city by the king to accept Italy's premiership and form a new cabinet. Accompanied by a small group of guards, Mussolini first stopped at the hotel and then, wearing a black suit jacket, black shirt, matching black bowler hat, walked triumphantly to the king's Quirinal palace. Rome was filled with rumors of unrest. Bands of fascists, many in mismatched uniforms, roamed the streets. Mussolini, aware of the power of the spectacle, strode into the king's marble-floored residential palace and greeted him. "Sire, forgive my attire. I come from the battlefield." This was the beginning of Mussolini's legendary march on Rome. The image of masses of black shirts crossing the Rubicon to seize power from Italy's liberal state became fascist canon, repeated on national holidays and children's school books throughout the 1920s and 1930s. Mussolini did his part to enshrine the myth. At the last train stop, before entering Rome that day, he had considered disembarking to ride into the city on horseback, surrounded by guards. Though the plan was abandoned, afterward he did all he could to bolster the legend of his rise to power as, in his own words, a revolution, an insurrectional act, and launched a new fascist epoch. The truth was more mundane. The bulk of Mussolini's black shirts, often poorly fed and unarmed, arrived only after he had been invited to become prime minister. The squads of fascists around the country were menaced, but Mussolini's machinations to take the reins of state were no revolution. He used his party's 35 parliamentary votes, divisions among establishment politicians, fear of socialism, and the threat of violence to capture the attention of the timid King Victor Emmanuel III, who saw in Mussolini a rising political star and a means of neutralizing unrest. With political order restored by Mussolini's appointment and socialism in retreat, the Italian stock market soared. Elder statesmen of the liberal establishment, such as Giovanni Giolitti, Antonio Salandra, found themselves applauding the turn of events. They regarded Mussolini as a useful ally, but not unlike the horse in Aesop's fable, Italy soon found itself under bit and spur. Some version of this story has repeated itself throughout the world over the last century. A cast of political outsiders, including Adolf Hitler, Vargas in Brazil, Fujimori in Peru, Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, came to power on the same path from the inside, via elections or alliances with powerful political figures. In each instance, elites believed the invitation to power would contain the outsider, lead to a restoration of control by mainstream politicians. But their plans backfired. A lethal mix of ambition, fear, and miscalculation conspired to lead them to the same fateful mistake, willingly handing over the keys of power to an autocrat in the making. Why do seasoned elder statesmen make this mistake? There are few more gripping illustrations than the rise of Adolf Hitler in January 1933. His capacity for violent insurrection was on display as early as Munich's beer hall push of 1923, a surprise evening strike in which his group of pistol-bearing loyalists took control of several government buildings and a Munich beer hall where Bavarian officials were meeting. The ill-conceived attack was halted by the authorities, and Hitler spent 9 months in jail, where he wrote his infamous personal testament, Mein Kampf. Thereafter, Hitler publicly committed to gaining power via elections. Initially, his National Socialist movement found few votes. The Weimar political system had been founded in 1919 by a pro-democratic coalition of Catholics, liberals, social democrats. But by 1930, with the German economy reeling, the center-right fell prey to infighting. The communists and the Nazis grew in popularity. The elected government collapsed in March 1930 amid the pain of the Great Depression. With political gridlock blocking government action, the figurehead president, World War I hero Paul von Hindenburg, took advantage of a constitutional article giving the head of state the authority to name chancellors in the exceptional circumstance that Parliament failed to deliver governing majorities. The aim of those unelected chancellors and the president was not only to govern, but to sideline the radicals on the left and right. First, Center Party economist Heinrich Brüning, who would later flee Germany to become a professor in the United States, attempted but failed to restore economic growth. His time as chancellor was short-lived. President von Hindenburg turned next to nobleman Franz von Papen, and then in growing dependency to von Papen's close friend and rival, former defense minister General Kurt von Schleicher. But without parliamentary majorities in the Reichstag, stalemate persisted. Leaders, for good reason, feared the next election. Convinced that something must give, a cabal of rivalrous conservatives convened in late January 1933 and settled on a solution. A popular outsider should be placed at the head of the government. They despised him, but knew that at least he had a mass following. And most of all, they thought he could control him. On January 30th, 1933, von Papen, one of the chief architects of the plan, dismissed worries over the gamble that would make Adolf Hitler chancellor of a crisis-ridden Germany with the reassuring words, "We've engaged him for ourselves. Within 2 months, we will have pushed him so far into a corner he will squeal." A more profound miscalculation is hard to imagine. The Italian and German experiences highlight the type of fateful alliance that often elevates authoritarians to power. In any democracy, politicians will at times face severe challenges. An economic crisis, public discontent, electoral decline of mainstream political parties, all test the judgment, even of the most experienced insiders. If a charismatic outsider emerges on the scene, gaining popularity as he challenges the old order, it's tempting for establishment politicians who feel their control's unraveling to try to co-opt him. If an insider breaks ranks to embrace the insurgent before his rivals do, he can use the outsider's energy and base to outmaneuver his peers, and then establishment politicians hope the insurgents can be redirected to support their own program. This sort of devil's bargain often mutates the benefit of the insurgent, as alliances provide outsiders with enough respectability to become legitimate contenders for power. In early 20s Italy, the old liberal order was crumbling and growing strikes and social unrest. The failure of traditional parties to forge solid parliamentary majorities left the elderly fifth-term Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti desperate, and against the wish of advisors, he called early elections in 1921. With the aim of tapping into the fascist mass appeal, Giolitti decided to offer Mussolini's upstart movement a place on his electoral group's bourgeois bloc of nationalists, fascists, and liberals. The bourgeois bloc won less than 20% of the vote, leading to Giolitti's resignation, but Mussolini's place on the ticket gave his ragtag group the legitimacy it would need to enable its rise. Such fateful alliances are hardly confined to interwar Europe. They help explain the rise of Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. Venezuela had prided itself on being South America's oldest democracy. In place since 1958, Chavez, a junior military officer and failed coup leader who had never held public office, was a political outsider. But his rise to power was given a critical boost from a consummate insider, ex-President Rafael Caldera, one of the founders of Venezuelan democracy. Venezuelan politics was long dominated by two parties, the center-left Democratic Action and Caldera's center-right Social Christian Party, known as COPEI. The two alternated in power peacefully for more than 30 years. And by the 70s, Venezuela was viewed as a model democracy in a region plagued by coups and dictatorships. During the 80s, the country's oil dependent economy sank into prolonged slump, however, and a crisis persisted for a decade. Nearly doubled the poverty rate. Not surprisingly, Venezuelans grew disaffected. Massive riots in 1989 suggested the established parties were in trouble. And 3 years later, a group of junior military officers rose up against President Andres Perez, led by Hugo Chavez. The rebels called themselves Bolivarians, often after revered independence hero Simón Bolívar. The coup failed, but when the now detained Chavez appeared on live television to tell his supporters to lay down their arms, declaring in words that would become legendary that their mission had failed for now, he became a hero in the eyes of many Venezuelans, particularly poor ones. Following a second coup, the imprisoned Chavez changed course, opting to pursue power via elections. He would need help. In these stories, what these two authors are laying out in various countries is how individuals with authoritarian tendencies rose and then eventually took power, actually using the path of electoral politics. And that is a recognition we should all have that democracies don't simply die because men in guns storm the home of the president and set it on fire. They die because the electoral process itself gives rise to individuals who manipulate it, and soon the checks and balances that were so treasured and thought so strong disappear. And that by looking to these other countries, you can see and understand better what is happening in our own country. Although ex-President Caldera was a well-regarded elder statesman, his career was waning in 1992. 4 years earlier, he had failed to secure his party's presidential nomination, and he was now considered a political relic. But the 76-year-old senator still dreamed of returning to the presidency, and Chavez's emergence provided him with a lifeline. On the night of Chavez's initial coup, the former president stood up during an emergency joint session of Congress and embraced the rebels' cause, declaring, "It's difficult to ask the people to sacrifice themselves for freedom and democracy when they think that freedom and democracy are incapable of giving them food to eat, of preventing the astronomical rise in the cost of subsistence, or placing a definitive end to the terrible scourge of corruption that in the eyes of the entire world is eating away at the institutions of Venezuela with each passing day." The stunning speech resurrected Caldera's political career. Having tapped into Chavez's anti-system constituency, the ex-president's public support swelled, which allowed him to make a successful presidential bid in 1993. Caldera's flirtation with Chavez did more than boost his own standing. It gave Chavez credibility. Chavez and his comrades had long sought to destroy their country's 34-year-old democracy, but rather than denouncing the coup leaders as extremists, an extremist threat, the former president offered them public sympathy and with it, an opening to mainstream politics. Caldera helped open the gates of the presidential palace for Chavez by dealing a mortal blow to Venezuela's established parties. In a stunning about-face, he abandoned his own party, the party he had founded a half-century early, and launched an independent presidential bid. To be sure, the parties were already in crisis, but Caldera's departure and anti-establishment campaign helped bury them. The party system collapsed after Caldera's 1993 election as an anti-party independent, paving the way for future outsiders. 5 years later, it would be Chavez's turn. But back in 1993, Chavez still had a major problem. He was in jail, awaiting trial for treason. However, in 1994, now President Caldera dropped all the charges. Caldera's final act in enabling Chavez was literally opening the gates of the prison. Immediately after Chavez's release, a reporter asked him where he was going. "To power," he replied. Freeing Chavez was popular, and Caldera had promised such a move during his campaign. Like most Venezuelan elites, he viewed Chavez as a passing fad, someone who would likely fall out of public favor by the next election. But in dropping the charges, rather than allowing Chavez to stand trial, Caldera elevated him, transforming the coup leader overnight into a viable presidential candidate. And then in December 1998, Chavez won the presidency, and he won it easily, defeating an establishment-backed candidate. On Inauguration Day, Caldera, the outgoing president, could not bring himself to deliver the oath of office as tradition dictated. Instead, he stood glumly off to one side. Despite their vast differences, Hitler, Mussolini, and Chavez followed routes to power that share striking similarities. Not only were they outsiders with a flair for capturing public attention, but each of them rose to power because establishment politicians overlooked the warning signs and either handed power over to them or opened the door for them. The abdication of political responsibility by existing leaders often marks the nation's first step toward authoritarianism. Years after Chavez's presidential victory, Rafael Caldera explained his mistakes simply. Quote, "Nobody thought Chavez had even the remotest chance of becoming president." End of quote. And merely a day after Hitler became chancellor, a prominent conservative who aided him admitted, quote, "I've just committed the greatest stupidity of my life. I have allied myself with the greatest demagogue in world history." End of quote. Not all democracies have fallen into this trap. Some, including Belgium, Britain, Costa Rica, and Finland, have faced challenges from demagogues, but also managed to keep them out of power. How have they done it? It's tempting to think the survival is rooted in the collective wisdom of the voters. Maybe Belgians and Costa Ricans were simply more democratic than their counterparts in Germany or Italy. After all, we like to believe that the fate of government lies in the hands of its citizens. If people hold democratic values, democracy will be safe. If citizens are open to authoritarian appeals, then sooner or later, democracy will be in trouble. But this view is wrong. It assumes too much of democracy, that the people can shape it at will, the kind of government they possess. It's hard to find any evidence of majority support for authoritarianism in 1920s Germany or 1920s Italy. Before the Nazis and fascists seized power, less than 2% of the population were party members, and neither party achieved anything close to a majority of the vote in free and fair elections. Rather, solid electoral majorities opposed Hitler, opposed Mussolini, before both men achieved power with the support of political insiders blind to the danger of their own ambitions. Hugo Chavez was elected by a majority of voters, but there is little evidence that Venezuelans were looking for a strongman. At the time, public support for democracy was higher than in Chile, a country that was and remains stably democratic. According to the 1998 Latino Barometro survey, 60% of Venezuelans agreed with the statement, democracy is always the best form of government. Only 25% agreed that under some circumstances an authoritarian government can be preferable. By contrast, only 53% of respondents in Chile agree that democracy is always the best form. Potential demagogues exist in all democracies, and occasionally one or more of them may strike a public chord. But in some democracies, political leaders heed the warning and take the steps to make the authoritarians not form in the government. They remain on the fringes, far from the centers of power. When faced with the rise of extremists or demagogues, they make a concerted effort to isolate them, to defeat them. Although mass responses to extremist appeals matter, what matters more is whether political elites, especially parties, serve as filters. Put simply, political parties are democracy's gatekeepers. If authoritarians are to be kept out, they must first have to be identified. There is, alas, no foolproof advance warning system. Many authoritarians can easily be recognized before they come to power. They have a clear track record. Hitler led a failed putsch. Chavez led a failed military uprising. Mussolini's engaged in paramilitary violence. Argentina in the mid-20th century, Juan Perón helped lead a successful coup 2.5 years before running for president. But politicians do not always reveal the full scale of their authoritarianism before reaching power. Some adhere to democratic norms early in their careers, only to abandon them later. Consider Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Orban and his Fidesz party began as liberal Democrats. And in the first stint as prime minister, between 1998 and 2002, Orban governed democratically. His autocratic about-face after returning to power was a genuine surprise in 2010. So how do we identify authoritarianism in politicians who don't have an obvious anti-democratic record? Here we turn to the eminent political scientist Juan Linz. Born in Weimar, Germany, raised amid Spain's civil war, Linz knew all too well the perils of losing a democracy. As a professor at Yale, he devoted much of his career to trying to understand how and why democracies die. Many of Linz's conclusions can be found in a small book called The Breakdown of Democratic Regimes. It was published in 1978. The book highlights the role of politicians, showing how their behavior can either reinforce democracy or put it at risk. He proposed a litmus test for identifying anti-democratic politicians. Building on his work, we have developed a set of 4 behavioral warning signs that help us know an authoritarian when we see one. We should worry when a politician, 1, rejects in words or action the democratic rules of the game. 2, denies the legitimacy of opponents. 3, tolerates or encourages violence. Or 4, indicates a willingness to curtail the civil liberties of opponents, including the media. They've been put a table in the book to assess politicians in terms of these 4 factors. A politician who meets even one of these 4 factors is cause for concern. What kinds of candidates tend to test positive on a litmus test for authoritarianism? Very often populist outsiders. Populists are anti-establishment. Figures who, claiming to represent the voice of the people, wage war on what they depict as a corrupt and conspiratorial elite. They deny the legitimacy of established parties, attacking them as undemocratic or even unpatriotic. To tell voters the existing system is not really a democracy, but has been hijacked, corrupted, or rigged. They promise to bury the elite and return power to the people. This discourse should be taken seriously. When populists win, they often assault democratic institutions. In Latin America, for example, all 15 presidents elected in Bolivia, Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela between 1990 and 2012, of those 15, 5 were populist outsiders: Fujimori, Chavez, Evo Morales, Lucio Gutierrez, and Rafael Correa. All 5 ended up weakening the democratic institutions. So those 4 factors really are something for us to pay significant attention to. Does an individual reject democratic rules of the game? Do they express a willingness to violate the Constitution? Do they suggest a need for anti-democratic measures such as canceling elections, or banning certain organizations, or restricting civil rights? Do they seek to use extra-constitutional means to change the government? Do they attempt to undermine the legitimacy of elections, for example, by refusing to accept credible election results? I think it goes without needing to point it out that our president rejected credible electoral results. And I was sitting in this chamber when the mob he directed to attack and disrupt the counting of the electoral ballots filled these hallways, when multiple police officers were attacked and injured. It was stunning to sit here in our democracy and see our Capitol Police running to lock these doors to protect us. Stunning to have them first tell us, quickly leave the chamber, and then quickly say, don't leave the chamber, while they organized an escape route. I remember that sitting down here in front were the boxes, these beautiful wooden boxes containing the electoral ballots from all across the nation. These boxes, which were the absolute symbol of democratic governance, the heart, the pulsating heart of our democracy. Eventually, the officers said, ready, we want you to leave. Leave quickly by this door that's in front of me and to the left. And as they guided us out, one of the members of the parliamentarian team said, we need to grab the ballot boxes. And thank goodness they did, because I have no doubt that mob would have burned or destroyed those boxes of ballots that contained the decision of our states across this country. The folks who rampaged through the hallways here were calling for the death of the vice president. They certainly were determined to block the counting of ballots, to interrupt the peaceful transfer of power. What is extraordinary is that since our election of George Washington, each president in turn has facilitated the smooth transition to the next president. May not have been somebody they agreed with. It may not be somebody they liked. It may have been somebody from the far side of the political spectrum. And yet they facilitated that peaceful transfer until Donald Trump sent a mob to Capitol Hill to stop the counting of the ballots. So when the authors of this book lay out how various folks have undermined democracy in elected office, but had previously and engaged in some sort of action to try to disrupt the function of the democracy, there is a parallel here that should not be ignored. The second warning feature is denying the legitimacy of political opponents. Do they describe their rivals as subversive or opposed to the constitutional order? Do they claim that their rivals constitute a threat to national security? Do they baselessly describe their partisan rivals as criminals whose supposed violation of the laws disqualifies them from participation in the political arena? Do they basically suggest their rivals are foreign agents and that they are secretly working in alliance with a foreign government? We have, right now, a president who has an enemies list. Well, Nixon had an enemies list, but he didn't operationalize the powers of the executive branch to go after them the way President Trump is doing right now. The third warning sign is related to toleration or encouragement of violence. Do they have ties to militias or guerrillas or organizations that engage in illicit violence? Have they or their partisan allies sponsored or encouraged mob attacks? Have they tacitly endorsed violence by their supporters by refusing to unambiguously condemn it and punish it? Have they praised other significant acts of political violence, either in the past or elsewhere in the world? Well, certainly, we see in President Trump that he did encourage a gang to come, or a mob to attack Capitol Hill. There was no condemnation of it. And as for punishing it, he issued pardons of the people who attacked Capitol Hill to stop the peaceful transfer of power. The fourth is readiness to curtail civil liberties, including the liberties of opponents and the media. Have they supported laws or policies that restrict civil liberties, such as expanded libel, defamation laws, laws restricting protest or criticism of the government or certain civic or political organs? Have they threatened to take legal or other punitive action against critics in rival parties, civil societies, or the media? Have they praised repressive measures taken by other governments, either in past or elsewhere in the world? Certainly, there again, we hear the resonance of President Trump, a man who has constantly praised dictators around the world, seeing them as the individuals that he respects and admires. And we've certainly seen him taking legal action against those he disagrees with, against our networks, against our universities, against our law firms. So these are 4 tests that in 2018, these scholars laid out. These are the early warning signs of authoritarian power. And we see that each and every one of them reverberates at this moment. So that's why tonight I have come to ring the alarm bells. To ring the alarm bells that our democracy is in deep trouble. We have an authoritarian president. We have a rubber-stamped Congress. We have a Supreme Court handing the executive more power. The 3 major elements that wipe out the separation of powers and the checks and balances of the Constitution. We have in President Trump an individual that has conducted himself in the manner that rings each one of the alarm bells that these scholars indicate are signs of an authoritarian personality. Their book goes on. Keeping authoritarian politicians out of power is more easily said than done. Democracies don't ban parties or prohibit candidates from standing for election, and we do not advocate such measures. Responsibility for filtering out authoritarians lies with the political parties and the party leaders, the democracy's gatekeepers. Successful gatekeeping requires that mainstream parties isolate and defeat extremist forces, a behavior political scientist Nancy Bermeo calls distancing. Pro-democratic parties may engage in distancing in several ways. They can keep would-be authoritarians off the party ballots at election time, requiring that they resist the temptation to nominate these extremists for higher office even when they can potentially deliver votes. Second, parties can root out extremists in the grassroots of their own ranks. Third, pro-democratic parties can avoid all alliances with anti-democratic parties. Fourth, pro-democratic parties can act to systematically isolate rather than legitimize extremists. Finally, whenever extremists emerge as serious electoral contenders, mainstream parties must forge a united front to defeat them. To quote Linz, they must be willing to join with opponents ideologically distant, but committed to the survival of the democratic political order. In normal circumstances, this is almost unimaginable. Each party's followers would be infuriated at the seeming betrayal of principles. But in extraordinary times, courageous party leadership means putting democracy and country before party and articulating to voters what is at stake. When a party or politician that tests positive on our litmus test emerges, there is little alternative. United democratic fronts can prevent extremists from winning power, which can mean saving a democracy. So the book goes on to lay out a number of cases around the world in which parties teamed up with each other when they saw the threat of an extremist who exhibited authoritarian tendencies. They worked together to save their democratic republic. That has not happened here. And that should concern us all, because when that fails, the parties don't come together to stop an authoritarian extremist. That authoritarian starts to expand the power around the presidency, starts to attack the liberties of the country, the freedom of the press, the freedom of the assembly, starts to militarize and weaponize the Department of Justice against enemies, plots to justify sending the military out during peacetime to attack peaceful protesters. This is what happens when one fails to proceed to work together to stop a political extremist, and that extremist ends up in power. The mastermind behind Trump's 100 days of chaos and lawbreaking is Russ Vought. He is director of the Office of Management and the Budget. He directed that office at the end of Trump's first term. In the intervening 4 years, he was the architect of Project 2025, and now he leads OMB again. I interviewed him in my office before his nomination hearing, and he was very clear with me about his viewpoint, in which he says the president has complete power over every element of the executive branch. Unitary executive theory. The president, he believes, can ignore all the laws passed by Congress and perhaps orders of the court that constrain how the president manages the executive branch. Vought anticipates that when Trump's lawbreaking reaches the Supreme Court, a deferential court will legitimize the unitary executive theory and hand Trump more power. And so far, this year, he has been right. I called Mr. Vought as the chief engineer of Trump's authoritarian campaign the most dangerous man in America. I led a 30-hour Senate debate on his nomination to put a spotlight on him and his dangerous ideas. But he was confirmed to the position of OMP, where he has become the conductor of the Trumpian authoritarian train, lining up policy after policy after policy to be signed by the president in executive order after executive order after executive order. He has proven extremely effective in this undertaking. Several hundred executive orders prepared and signed. Multiple attacks on our fundamental freedoms carefully coordinated. Attack on the freedom of the press. Trying to tell networks what errors they can have, even what comedians can perform. Attacks certainly on our newspapers, on our universities, on our law firms. Nowhere has his efforts been more effective, however, than in stealing congressional power of the purse. Article 1 of our beloved We the People Constitution says Congress will decide what programs will be funded and how much. Now, that law has to be signed by the president, but once signed, it is the law. Drafted by Congress, passed by the House, passed by the Senate, signed by the president, it is the law. But Mr. Vogt thinks not. He felt that these laws regarding what programs should be funded are simply suggestions. Every time you hear the president say, or a member of his cabinet say, or Mr. Vogt say, we shut down a program because it's not in line with the president's priorities, what you're hearing is the articulation of the president making the decisions about what programs are funded and at what level. A direct violation of the Constitution. The power of the purse. This strategy is illegal. It is unconstitutional. And the Supreme Court has said so twice. In 1975, the Supreme Court ruled that the Nixon administration could not ignore Congress's power of the purse through impoundments. Now, the ruling was in 1975. Nixon was already out of power because of Watergate, but it stemmed from the Nixon administration's actions to say, oh, Congress approved these funds for programs I don't like, so I'm just not going to forward the funds to the departments and kill the programs. And the Supreme Court robustly said, hell no. You can't do that. That's unconstitutional. That violates the separation of powers. That violates our Constitution. In 1998, the Supreme Court ruled that Congress could not give away or delegate its power of the purse to the president through a line item veto. This is a very popular idea at the time. When the Gingrich election occurred, and I say Gingrich election, he really put forward a whole new strategy for the Republican members of the House. He said, for too long, we have simply worked to make laws better and include more of our elements. But that simply results in laws passing and the majority, Democrats, taking credit for them. We would do far better to oppose them in every way we can and then argue to the American people, they have failed to govern well, so elect us. In addition, he laid out a series of reforms, contract with America, and in so doing, he really touched a strong vein of enthusiasm across the land. And so the House, for the first time in, I think, 4 decades, became a Republican majority. And certainly it was a Republican majority here in the Senate. And so in that time period between January 95 and January 97, stemming from the November 94 election, this were a number of strategies that they wanted to implement, some of them straight off of their contract with America. And one of those was to do a constitutional amendment that would create a balanced budget. And they needed no extra votes in the House. They passed it easily. They had the supermajority, the 2/3 supermajority needed. And the constitutional amendment has to pass both chambers, and then it has to be ratified by 3/4 of the states. And then it ran into trouble over here in the Senate. They had 66 votes, but not 67 votes, and they needed 67. And the one Republican who held out was Senator Mark Hatfield. And Senator Mark Hatfield said, you know, here's the story. Every single year, we decide what the deficit is by the combination of the laws we pass for revenue and the laws we pass for programs, to fund programs. And Hatfield was chair of the Appropriations Committee, the Spending Committee. And so with this in mind, that every year Congress decided how much deficit or debt there would be, well, Hatfield said that's the right answer, because sometimes we need to spend more because we have a national security challenge, a war. And sometimes we need to spend more because we're in a recession. And other times we need to save more, but we decide this on a year-by-year basis. Anyway, that was one of the themes of the Gingrich Revolution. And it did not make it through the Senate because it was one vote short, and so it never went out to the voters in the collected states. But a second idea on this agenda was a way we can control the budget is to let the president decide. We will simply take the Constitution, which says it falls on us, all of us, to proceed to decide, and we will simply delegate that to the president. Well, that's like creating a strongman state. Now you have the president not just executing the laws, but deciding what programs will be funded and what level. And the Supreme Court said, hell no. We have a constitution. We have a democracy. And we do not vest both the creation of the laws and the execution of the laws in the same branch of government. Congress must decide and write the laws on how much is to go to what programs. And they cannot give away that power to the president. You would be creating an authoritarian state. You cannot do that. You took an oath to the office and an oath to the Constitution. The Constitution lays out a separation of powers, and you cannot delegate that away. That's why I called Vogt the most dangerous man in America, because he was in my office saying that's exactly what he intended to do, was to take that power away from Congress and hand it to the president. And I must say, I complimented him on his honesty that that was his intention. He wasn't disguising it one bit. It was his life philosophy, or his philosophy of his life about our government. It was what he had written into the architecture of Project 2025, a vastly stronger authoritarian presidency. And he was telling me in my office before his hearing on the Budget Committee that that was exactly what he intended to execute, and that he would be backed up by the Supreme Court. So Trump, once in office, did impound funds. He did shut down programs that were funded by law without authority to do so. Some of them were ones that electric charging stations across America, programs for sanctuary cities, immigration lawyers who represent unaccompanied children. But the most notorious impoundment was the weekend attack on the U.S. Agency for International Development. On February 3rd, Elon Musk posted on X that he and Doge had spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. That's a pretty stunning moment. A program authorized by law, funded by Congress, in a law signed by a president, shut down over a weekend. No consultation with Congress, no hearings, no consultation with the countries where these programs operated, no consultation with other governments that provide help to see if they would step in. No, just shut it down over a weekend. Our Secretary of State was in a hearing before the Senate, and I asked him how much Elon Musk, who had bragged about feeding the program into the wood chipper, how much he had consulted the Secretary of State. And I expected what he was going to say was there wasn't much consultation. Elon Musk was head of Doge. Elon Musk acted. The president had confidence in him. And on a weekend, the programs were shut down. But instead he said, no. I, the Secretary of State, was very involved. That he, in a hotel room over a weekend, I believe he said he was in Guatemala, proceeded to cancel hundreds of contracts. So apparently there was pretty close coordination between Elon Musk and Doge and the Secretary of State in feeding these programs into the wood chipper, programs authorized and funded under the law. How does that differ from a line item veto? The president says, I don't like this program, shut it down, or delegates that power to Elon Musk and the Secretary of State. I don't like this program, shut it down. How does that possibly fit with the Supreme Court decisions that say the power of the purse rests with Congress, and when it's in law, a president cannot impound the funds? They have to execute the law the way it's written. But impound they did. And in this case, it was horrifically destructive. Innocent people around the world died because those programs were shut down overnight. These programs were programs for tuberculosis, for malaria, for HIV/AIDS. Those are the three worst pandemics in the world, do the most destruction. And they were programs for nutrition. And without nutrition, people are in trouble. So there is a tracker that has been set up by experts in international economic development to try to understand how many programs were shut down and how they affected the folks who benefited from those programs. And their estimate as of June 26th, so this is going back several months, was that shutting down that program in the wood chipper overnight, 30,000 children died of malaria. 72,000 children died of diarrhea. Diarrhea is often the consequence in poor countries of not having access to clean water. 88,000 children died from malnutrition. 94,000 children died from pneumonia. One study published on July 19th in The Lancet, a prestigious peer-reviewed medical journal, estimates that as a result of USAID being fed into the wood chipper, 14 million people could die by 2030, including 4.5 million children under the age of 5. I was also struck in reading this analysis that it noted that it isn't just children who die, it's adults. And when the adults die, they're orphans, and it had a massive estimate of the number of orphans had been created by this weekend shutdown of feeding USAID into the wood chipper. Maybe these analyses are overstated. Maybe local folks found ways to sub in for the sudden shutdown more effectively than the academics who study this believe. Maybe. Maybe other nations geared up faster to replace the shutdown than was anticipated. But even if you take these results put together by experts of international programs and cut them in half. Massive number of people were killed across the country because a Secretary of State and a appointed head of Doge, Elon Musk, decided to shut this program down, contrary to law. That's not supposed to happen in a democracy. In a democracy, the president would say, I don't love how much money we're spending on international programs for public health, for malaria, tuberculosis, for HIV/AIDS, for nutrition, for maternity care. And so here's my budget, and I want the majorities in both chambers to proceed to eliminate some of those programs and decrease them. And then you'd have thoughtful hearings here on how to go about that effort, and to do so in a manner that was responsible. And some folks would have come and testified and said, here are the consequences of shutting down program X, Y, and Z. Do you really want to do that? Or do you want to work out a plan to transfer those responsibilities to some of our European partners who might pick up those responsibilities? Or to empower some of the local governments where those programs operate to be able to pick up some of those programs. But don't shut them down. We wouldn't shut them down overnight because, one, that would break the law, and two, a massive number of people die. But they did shut them down overnight, and a massive number of people have died. One of the things that Trump and Vote shut down was the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which mission, of course, is to safeguard Americans from all kinds of financial scams. Nobody likes to be scammed. Nobody likes to be ripped off. And since it was created back in 2011, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB for short, has returned $21 billion in checks back to American citizens. $21 billion. I mean, that's a significant sum. Even in a world where maybe millions don't seem as large as they used to, billions still seem pretty substantial. I mean, $21 billion? You know, Trump has just said he wants to send a massive $20 billion to $40 billion check to Argentina of our taxpayer money to help rescue a right-wing government, bail them out. I mean, $20 billion, it's a lot, got returned. And here's the thing, because those scams were shut down, that $20 billion probably only represents a small fraction of the money saved by American consumers, a small fraction. So hallelujah, we have an anti-scam agency helping Americans not get ripped off by clever or illegal tactics. And they've even recovered money from those companies that exercise those and sent checks, $21 billion worth of checks to the American consumer. You know, Elizabeth Warren was not in the Senate when this was passed, but it was her idea. And she came here to Capitol Hill, and she went from office to office saying, hey, we have a consumer protection group for appliances. We don't want toasters burning down the house, but shouldn't we have a way to stop scams that burn down people's finances? And I said to her, I'm on the banking committee. I was put on the banking committee to lead the charge to shut down predatory mortgages. And I think it's a great idea you're suggesting, and I'll do everything I can to help get it passed. And I did, and so did others. So that was a citizen, non-elected, coming here and saying, here's a great idea. Let's get an anti-scam agency. Who likes to be scammed? Almost everybody I know can tell a story of a family member being scammed. or almost scammed. I was very struck by a story my mother told me. She's no longer with us. And she was very embarrassed about this story, as many people are when they have been scammed or almost scammed. She got a phone call, and on the phone was a person representing themselves as a border agent at the border between Canada and the United States. And the border agent said, "Your grandson has been arrested at the border for trying to bring cannabis into the United States. And that is a huge crime, and we caught him red-handed, and we have two options, which is why we're giving you a call. And one option is he can pay a fine and be released today if someone wires the fine money to us. And the second option is he can go to prison here, get a court hearing several months down the road, and then possibly go to prison with a conviction." And so, of course, my mother inquired, well, what is the amount of money required? And the answer was $5,000 to pay the penalty for this attempted smuggling. And then they put the grandson on the phone, except it was not the grandson, but it was someone pretending to be the grandson. And because of the internet, you can learn some factors about how old people are and that sort of thing and where they've gone to school. And so he's sobbing on the phone, "Grandmother, do not tell my parents. Please do not tell my parents. I can't believe I did this terrible, stupid thing. And if you can help me out, it just would mean so much." And my mother, wanting to help her grandson, said yes. And she went down to the bank and she sent a $5,000 wire to the place it was supposed to be sent to, and she came home and she started to feel like, is this really right? Was my grandson actually in Canada? And as she started to feel that, she started to have this dreaded feeling of, I've been scammed. And she called up my brother-in-law and said, "So why did the grandson decide to go traveling in Canada?" I said, "Well, he's not in Canada, he's right here. He's right here." And so my mother went back down to the bank, actually was able to cancel the wire just in the nick of time, I suppose. They were not on their toes wherever the money went to. They didn't grab it in time. Maybe it was nighttime at the bank, wherever in the world the money went to. And so she did not lose her $5,000, a significant sum for any ordinary American. Almost everyone has a story of someone in their family who has nearly succumbed to a scam. I'll tell you about one I almost succumbed to. I got a message, I believe it was a text message, maybe it was an email, and it said, "We have detected illegal downloads of songs off this website and done by a person in your family." And I'm like, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? And the message said, if you pay for the song, no charges will be filed. $25 fee. And I thought, oh, I can't reach my children right now. I can't really believe one of them would do this, but I know it's not uncommon for kids to download songs off the internet. Maybe this happened. I certainly don't want charges to be filed. And it said, go to a website and you fill in and you pay your $25 and it's all over. And I went to the website, and when I saw fill in your credit card, the light went off in my head. And I went, oh, this is a scam. They want my credit card number. They don't want the $25. They want my credit card number. Think of all the things, all the expenses they can run up on my credit card once they have my credit card number. They'll have the expiration date. They'll have the 3-digit code from the back of it. And I go, oh my goodness, I can't believe I almost fell for that scam. And I suspect most members of the Senate have someone in their family who has almost fell for a scam. And here, so we set up this agency to stop illegal practices, unethical practices that rip people off. It's returned $21 billion, and it's probably saved Americans because it shut down these practices, these scam practices, probably saved them hundreds of billions of dollars. That's a significant deal. That is as important as having a toaster that doesn't burn down your house. Well, maybe not quite if it burns down your house, but it's just as important as consumer appliance protection is financial protection. So what happened with CBO? And I'm going to just note that essentially the Trump administration shut it down. That's what happened to it. There's an article in Bloomberg about how this agenda has been shaped not by President Trump, not by Elon Musk, but by the architect or an architect of Project 2025. Let's see what this article has to say. Kat Farman realized in January that her job might be at serious risk. It was the night she learned that a small group of engineers close to Elon Musk had forced their way into the headquarters of the U.S. Agency for International Development. In the days that followed, they'd gained access to sensitive employee records and bar staff from the building. The legality of all this was questionable. USAID exists because of an act of Congress. I mean, it can only be dissolved in the same way, but that didn't deter Musk from declaring victory. Quote, "We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper," he posted on X on February 3rd. Farman works for a different government agency, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB. But she understood that the USAID news suggested that CFPB might be next. The CFPB, like USAID, is somewhat obscure, with a do-gooder mission that conservatives, including Musk, have derided as wasteful and excessively woke. Quote, "I could see we were vulnerable in the same way USAID was," said Farman, who is president of the CFPB union. It became clear to Farman that her adversary wasn't Musk or any engineers who might have doused themselves with Axe's unique ode to middle school. She was really up against Russell Vought, the Trump loyalist who had just been named director of the Office of Management and Budget, as well as acting director of the CFPB. Farman hadn't heard of Vought before he became the CFPB director, which is pretty much how Vought likes it. A self-described, quote, boring budget guy, best known for co-authoring the 900-page policy playbook of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, which has become something of a Bible for Trump's second term. Vought's think tank, the Center for Renewing America, has produced numerous policy papers that advocate for such Trump fixations as the annexation of Greenland. A prudent aim, according to a CRA paper, CRA, Center for Reviewing America, and enacting broad tariffs. Quote, "Just as sometimes a nation must go to war with guns and bombs, so sometimes trade wars are necessary," unquote, among others. At the center of Vought's ideology is the unitary executive theory, which critics say amounts to an argument that Trump should have wide latitude to do whatever he wants. In other words, the strongman state, the authoritarian. Vogt's unique combination of loyalty and knowledge of how the government actually works makes him perhaps the most powerful person in Washington, not named Donald Trump. If you see a Republican politician or member of the Trump administration talking about the deep state or the regime, there's an almost 100% chance they know his work. Nobody in D.C. has a better grip on the numbers and the management process of the federal government than Russ Vought, says Steve Bannon, Trump's former chief strategist. Quote, Vought's one of the critical architects of the Trump restructuring of the U.S. government. End quote. This includes Musk, who's been in regular contact with Vought from the start of the presidential transition, as seen by Vought allies as the public-facing arm of his agenda. The example of the CFPB showed how this tag team has been working. Musk took the credit for the shutdown, and his Doge team attracted attention from union members. It was Vought, and by the shutdown, we're talking about the shutdown of CFPB, it was Vought who quietly did the actual work. On February 8th, his first full day as the CFPB's interim director, because then Vought was also assigned to be director of the CFPB, Vought sent an email ordering employees to stop whatever they're doing and inform the Federal Reserve the CFPB wouldn't take any further funding for the year. In the days that follow, he closed the office, canceled the agency's contracts, axed more than 200 employees, and began preparations for far wider layoffs. Quote, he wasn't trying to make it more efficient, Farman says. Quote, they were trying to illegally fire everybody. The article notes that the Trump administration disputes that. Like many committed civil servants, Farman is an idealist who regards her agency's work, protecting consumers against financial scams, big and small, as both apolitical and righteous. Vought seems to believe the opposite. He says, quote, we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected, he said in a speech last year. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly seen as villains. This was Farman's introduction to her new boss, Russ Vought, at CFPB. She watched a video recording of that speech, first published by ProPublica. The weekend Vought took charge. Having that sentiment out in the open, I almost felt better, she says. If he wants to, and I'll substitute the word mess, if he wants to mess with us, he wants to mess with us to get us to quit. Instead, Farman's union sued, arguing Vought's actions amounted to a stealth attempt to illegally dismantle the CFPB without congressional approval. Vought approached his tenure at the OMB, first as deputy director and later as director, with the zeal of an activist. Quote, the left has innovated over 100 years to create this fourth branch, end quote, of government, he told the right-wing talk show host Tucker Carlson in a late 2024 interview in recalling his work during the first Trump administration. Quote, you and I might call it the regime, this administrative state that is unaccountable to the president, end of quote. The notion of a secret regime controlled by what Vought described as an unholy alliance of lobbyists, corrupt members of Congress, media elite, and intelligence agencies became popular among members of the far right as a way to explain Trump's ineffectiveness during his first term. As Vought saw it, the main job of OMB was to tame the bureaucracy, bring them to heel, and do what the president is telling them to do. Perhaps by design, many of the budget office's career staffers felt like they'd stepped into the twilight zone. OMB is an unusual part of the White House in that the career people really believe themselves to be loyal to the civil service, that they are there to serve whoever is in the administration, but that their highest loyalty is to good process, said Sharon Block, who worked as OMB under Biden and is a Harvard Law School professor. Quote, they would never say we shouldn't do something because it's bad policy. They would say we shouldn't do it because it's not going to work, end of quote. Vogt's approach in the face of this resistance was to ignore it. Quote, they were willing to flagrantly misread the law, says Kogan, the other former Biden appointee. That's what Trump's OMB was. Well, so here we have the dismantling of USAID, causing the death of hundreds of thousands of individuals, at least 100,000 children. We have the shutdown of the anti-scam agency, which does what? Gives a green light for us to be scammed. I think I get a scam about every 4 days on my phone of some type. And I say to my team, is this real? You know, I just got this text message saying that I need to pay up on driving my car through the automatic highway charge system, and I didn't have an automatic device on my cars. And I'm like, I did drive a couple months ago. Oh, and they're like, no, Senator, it's a scam. We get them all the time. Every one of us, no matter where we've driven, look at it very closely, but be very careful. Do not put your credit card down. You will get the charge in the mail if it's legitimate, and so forth. Why against the law? Shut down an agency overnight and directly cause the death of hundreds of thousands of people with USAID. Why shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has helped millions of Americans get funding restored to them, and millions more of us will never know that we were spared a scam because they stopped it from happening in the first place? I don't understand how this is possibly good governance in any shape or form. After January 6th, many senior administration officials either resigned or tried to put distance between themselves and Trump. Vogt stayed at the White House and until the very end, then immediately launched his own think tank dedicated to vigorously pushing back, the Center for Renewing America. Vogt wrote in an essay for The Federalist in January 2021, would sustain what he called the counter-assault by linking Trumpism with Christian values. In Project 2025, Vogt suggested that the OMB should give political appointees control over how funding is apportioned to federal agencies. The apportionment process was intended to make sure agencies don't spend money too fast or have it come back to Congress for more. Vogt argued that it should be used to cut wasteful spending and ensure consistency with the president's agenda. And again, you hear those magic words, essentially, we shut down programs that do not reflect the president's priorities or are not consistent with the president's agenda. It isn't the job for the president to cut programs that have already been authorized by law and funded by law. It is his job under the Constitution to execute those programs. Yes, to influence the next budget. It's the president's budget that starts the whole entire process. And the president can always veto a spending bill he doesn't like. And a president who has majorities of the same party in both chambers exercises huge influence on the next year. But shutting down a program in mid-stride that has been funded by law, that's a constitutional theft of the power of the purse. That is not just a violation of law, it's a violation of the Constitution. And in this case, stupid things were done. Shutting AI down overnight. I say stupid. Stupid doesn't begin to capture the enormity of the trauma inflicted by shutting down programs for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis and malaria and nutrition and maternal care overnight around the world. Few people have done so much damage and created so many deaths so quickly as the Secretary of State and Elon Musk by putting AID in the wood chipper overnight. And every time now when there is a scam that someone falls prey to, well, it might be a good chance that they can think Russell Vought and Donald Trump shut down the agency that tried to provide protection and returned so much money. I see that a colleague, Senator Kim, is here, and I yield to the senator from New Jersey for a question.
Thank you, Senator Merkley, for taking time out tonight to shine a very bright light on a very dark problem. Actions by the Trump administration that put your rights and your freedoms at risk. You were talking about USAID and how the Trump administration was putting it through the wood chipper. That's something that resonated with me, as that was the place where I started my government service and my career, working at USAID, standing alongside public servants that were proud to be able to serve our country. So, because I wanted to ask you these questions, because I'm hearing it from a lot of people in New Jersey who are alarmed by the actions that they see, whether going after our government and our public servants, or what we're seeing in the streets across our country. And I thought it might be good to talk through some of these questions, to dig in deeper and give the people watching at home a sense of what we mean when we see and say that Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy. Let's start with a simple but important question of who is the enemy? Or more importantly, who does Donald Trump see as an enemy? In multiple speeches, it's very clear that Donald Trump sees many of his fellow Americans, your friends, your neighbors, you, as the enemy. He calls them the enemy within. It's an absurd thing. It's an insane thing. It's something you might just write off as rhetoric, but it's not. Because it's not because of just something called NSP 7. NSP-M means National Security Presidential Memorandum, and this one is entitled, quote, Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence. In short, what this allows the president to do is basically declare that anyone or any group that opposes the president's agenda can be declared a domestic terrorist organization. It directs multiple government agencies, from the Department of Justice to Treasury to Homeland Security, to take broad, sweeping actions to disband and uproot basically any entity it decides they can label as opposing the president. Some of these entities are think tanks and advocacy groups. But that's just politics. That's civil discourse, and that's how it's supposed to communicate our differences. That these groups that are standing up, speaking out against the president's policies, that's what we in this country should be allowed to do in raising our free speech. So again, who are the enemies? To Donald Trump and this administration, they say it's you. So if you are the enemy, what about the entity that exists to confront and deter our enemies? The military. Which brings me to a second question. What is the military's role in confronting enemies? And let's start with the military role should be in protecting Americans. Now, I've had the opportunity to work alongside our military during my career in national security, whether that was out in Afghanistan or at the Pentagon or at the White House. These are some of the best of us as Americans. They've chosen not just to serve, but to put themselves in harm's way to protect our country and our way of life. But that's not what Donald Trump sees as the military. Look at the current deployment of the National Guard troops. What we see here in D.C. or in Chicago or in the senator's home state in Oregon, our National Guard, our service members, used as political props to produce TV content for President Trump. In all of these cases, the service members were deployed against perceived Democratic areas to clearly punish his political enemies. So if this is a president that is going to try to get away with everything, that leads us to a pretty scary question. What lengths will this president go to take actions against his declared enemies? The answer seems to be incredibly great lengths. We see that right now to our south in the Caribbean. And before I dig in here, let's pause for a moment and make one thing clear. Drug traffickers and gangs driven through the drug trade, enemies, these are entities and people that do harm to Americans. But the American people, not the enemies. And even when looking at how we address these threats from traffickers and gang members, there are laws that ensure that those efforts can't be turned against you. But that's exactly what we saw last month when a Black Hawk helicopter was used to transport and deploy federal agents in Chicago. According to a report by the New York Times, agents led by the U.S. Border Patrol pulled dozens of American citizens from their apartments in the middle of the night, pointing guns at sleepy men and women before zip-tying them and taking them outside. I never thought that I would see these actions here at home. And it terrifies, not just me, but so many people within my home state, and I know around this country. And if that's what Donald Trump wants, total power to target the government's greatest resources against his enemies, then that begs yet another question. What is the president's end goal? And I think that's pretty clear. His end goal is your silence, your fealty, your submission, making you so afraid to stand up or speak out. So, Mr. Merkley, thank you again for holding the floor tonight as a reminder that our democracy is under attack. It's a good reminder because democracy isn't just your voice and your vote, it's your right to stand up and not be silenced, your right to have your rights not threatened or intimidated by the same military that's supposed to protect you. So as I was thinking about the words that you were saying, but also this incredible act that you're taking tonight to be able to focus the American people's attention upon the challenges and threats that we face, I wanted to ask you a question, one that sums up the totality of what I was going through about just this meditation on the word enemy being used against our fellow Americans. So I ask you, Senator, what must we do to restore our democracy in this moment? What can we do to give power back to the people? How can I try to assure my constituents, the people in New Jersey, that our democracy is not slipping away?
I so much appreciate the question from my colleague from New Jersey, and thank you for coming down here at this late hour to share in this discussion, to help ring the alarm bells about the authoritarian takeover of our government. And you have alluded to a particular facet of this, which is the president's use of the military. And I am very struck about how President Trump is striving to set up and open the gates that will allow the use of the military domestically in a way we never really anticipated. Certainly, I want to emphasize that our founders were terrified of having a standing military because they knew that authoritarian individuals would be tempted to use that against the people. And so they did not want to have a standing army. And it ended up that the threats were such, we ended up with standing military forces. But still, there was a lot of sense that this is dangerous ground. I'm going to ask my team to grab the quote for me that I had from one of our founders on this topic earlier. And then following Reconstruction, where troops had been used to restore civil rights in the southern states to ensure that people could be registered to vote, could vote, and the votes would be counted. That was essentially a precursor of laws that were designed to say the military should only be used domestically under very, very limited circumstances. And one of those circumstances in Title 10 is used if there is a rebellion or if there is an invasion. And, well, those terms had pretty clear meanings at the time they were written, pretty limited meanings. We can picture what an invasion or potential invasion looks like as a hostile armed force coming across our border from another nation. And we can picture what a rebellion looks like, generally considered to be a substantial, well-organized, well-armed operation designed to overthrow the government. It's a rebellion. You know, I think Hal Shay's rebellion may have met that in the early years of our republic, when you had angry farmers who their property was being foreclosed on because they couldn't pay their bills and there was economic crisis, and they were marching in front of the courthouse shutting it down and had intentions of gaining access to arms and an armory. Well, they were trying to overthrow at least the local government. But here is a president at this very moment trying to take that framework and misapply it across America. And of course, this is near and dear to my heart right now as a senator from Oregon, because I've seen it firsthand. We have an ICE facility in the south waterfront of Portland. It's a rented building utilized by Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. And it is often used as a way station when people are arrested before they're sent to a prison up in Washington State. And at that point, they may have sometimes are supposed to have access to lawyers. But Trump decided that he would send agents to Portland and try to provoke a riot in order to say, look, now there's violence, and because of that violence, I can exercise more authoritarian power. Well, had there actually been a significant disturbance, you could still wrestle with whether that constituted a rebellion, because you have a lot of disturbances and protests against specific things that are not organized, sizable group, organized, weaponized, trying to overthrow the government. But in fact, it was incredibly peaceful in front of the ICE building. And a few months earlier, there had been some protests and some confrontations. There had been a couple dozen arrests, but nothing out of what the local police could handle, and certainly nothing that led to that definition of a sizable, organized, weaponized group trying to overthrow the government. But in the recent time, it had been very, very peaceful. So peaceful, in fact, that a group of the Federal Protective Services agencies came out and asked the crowd to move back roughly 3 blocks. And they did, without confrontation with the agents. Agents said, move back, they did. And behind the line of agents across the road were videographers. And the videographers were there for what happened subsequently, which was after they'd been moved back 3 blocks and there was no interaction, no hostile actions, no fights. On command, the agents threw down flashbangs, and flashbangs, they sound like gunfire, and you see light going off. And they threw down grenades, tear gas canisters. And the tear gas canisters had smoke billowing all over, and they fired pepper balls. And all of this, then everybody's, kind of the protesters are all running. Well, the videographers are filming it because they wanted to get on film something that looked like a riot. as if to claim that the federal agents were controlling or disrupting the riot. I never imagined that the United States government would fake a riot in order to try to create evidence to convince a judge to allow the federalization of the Oregon National Guard or allow other federalized National Guard from other states to come to Portland. I still am just stunned by this. But there were other provocative acts in which, for example, a woman was standing talking to two officers, and I assume they were Federal Protective Services because those were the main element deployed. And there's no physical contact, there's no failure to follow instructions, there's nothing of that nature. And a third federal agent walks up, holds up a pepper spray, and then just sprays her straight in the face. And it's just like everyone who sees it goes, oh, in shock, because, oh my goodness, how can a federal agent just do the provocative act of walk up? Or you may have heard about the frog demonstration. Well, why did these inflatable frogs become featured? Well, in part it's because of a video online where a federal agent walks up to a frog and sprays pepper spray into the intake. These costumes have a little intake. I assume it inflates them and gives them form. And he sprays it inside, and then, of course, the person trapped inside is trapped in there with the pepper spray. And people have been responding with protests that I can only describe as joy and whimsy. I mean, we're talking about a couple coming down, rolling down a red carpet and getting married in front of the ICE facility. We're talking about the bagpiper on a unicycle. He's called the Unipiper, long a feature of Portland demonstrations, coming down and playing bagpipes for everyone. We're talking about people bringing down their puppy dogs and having signs that say, "Keep your paws off Portland," or "Puppy dogs for peace," or so forth. We're talking about women coming down in the morning dressed in pajamas and doing a pajamas and pastries demonstration where they hand out pastries. I mean, joy and whimsy. And here's Trump's agents confounded. So they occasionally attack the protesters to try to produce the riot, and the protesters have not been willing to engage in that because they understand what Trump is trying to do. He's trying to actually create violent interactions that he can then use to justify authoritarian control. So along comes this district court consideration because Trump proceeded to move to federalize the Oregon National Guard, and the state appealed and said, wait, there's a standard in the law. There has to be either an invasion or there has to be a rebellion. And so they both presented their facts, and then the decision came out with the judge came out at the district court, a temporary restraining order. And that temporary restraining order said that the presentation from the government was, quote, untethered to the facts, and went through the history of the definition of a rebellion, definition of invasion, no such thing exists, so no, you can't federalize, temporary restraining order, which was then appealed to the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit had a panel of 3 judges, and they did just come out yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, with their decision. And those 3 judges ruled 2-1 that they were disagreeing with the district judge. And I thought that what they presented represents a very dangerous moment for America, because one of the 3 judges said everything the district judge wrote was accurate. The other 2 said, well, the district judge considered the level of violence, but if the judge had looked back several months, there were a couple dozen arrests, and maybe that would have changed the calculation, looking back in time to a previous period. But even that was easily managed by the Portland police. They said, second, normally we would accept the definition that was based on what was the understanding of the word rebellion at the time the law was written, but we think a more flexible definition of rebellion might be merited. And then finally, really the key part of this was these two of the three judges said, we just think more deference should be given to the administration's view of the situation. In other words, if the administration says that there is a rebellion, that's all that's needed, because we should give high deference to the administration. Now, there is a related law called the Insurrection Act. It's not about federalizing National Guard. It is about being able to send in military troops, and based on a different set of issues, using troops to protect civil rights, for example. And this law was invoked when, for example, protecting children's ability to go to school in the South. Well and good. Protecting civil rights. That law does have in the law a statement related to the deference to the president. But Title 10, federalizing the National Guard, there's no such deference. If the judgment of our courts is that a president, no matter how detached from the facts, untethered to reality, says there is a rebellion and can therefore send in troops against peaceful protesters, they have flung the door open to using the military not to protect the United States, but to support an authoritarian president who wants to be able to bring forces to bear on Americans exercising their freedom of dissent. So that is an extraordinarily scary moment. And right now we're still in that moment because there's several developments that may yet occur. The first development is that there may be a larger panel in the Ninth Circuit. You have a small panel, but sometimes when it's a very significant issue to the country, and this is a very significant issue in my mind, a huge issue, they put together what they call an en banc panel. In this case, the Ninth Circuit, it's the Chief Justice and 11 other justices chosen at random. So 12 justices bring their collective experience and understanding to bear. That may happen, it may not. They have to decide. They have to hold a vote of the judges. And then you have also a related case in the Seventh Circuit involving Chicago. And Chicago, Illinois, they went through the same process. Both the district and the circuit court found, like the district judge in Oregon, that there was not a case to be made under Title 10 to federalize troops, National Guard, or to allow other federalized National Guard in. That has now been appealed to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has been doing these shadow docket decisions, where without a full hearing of the facts, they make a ruling based on where they think they might end up if they heard a full hearing of the facts. It's been used far more under the last couple years than at any time before. And if the Supreme Court echoes the two judges from the Ninth Circuit and says, the law sets a standard, but you know what? The standard doesn't matter. It sets a standard. There has to be a rebellion, has to be an invasion. Standard doesn't matter as long as the president says there's a rebellion, there's a rebellion. And that there is no longer then any control over law against an authoritarian president. That's my fear of what's going to happen. And I'm particularly fearful because we have seen this court already hand enormous power to the president. One of those key decisions was Trump versus the United States of America. And in that key decision, they were being asked the question, is the president above the law? If the president commits a crime in the course of something that is documented as an act of the government, can the president be prosecuted? And the court, I thought, would say, well, of course it can be prosecuted because our founders were absolutely terrified of having a king who was above the law. And by the way, they were also terrified of having a chief executive who would use military forces against their own citizens. Which brings me to James Madison quote from the Constitutional Convention in 1787. He said, a standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. And what does he mean by that? He means that if you have an ambitious, authoritarian-style president, that's the overgrown executive, who has at his disposal a standing military force, liberty will soon be a victim, because that's what they had witnessed. The founders had witnessed in the kingships of England time and time again. A king can use the military against his own citizens at his whim. And that's what we're in danger of right here in the United States of America, right now, with the decisions that are unfolding in real time.
Your answer, and thank you for what you're doing and standing on up right now and shining a light on this in this incredibly dark time, especially as your own constituents are fearful about what comes next. I think now more than ever, it's important for us to be honest with the American people, about the true state of the fragility that reminds us that we cannot take this for granted. And I think, your work right now, being able to draw that attention is all important. So again, I'm grateful for your time and continue to urge you to use your voice right now to speak out and continue to do so with strength.
Well, I so appreciate my colleague from New Jersey coming down to share this conversation. And in your original question, you posed the question, what must we do to restore our democracy in the moment? And the alarm bells that I'm ringing are that the situation demands intense action. And in the book that I'm reading to the nation tonight, How Democracies Die, and later, sometime, I hope to read this book tonight too, on tyranny, it basically says there has to be a fierce reaction in the year that the authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution. Well, this is the year. That is, Trump may have had certain aspirations in his first term, but he also had cabinet members that stopped him a lot of the time, including regarding the more use of the military and domestic affairs. But now those cabinet members have been replaced by cabinet members who can best be described as amateurs and loyalists. And they are not pushing back when the president seeks to roll over the top. They know that this presidential train, this authoritarian train, is being directed by Russell Vought. Russell Vought's clear philosophy is laid out in Project 2025. The president says, yes, this is the direction I want to go. And so everybody has to be a part of that effort or get out of the way. I must say I was stunned when the Secretary of Labor puts what I think was described as a 60-foot banner on the side of the Department of Labor as if we are North Korea, honoring, the dictator, if you will. So in the absence of a cabinet to exercise restraint, we are seeing the aggressive strategy to suppress information through the media that the president doesn't like. He's had several suits against different newspapers. One of those suits, he's asking his own Justice Department to settle the suit and pay him, the president, the proceeds. But he's also using the power of the FCC to issue licenses and to oversee mergers to suppress potential negative information coming from networks. He wants to control what comedians say on evening TV. This is not the United States of America. This is a different world of authoritarian control. He wants to tell the universities how they can teach and what philosophies they have to present. And how does he do that? He says you will lose your research funding. Well, research grants going to universities have been an enormous gold star for America. I mean, the ability of our research universities to discover new information, and certainly we see this in all tech fields, but also in medical fields, has been extraordinary. They are one of the really beautiful features of our country, what the research university, and to shut down millions and even billions of dollars of research money in order to try to compel universities to now teach what the government wants, that's not the United States of America. That is freedom being crushed right now in front of us, right this moment. And that is why it's important, as these students of How Democracies Die note, to have outrage this year. And what they observe is that if there is not outrage, then a lot of citizens are like, well, is this really unusual? Because they're raising kids, they're going to work, they're engaged in their communities, but they aren't students of politics and maybe aren't following the federal so much, and they aren't really sure of exactly when the Constitution applies and exactly what the president do. If there's not outrage, like maybe this is not so bad. And so they make the point that that outrage does two things. One is it alerts the citizens. It rings the alarm bell that this is not ordinary or right, that this is a violation of law, that this is a violation of the Constitution, that we are losing things we have treasured since childhood, that we've heard about directly or indirectly regarding the rights and freedoms of us as Americans under our Constitution. And we've been proud of them because they have survived some very difficult moments in our country. They survived the Great Depression. They survived Watergate. They survived World War II and World War I. They survived and often thrived, these freedoms, and we pleased to live free or die, as the phrase went from our founders. And so that outrage we saw on Saturday when 7 million Americans took to the streets. And they took to the streets, well, where I was, it was a beautiful day. It was actually, the temperature hit nearly 70 degrees in eastern Oregon. They could have been fishing, they could have been in that last hunting trip of the year, that last hike, but they were out protesting because this was that important. I went to this town of Lapine, Oregon. It's a rural and voting-wise quite conservative. 200 people were out on the streets, and they were also engaged in that, if you will, joyful and whimsical protest. So that's the first. The second is, my colleague, the next election. The next election matters because an authoritarian president starts rigging the election process. And if you don't have a huge pushback to authoritarian rule in the next election, the elections become so rigged you get trapped in a strongman state, often maybe for decades. And so the next election will matter enormously. And already we see the president doing certain things, trying to do a national voter registration database to better manipulate the voter, who's registered to vote and who can vote, trying to do massive gerrymandering to change the balance of power in the House of Representatives, and attacking vote by mail because vote by mail can't be manipulated on election day like voting at the precincts. So those are the two things we can do. Outrage now, ring the alarm bells, and prepare for the next election, and send hopefully a bipartisan, hopefully Democrats and Republicans voting for folks who push back on this authoritarian takeover. So I've much appreciated my colleague from New Jersey coming to ask that question, because isn't that the key question? What can we do to save our republic? And when people have been asking me this question in the town halls, my response has been, get off the couch. You can't save our republic with a pillow over your head, hoping something will be better when you get up, as tempting as it might be. The second is to fiercely hold your electeds accountable. Share your opinion in your phone calls. Share your opinion through your emails. Share your opinion at their town halls. Demonstrate outside their offices. I told folks, demonstrate outside my office. Remind me that I haven't done enough. Make me think about what else I can do to ring the alarm bells. And in fact, that question posed to me in town halls of Senator, or actually more a comment, Senator, you are doing a number of things we know, trying to inform people, to keep people who are unqualified from serving in the executive, to block and stop the big ugly betrayal of a bill that's savaging our health care. But you have to do more. You have to find more to do. You've got to realize that we're in the middle of our fundamental freedoms being attacked, and you've got to do more to raise your voice. And in a way, that's those feedback that I was given from my constituents in those town halls is part of the reason I am standing here tonight. And I do hope that constituents will continue the example set by those who came to my town hall and the example set by those 7 million who took to the streets on Saturday, the largest single-day protest in American history. You know, we celebrate some of the protests we know of the past. The Tea Party, a protest against unfair taxes by the British. We celebrate the ride through the night of warning Americans that the British were about to attack. And at midnight tonight, what's at about 40 minutes tonight, I tend to read parts of Longfellow's poem about that. But we should also celebrate what people did this Saturday. The very title of the protest, No Kings, summarizes why people took to the streets of the United States. In some 2,700 different locations, people turning out to say, freedom matters in our nation. Our rights matter in this nation. Never should a government seek to deploy the military against peaceful protesters to try to create a riot, to try to justify an expansion of authoritarian power. Never should that happen. Never should our government try to dictate what is taught in our universities. Never should our government try to tell our newspapers what they can print, or our networks what shows they can air, or which comedians they can have on their shows. Never should the Department of Justice be weaponized to try to take down, arrest, convict, imprison people because they have been targeted as the top of the list of President Trump's enemies list. Never should that happen here in the United States of America. That's what people came out to say on Saturday. And I was certainly very much struck by the creativity that went into a lot of the signs, but the thing that really moved me the most was a couple of veterans who said, Senator, we fought for our country because we believe in our freedoms, and we believe in our Constitution. And we're out here to say today, we cannot allow any president to take away what our country was founded on and what we fought for. Amen to that. When my colleague from New Jersey came down to ask a question, I was in the middle of going through the assault that Russell Vought had developed to go after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and his general philosophy. And there was so much going on in that, but also the basic effort to impound funds for many programs. So it wasn't just USAID programs on nutrition and malaria and HIV and maternal care. It wasn't just that. And it wasn't just the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. All kinds of things were being frozen. You know, one of the things that was observed was that back in 2022, partly in response to Vought having frozen funding to Ukraine under the first President Trump, Congress passed a law requiring the Office of Management and Budget to disclose its apportionments on a public website. Now, apportionments basically mean how much money is going in different payments out to the agencies or the programs that have been funded. And the reason you would want those posted is because then you know the administration isn't essentially stealing the power of the purse by slow walking the distribution of funds or freezing the distribution of funds or impounding the funds. You have the ability, kind of an alert system to make you aware of what's going on. That was what that law was about. But this year, in March, 2 years into the presidency, that website that had that disclosure of apportionments went offline. So the very instrument that Congress created by law to prevent the slow walking, the freezing, the impoundment of funds was taken down. What they're doing, said Kogan, was they're hiding the ball. What they're doing is illegally hiding the ball. And of course, then it became a subject of another lawsuit. And one of the strategies of the Trump administration is we will break the law, and then the courts may take a look at it because somebody will sue us, and then we'll make that proceeding go on as long as we possibly can. And then if we don't like the outcome, we'll appeal it. And then we'll keep appealing it and hopefully getting stays saying, hey, this is in the province of security. There should be great deference to the president. This is in the province of international affairs. There should be great deference to the president. Or you would do immediate harm by interrupting our programs, so there should be great deference to the president. In other words, that we should have a strongman president rather than a democracy. When Vought was asked about this question of taking down the website, he declined to comment. A person familiar with the thinking said that Vought saw Elon Musk and Doge as a force multiplier, and Doge's actions, such as the cancellation of government contracts, mass layoffs, seizures of buildings from agencies, don't amount to illegal impoundment under the Nixon-era law. At his confirmation hearing in early April, Trump's nominee for OMB director, Eric Ueland, told a Senate committee that Vought intends to formally ask Congress to approve at least some of the budget cuts via what's known as a rescission. Now, rescission, that's a fancy word for canceling a previously established law that says you must fund a certain agency at a certain level. That's a rescission. I don't like the word. I mean, how do in conversations with folks who haven't lived in the budget world, so let's just call it a program cancellation. So Vogt wants to cancel what's in the law without changing the law. But wait, it's in the law. The executive is supposed to follow the law. So instead of canceling the funding outright, the president just slow walks the distribution of funds, or, quote, freezes the distribution of funds, and then, in order to avoid a lawsuit, takes down the website that is the place where he's supposed to have put up how much is distributed when, so that people can know that he's actually following the law. So hide the fact you're breaking the law, slow walk the funds, and then say, well, this might really not be an impoundment because we may still spend these funds by the end of the year. Well, all the time you're doing exactly what the Supreme Court said should not be done. You're stealing the power of the purse. And then Mr. Vogt came up with another idea, and that's that he actually would submit a formal request for Congress to undo the spending. And that's where the actual word rescission comes in. It's a formal request for Congress to undo this spending. And what the law says, that if that's submitted to Congress, Congress can, if it has, say, 10 elements, Congress can vote affirmatively to support the undoing the spending for all 10 of the elements or some portion of them. And if it passes the House and the Senate, that funding for that program, because it's been changed in law, is officially canceled. So rescission is a proposal to cancel the spending. But now it gets even more interesting, because there were things the president wants to cancel that he knows he can't get the votes for here in the Senate or in the House, even though that all that's required is a simple majority vote. So how can the president try to pull off a semi-legal appearing dance to cancel programs under the formal proposal being sent to Congress if Congress won't vote to do so? And so he said, here's what we'll do. The law says there's a 45-day grace period. Once a proposal to undo funding, that's the rescission request, has been sent to Congress, 45-day grace period in which the president doesn't have to distribute the funds. And then, this is the brilliant idea that Mr. Vogt advocated for, we will send that request within 45 days of the end of the financial year, the fiscal year. It ends on September 30th. So if we send this request by mid-August, that would be 45 days out from the end of the financial year or fiscal year. And there's a 45-day grace period saying that we don't have to actually take action. Then poof, along comes the end of September, October 1st, and the funding, which was authorized to be spent in that fiscal year, can now not be spent because the fiscal year has ended. Let me try to explain it a little differently. Imagine you're Cinderella, and you're in the carriage, and you're told that carriage will no longer be a carriage at midnight. It will turn into a pumpkin. And so, you want to make sure that you utilize that carriage as much as you need it before midnight, because otherwise you're in trouble. And think of it like this then, the carriage, the spending bill that authorizes a program, that's the carriage. But at midnight, the end of the fiscal year, it turns into a pumpkin. you're no longer in the year for which that funding was assigned, and that funding authority evaporates. That was Russell Vogt's idea. Submit the provision to ask for Congress to vote to support canceling programs, knowing that they wouldn't cancel them, but the grace period would take you to midnight, and poof, the funding for that program would evaporate because it was intended to be used in that fiscal year. That's essentially a strategy to steal the power of the purse. It is the core of Trump and Vogt's vision of an authoritarian state. Trump and Vogt doubled down on illegal impoundments when they sent a massive rescissions package to Congress, and they worked to undo it in the manner that I have been describing. And there is another little twist to this story, which is here in the Senate, you need bipartisan support to pass the bill that funds diverse programs. And we have 12 spending bills. In Senate lingo, they're called appropriation bills, because you take money from the Treasury to spend it. So you appropriate the money from the Treasury to spend it on a program. So 12 spending bills. Those bills, to close debate on those bills and therefore to pass them, you need 60 votes. That means it has to be bipartisan. That means that we have to pay attention to the needs of every corner of the country to get that bipartisan support. We can't just pass bills that work better in Democratic states than Republicans. We've got to help people in every corner of the country. That's a good thing. But if the president can then submit that rescission, that effort to turn the carriage into a pumpkin, to have the funding evaporate at the end of the fiscal year, and can do so without a vote, now you don't have the foundation for the two sides to work together. It would be like you and me working out a deal, and then, let's say, I don't know, I need to borrow a lawnmower and you need to borrow a bicycle, and so we exchange something to help out both of us. I return the lawnmower, and then you say, but I'm not returning the bicycle. That is what a submission to this body involves under rescission, because the bipartisan deal can be undone on a partisan basis. A supermajority of 60 needed to pass the bill, and therefore requiring bipartisan cooperation, but a simple majority required to undo the deal. So if a rescission is submitted that primarily attacks the programs that are of more concern to one party than another, then how are the two parties to trust each other? This is why, even though rescissions have been in the law since 1974, presidents haven't used them. They've said, look, the law was written, it's been signed, we're going to assign the money to the programs in the very fashion that the law was passed. That's what we're going to do. Now, the next year, the president may say, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, I'm not going to sign the spending bill. And so there's more influence put on the next year rather than undoing the previous year, because next year the president has proactive authority to engage and try to steer how things come about. So you have this power to undo, through a vote of Congress, a spending bill by a simple majority that presidents have not used. Have not used because they focus on the next year. Okay, that year's kind of set, it's been passed, it's been signed, let's focus on the next year. But this president said, I want to undo what's already signed into law. But if I can't get a majority vote in the House and Senate to undo it, I'll just do it in another fashion where the funds essentially are slow-walked until they expire. So that's what's going on with this. So now, here we are trying to pass new spending bills for fiscal year 2026, which started on October 1st. And Democrats said, okay, great. Let's put a clause into this bill because we're making a deal. Programs that you think are important for your states, programs we think are important to our states, programs important to all our states, but maybe a mix of philosophies about the best way to accomplish something. We work out this big compromise, but it's a deal, so you're not going to undo the deal, right? And so we will put into this law that the 1974 Rescission Act, it's not actually called a Rescission Act, but rescissions were in the 1970 Budget Impoundment and Control Act. We will put in a provision, say these particular bipartisan deals cannot be undone by a partisan vote. So one party cannot bail after a bipartisan deal is made. Seemed pretty reasonable to me because if you're really exercising a deal between two parties, the deals are saying we'll stand behind this deal. But here's the frustration. Because President Trump wants to undo the deals, kind of have that line item veto through Russell Vought's clever strategy of slow-walking funds until they evaporate at the end of the fiscal year. Because the president wants that, my Republican colleagues are refusing to put in language that protects the deal. It's like that exchange I was referring to. I lend you a bicycle, you lend me a lawnmower, we agree to return them. I return the lawnmower and you say, no, I changed my mind, I'm keeping the bicycle. I'm saying, but we had a deal. And you're like, yeah, but hey, too bad. Well, that doesn't exactly engender trust for the next bipartisan deal if one side says, but I'm not actually compelled to honor this. That's what is giving us so much trouble over actually getting spending bills passed for the fiscal year that we're in already. And that's why we're in the middle of a conversation about a continuing resolution. And the continuing resolution that was proposed by the Republicans proceeded to say, hey, remember that very partisan continuing resolution we passed in March? We want to continue doing that very partisan thing and expect you to sign on to it. And the Democrats responded and said, well, no. There's only once in our history been a partisan continuing resolution. That was in March, but we're not doing that again. And in fact, we're going to help save you from the huge mess you made on health care. We will work with you, but you've got to fix these tax credits that you changed and are doubling the price of health care on the exchange, making health insurance unaffordable to millions of families. And while we're at it, let's fix what you did to Medicaid, because that is going to be even more devastating. You hid that to go into effect after the next election. It's that bad. That should be fixed as well. But we'll help save you from yourselves. Let's fix these two attacks on health care that are so egregiously destructive to the American family. And we'll get this continuing resolution done. And by the way, we need to put into it that the programs that are in the continuing resolution cannot be unilaterally undone by the President of the United States slow-walking the funds and letting them evaporate on the last day of the fiscal year. And my Republican colleagues have come across, literally walked across this chamber and said, you know, we know this was a big mess up. We want to fix it. But let's just reopen the government first and then discuss how to fix it. Well, that's a trust level that's hard to have when you don't have, when you could sit down at a table that day and figure out a solution. But no, just trust us. We'll reopen the government with our partisan continuing resolution, and then we'll discuss how to fix the healthcare mess we made. Charlie Brown would take that deal from Lucy time after time after time, but that's not a deal that serves the American people, because we know President Trump doesn't want to fix that healthcare mess, and therefore we need to fix it now. Right now, we should have fixed it. Well, here we are. I mean, the House of Representatives has been on vacation for a month. The head of the House of Representatives, called the Speaker said there's nothing to discuss. 20 million people are getting letters in the mail saying the average cost of their health care is being doubled, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives is saying there's nothing to discuss, no concerns. The attack on health care and the big, ugly betrayal of a bill is going to put 15 million people out of insurance. Those folks are not going to be able to go to the doctor when they're sick because they can't afford it. And when they do go for an emergency because the disease has become so much worse, first, it might not be treatable. Second, treating an advanced disease can be much more expensive than treating an early stage disease. And third, the treatments might be in the emergency room, which is the most expensive place of all to treat something. So, in addition to all that, because the folks don't have insurance, they can't pay the bill, and the revenues plummet for both the hospital and the clinic. And that means that they cut their programs and affect health care for everyone. So here we are in the government shutdown by my Republican colleagues voting against the Democratic bill that would fix those health care provisions, not because they don't want to fix it, because we've heard many of them say they do, certainly enough votes to pass it, but because the president says don't do it. That is not the vision of our Constitution, that this is a rubber stamp chamber for the President of the United States. Participating in a rubber stamp for the president is to undermine the very architecture of the checks and balances, the separation of powers, designed to prevent us from sliding into an authoritarian state. So that's the situation we are in right at the moment. We have the authoritarian strategy by the president against our fundamental freedoms. We have Russell-voted OMB stealing the power of the purse, illegal and unconstitutional. We have a rubber stamp Congress, congressional majority that won't even sit down and discuss issues, even though the very function of a legislature is to discuss issues and try to find a path that both sides can agree to. So that kind of sums up this section. And I think now I'm going to turn to chapter 2. We can come back to these later. You can set them aside. So I'm proceeding to the second chapter of How Democracies Die. So I'm putting up this poster to remind folks that these are words that I'm sharing from these scholars' understanding of the challenges across the planet and the challenges that we face here in America. So the chapter is titled Gatekeeping in America. In the plot against America, American novelist Philip Roth builds on real historical events to imagine what fascism might have looked like in pre-war America. An early American mass media hero, Charles Lindbergh, is the novel's central figure. He skyrockets to fame with his 1927 solo flight across the Atlantic, and later becomes a vocal isolationist and Nazi sympathizer. But here is where history takes a fantastic turn in Roth's hands. Rather than fading into obscurity in this novel, Lindbergh arrives by plane at the 1940 Republican Party convention in Philadelphia as a packed hall, finds itself deadlocked on the 20th ballot. Cries of Lindy, Lindy, Lindy erupt for 30 uncontained minutes on the convention floor, and in a moment of collective fervor, his name is proposed, seconded, and approved by acclamation as the party's nominee for president. Lindbergh, a man with no political experience but unparalleled media savvy, ignores the advice of his advisors and campaigns by piloting his iconic solo aircraft, Spirit of St. Louis, from state to state, wearing his flight goggles, high boots, and jumpsuit. In this, and this is in the novel, describing the novel, in this world turned upside down, Lindbergh beats Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the incumbent, to become president. And Lindbergh, whose campaign is later revealed to be linked to Hitler, goes on to sign peace treaties with America's enemies. A wave of anti-Semitism and violence is unleashed. Many Americans have found parallels between the 2016 presidential election and Roth's work of fiction. The premise: an outsider with dubious democratic credentials comes to power with the aid of a foreign nation, cannot help but resonate. But the comparison raises another striking question. Given the severity of the economic crisis in the 1930s America, why didn't this happen here in the United States? In real life, why didn't it happen here? The reason no extremist demagogue won the presidency before 2016 is not the absence of contenders, nor is it the lack of public support for them. To the contrary, extremist figures have long dotted the landscape of American politics. In the 1930s alone, as many as 800 right-wing extremist groups existed in the United States. Among the most important figures to emerge during this period was Father Charles Coughlin, an anti-Semitic Catholic priest whose fiery nationalist radio program reached up to 40 million listeners a week. 40 million a week, wow. Father Coughlin was openly anti-democratic, calling for the abolition of political parties and questioning the values of elections. His newspaper, Social Justice, adopted pro-fascist positions in the 1930s, naming Mussolini its man of the week and defending the Nazi regime. Despite his extremism, Father Coughlin was immensely popular. Fortune magazine called him, quote, just about the biggest thing ever happened to radio. He delivered speeches to packed stadiums and auditoriums across the country as he traveled from city to city. Fans lined his route to see him passing by. Some contemporary observers called him the most influential figure in the United States after Roosevelt. The Depression also gave rise to Louisiana Governor and Senator Huey Long, who called himself the Kingfish. Long was described by the historian Arthur Schlesinger as the great demagogue of the day, a man who resembled a Latin American dictator, a Vargas or a Perón. The Kingfish was a gifted stump speaker, routinely flouted the rule of law. As governor, Long built what Schlesinger described as, quote, the nearest approach to a totalitarian state the American Republic has ever seen, end of quote, using a mix of bribes and threats to bring the state's legislature, judges, and press to heel. Asked by an opposition legislator if he had heard of the state constitution, Long replied, I'm the Constitution just now. Newspaper editor Harding Carter called Long the first true dictator out of the soil of America. When Franklin Roosevelt's campaign manager, James Farley, met Mussolini in Rome in 1933, he wrote that the Italian dictator, quote, reminded me of Huey Long. Long built a massive following with his call to redistribute wealth. In 1934, he was said to have received more mail than all other senators combined, more even than the president. By then, his share, our wealth movement, had more than 27,000 cells across the country and a mailing list of nearly 8 million names. Long planned a presidential run, telling a New York Times reporter, quote, "I can take this Roosevelt, I can out-promise him, and he knows it." Roosevelt viewed Long as a serious threat, but was spared when Long, terribly, was assassinated in September 1935. America's authoritarian tendency persisted through the post-World War II Golden Age. Joseph McCarthy, Senator Joseph McCarthy, who used the Cold War fear of communist subversion to promote blacklisting, censorship, book banning, enjoyed wide backing among the American public. At the height of McCarthy's political power, polls showed that nearly half of all Americans approved of him. Even after the Senate's 1954 censure of him, this body, right here, censured the man, he still enjoyed 40% support in Gallup polls. A decade later, Alabama Governor George Wallace's defiant segregationist stance vaulted him to national prominence, leading to surprisingly vigorous bids for the presidency in 1968 and 1972. Wallace engaged in what journalist Arthur Hadley called, quote, "the old and honorable American tradition of hate the powerful." He was, Hadley wrote, a master at exploiting, quote, "plain old American rage." Wallace often encouraged violence and displayed a casual disregard for constitutional norms, declaring, "There is one thing more powerful than the Constitution. That's the will of the people." What is a Constitution anyway? They're the products of the people. The people are the first source of power, and the people can abolish a Constitution if they want to. Those are the words of Wallace. His message mixed racism with populist appeals to working class sense of victimhood and economic anger, helped him make inroads into the Democrats' traditional blue-collar base. Polls showed that roughly 40% of Americans approved of Wallace in his third-party run in 1968, and in 72 he shocked the establishment by emerging as a serious contender in the Democratic primaries. When Wallace's campaign was derailed by an assassination attempt in May 72, he was leading George McGovern by more than 1 million votes. In short, Americans have long had an authoritarian streak. It was not unusual for figures like Coughlin, Long, McCarthy, Wallace to gain the support of a sizable minority, 30 or even 40% of the country. We often tell ourselves that America's national political culture in some way immunizes us from such appeals. But this requires reading history with rose-colored glasses. The real protection against would-be authoritarians has not been Americans' firm commitment to democracy, but rather the gatekeepers, our political parties. On June 8, 1920, as Woodrow Wilson's presidency was winding down, Republican delegates gathered to choose their nominees in the flag-draped but poorly ventilated Chicago Coliseum, where the withering heat reached over 100 degrees. After 9 ballots over 4 days, the convention remained undecided. On Friday evening, in Suite 404, on the 13th floor of the nearby Blackstone Hotel, Republican National Committee Chairman Will Hayes and George Harvey, the powerful publisher of Harvey's Weekly, hosted a rotating group of U.S. senators and party leaders in the original, quote, smoke-filled back room. The old guard, as journalists called them, poured themselves drinks, smoked cigars, talked late in the night about how to break the deadlock to get a candidate the 493 delegates needed for the nomination. The leading contender on the convention floor was Major General Leonard Wood, an old ally of Theodore Roosevelt, who had generated popular enthusiasm in the primaries and dominated the ballot earlier in the week with 287 delegates. He was followed by Illinois Governor Frank Loudon, California Senator Hiram Johnson, and Ohio Senator Warren Harding. Ohio Senator Warren Harding was trailing in a distant fourth place with only 65 1/2 delegates. From the convention floor, reporters wrote, quote, "Nobody is talking Harding. He is not even considered as among the most promising dark horses," end of quote. But as reporters heard rumors about the discussions taking place at the Blackstone, the most motivated of them found their way to the 13th floor of the hotel and quietly gathered in the hallways outside Suite 404 to catch a glimpse as leading senators, including Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts, McCormick of Illinois, Phipps of Colorado, Calder of New York, former Senator Crane of Massachusetts, and others came and went. Inside the suite, the upsides and downsides of each candidate were carefully reviewed and debated. Knox was too old. Lodge didn't like Coolidge. At one point in the morning, 7 members of the old guard remained in the room and took a standing vote. Called in at 2:11 a.m. by George Harvey, a stunned Harding was informed that he had been selected. Word spread. By the next evening, on the 10th ballot, and to the great relief of the sweltering delegates, Warren Harding received an overwhelming 692 1/2 convention delegates amid rousing cheers. Though he garnered just over 4% of the primary vote, he was now the Republican Party's 1920 presidential nominee. Nobody likes smoke-filled rooms today, and I'm continuing to read chapter 2, analyzing how gatekeeping has worked in America to prevent authoritarian takeovers. This is part of my effort to ring the alarm bells, to stand here, to share the insights of those who have studied how republics with strong constitution and strong values and a strong middle class have lost their separation of powers, their checks and balances, and become strongman states. That's why I'm reading chapter 2. It continues. Nobody likes smoke-filled rooms today, and for good reason. They were not very dramatic. They were not very democratic. Candidates were chosen by a small group of power brokers who were not accountable to party rank and file. Now, the hour of midnight is approaching. And with that, I'm going to do a pause here. Be happy to keep filling you all in later about this analysis of America's history, world history, and what one has to be aware of if you want to save our republic. We'll return to that. But here at midnight, is it midnight already? How did that happen? Excerpts from Paul Revere's Ride. This was Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's 1860 poem. I won't read the whole thing, but I'll read some of it. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. One lamp the British are attacking by land. 2 lamps the British are attacking by sea. A hurry of hoofs in a village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing a spark, struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of the nation was writing that night. And the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. So through the night rode Paul Revere. And so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For, born on the night wind of the past, through all of our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. My father was a mechanic. He grew up in a household that I believe early on did not have a radio, let alone, certainly didn't have television. And his mother would bring the family together and they would read poems. And my father learned just by hearing them any number of poems that he would recite as I was growing up. Something would trigger that. And I can imagine him now, my dad, the mechanic, hearing about the situation we are in with the threat to our republic and thinking back to how the colonies were threatened by the British. And when they were threatened, Paul Revere rode through the night to warn people. And that's what has to happen in a democracy. When there are authoritarian impulses that gain hold, when they start to strengthen, when the norms fall away, and when direct attacks are made on our freedoms, then each of us has a responsibility as a citizen to join together to cry out the warning to the rest of America. Our nation is in trouble. Our republic is facing a dire threat greater than any it has faced since the Civil War. The constitutional checks and balances are being destroyed in real time right now. And this should be of concern to all of us who value our freedom of speech, our freedom of assembly, the freedom of a press that can say whatever the hell it wants and nobody goes to prison and nobody gets sued, nobody gets arrested, nobody gets disappeared, because we have freedom to publish what you want. And we have the freedom to say what we want. I've done a fair amount of work here in the Senate on human rights. And I partnered in particular with our current Secretary of State in his former role as chair and vice chair of the Commission on China. And in that commission, we held hearing after hearing about China's assault on freedoms. And one of the things they did was to violate their agreement with Great Britain over Hong Kong and to crush the self-governments of Hong Kong and to crush freedom of expression and freedom of press and freedom of assembly in Hong Kong. And another thing that we spent a fair amount of time on was what China was doing to the Tibetan children taking those children away from their parents at 4 and 5 years of age to try to destroy the culture continuation, to destroy the language, the dances, the art, the understandings that happen when you grow up with your own family and your own community. Take them away to boarding school. And we focused on the Uyghurs, a Muslim minority in China that has been effectively enslaved. And every possible technology is used to track every single Uyghur, everything they say, every movement they make. It's like a science fiction novel about a futuristic society that proceeds to track every person, every moment. So the slightest deviation of behavior, the slightest resistance is crushed immediately. That's what's been done to the Uyghurs. And we worked together on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act that said any products that are made by the Uyghurs, those products cannot be brought to the United States because they're being made with slave labor. And we created a safe harbor. And we said if a company can have an investigation and show that its particular products are not made through slave labor, then they can be admitted to the U.S. Well, to my knowledge, no company has effectively utilized that safe harbor because China won't let them run an investigation. First of all, it may well be that if their products are made in that territory where the Uyghurs lived, quite likely they are produced by slave labor. But let's say they weren't. They need to do an investigation. China won't let them do it. And I just recite this because this is bipartisan effort to promote and protect human rights around the world. And there's been bipartisan concern about other oppression around the world, where freedom of assembly and freedom of speech, freedom of the press are being attacked or diminished. But now it's happening here in the United States under the direction of this president. He's trying to tell universities what they can teach, and networks what they can air, and citizens how they can protest. Why, if there's bipartisan support for defending human rights around the world, why isn't there bipartisan support for defending human rights right here at home? Because what Paul Revere did wasn't Democratic or Republican. He was a patriot, letting his communities know they were under attack so they could prepare to respond and fend off that attack. And that's what we need now. No matter what party people belong to, coming together to raise the alarm, to ring the alarm bells, to say, no matter what party or what loyalty may existed, when rights are attacked, we'll respond together to protect them. So that's why I wanted to read that at midnight. In another 50 minutes, it'll be midnight in some other part of the country, so maybe my colleague will remind me of what states that are at midnight an hour. Maybe we'll return there again. In this second chapter, the authors note, and I'm back to reading what they're saying, that nobody likes smoke-filled rooms. They are not very democratic. Candidates were chosen by a small group of power brokers who are not accountable to the party rank and file, much less to an average citizen. And smoke-filled rooms did not always produce good presidents. Harding's term, after all, was marked by scandal. But backroom candidate selection did have a virtue that is often forgotten today. It served as a gatekeeping function, keeping demonstrably unfit figures off the ballot and out of office. To be sure, the reason for this was not high-mindedness of party leaders. Rather, party bosses, as their opponents called them, were most interested in picking safe candidates who could win. It was, above all, their risk aversion that led them to avoid extremists. Gatekeeping institutions go back to the founding of the American Republic. The 1787 Constitution created the world's first presidential system. Presidentialism poses distinctive challenges for gatekeeping. In parliamentary democracies, the prime minister is a member of the parliament and is selected by the leading parties in parliament, which virtually ensures that he or she will be acceptable to the political insiders. The very process of government formation serves as a filter. Presidents, by contrast, are not sitting members of Congress, nor are they elected by Congress. At least in theory, they're elected by the people, and anyone can run for president, and if he or she earns enough support, can win. Our founders were very concerned with gatekeeping. And I appreciate that these scholars are helping us understand the different pathways that authoritarian power can creep into and destroy our democracy, and how concerned our founders were about that and how they tried to protect us from that happening. They were deeply concerned with gatekeeping. In designing the Constitution and electoral system, they grappled with a dilemma that in many respects remains with us today. On the one hand, they sought not a monarch, but an elected president, one who conformed to their idea of a Republican popular government, small r Republican, reflecting the will of the people. On the other, the founders did not fully trust the people's ability to judge candidates' fitness for office. Alexander Hamilton worried that a popularly elected presidency could be too easily captured by those who would play on fear and ignorance to win elections and rule as tyrants. History will teach us, Hamilton wrote in the Federalist Papers, that, quote, of those men who have overturned the liberties of republics, the great number have begun their career by paying an obsequious court to the people, commencing demagogues and ending tyrants, end of quote. So here are our founders, already observing that efforts to create republics around the world have fallen to authoritarian powers. Already concerned. So this is not just something new to us, not something that just happened a couple hundred years later. No, it was a problem the founders saw from the beginning. For Hamilton and his colleagues, elections required some kind of built-in screening device. Continuing with the description here of these scholars, the device the founders came up with was the Electoral College. Article 2 of the Constitution created an indirect election system that reflected Hamilton's thinking as he expressed it in Federalist Paper number 68. The immediate election should be made by men most capable of analyzing the qualities adapted to the station and acting under the circumstances favorable to deliberation, and to do a judicious combination of all the reasons and inducements which were proper to govern them. In other words, a group would be elected, the Electoral College, that would make sure that the person who went to the presidency had the character and the knowledge suitable to the task. Continuing with their paper, or with their book, the Electoral College, made up of locally prominent men in each state, would thus be responsible for choosing the president. Under this arrangement, Hamilton reasoned, the office of president would seldom fall to the lot of any man who is not in eminent degree endowed with the requisite qualifications. Men with, quote, talents for low intrigue and little arts of popularity would be filtered out. The Electoral College thus became our gatekeeper, our original gatekeeper. This system proved short-lived, however, due to two shortcomings in the founders' original design. The Constitution is silent on the question on how presidential candidates are to be selected. The Electoral College goes into effect or into operation after the people vote, playing no role in determining who seeks the presidency in the first place. Second, the Constitution never mentions political parties. Though Jefferson and Madison would go on to pioneer our two-party system, the founders did not seriously contemplate those parties' existence. The rise of parties in the early 1800s changed the way our electoral system worked. Instead of electing local notables as delegates to the Electoral College, as founders had envisioned, each state began to elect party loyalists. Electors became party agents, which meant the Electoral College surrendered its gatekeeping authority, and parties have retained it ever since. Parties then become the stewards of American democracy because the parties select our candidates. And my editorializing on this is that therefore it's the parties that have to serve this gatekeeping role. Just something for us to understand as we seek to restore, reclaim our republic from this authoritarian takeover. The parties, now continuing to read, the parties must strike a balance between two roles. A democratic role in which they choose candidates that represent the party's voters, and what political scientist James Caesar calls a filtration role in which they screen out those who pose a threat to democracy or are otherwise unfit to hold office. This chapter goes on to examine the history of gatekeeping in America. I encourage folks to feel free to read all of it, but I'm going to fast forward to the last couple pages that come into more contemporary time than the entire analysis over the course. And if I have time later tonight or this morning, I may come back to share some of that more detail. But here we are looking at the question of how in our system we make sure that the person who makes it to the Oval Office has the qualifications, the character necessary to carry that office in good fashion for the benefit of America. And what this chapter has been explaining is that the founders were very worried about this. They had seen efforts for Republican control fall victim to presidents who become kings, republics that become strongman states. And so they had this idea, well, if local communities elect kind of their leading citizens that they trust to have good judgment and good character, and those leading citizens go and gather in the Capitol and put their heads together, they will produce a vote for someone who has the qualifications and the character to fill the office. So the Electoral College would be the filter. But when it became that the candidates you vote for, when you vote for the Electoral College, are simply bound to the party, pledged to the party, that whole process of sending people to use their judgment is gone, because they are simply a vessel, predetermined vote, if you will, for the party's nominee. So that is the challenge that we have. Turning to Humphrey. Humphrey was hardly the first presidential candidate to win the nomination without competing in primaries. He would, however, be the last. The events that unfolded in Chicago, displayed on television screens across America, mortally wounded the party insider presidential selection system. Now, I want to just comment for a moment on Hubert Humphrey. Back in 1975, I'm in my second year of college, and someone mentions to me the idea of serving as an intern for a U.S. senator. And I thought, wow, that sounds like a really cool thing to do. And I asked my father, who did he really admire in the Senate? And he mentioned four people. One was Humphrey, another was Kennedy, another was Inouye, and the fourth was Church, Senator Church from Idaho. And so I sent off letters to all four of them. And had Humphrey responded and said, yes, you can be my intern, I might have some more personal stories to share about Humphrey. But he did not. He did not accept me as an intern, nor did any of the other three. And but they had an intern series here in the Senate where senators would go and speak during the summer, and interns would come and listen in. And I went to a crowded room to hear Hubert Humphrey. The Happy Warrior was his nickname. And I must say, I was impressed. I loved everything he had to say. So whenever Humphrey's involved, my ears kind of pick up a little bit. He did not become a president, but he certainly brought fierce love for our country and for making this country work better for working people, and that I appreciated. So back to the commentary that is here in the book, rather than my commentary. What happened in Chicago mortally wounded the party insider presidential selection system. Even before the convention began, the crushing blow of Robert Kennedy's assassination, the escalating conflict over Vietnam, the energy of the anti-war protester in Chicago's Grant Park sapped any remaining public faith in the old system. On August 28, the protesters turned to march on the convention. Blue helmeted police attacked protesters and bystanders, and bloodied men, women, and children sought refuge in nearby hotels. The so-called Battle of Michigan Avenue then spilled over into the convention hall itself. Senator Abraham Ribicoff of Connecticut, in his nomination speech for anti-war candidate George McGovern, decried, quote, the Gestapo tactics, quote, of the Chicago police, looking on live television directly at Mayor Daley. As confrontations exploded on the convention floor, uniformed police officers dragged several delegates from the auditorium, watching in shock. NBC anchor Chet Huntley observed, quote, this surely is the first time policemen have ever entered the floor of a convention. His co-anchor, David Brinkley Riley, added, in the United States. The Chicago calamity triggered far-reaching reform. Following Humphrey's defeat in the 1968 election, the Democratic Party created the McGovern-Fraser Commission and gave it the job of rethinking the nomination system. The commission's final report, published in 1971, cited an old adage: the cure for the ills of democracy is more democracy. With the legitimacy of the party at stake, party leaders felt intense pressure to open up the presidential nomination process. As George McGovern put it, unless changes are made The next convention will make the last look like a Sunday school picnic. If the people were not given a real say, the McGovern-Fraser report warned, they would turn to the anti-politics of the street. The McGovern-Fraser Commission issued a set of recommendations that the two parties adopted before the 1972 election. What emerged was a system of binding presidential primaries. Beginning in 1972, the vast majority of the delegates to both the Democratic and Republican convention would be elected in state-level primaries and caucuses. Delegates would be pre-selected by the candidates themselves to ensure their loyalty. This meant for the first time, people who chose the party's presidential candidate would be neither beholden to party leaders nor free to make backroom deals. Rather, they would faithfully reflect the will of their state's primary voters. There were differences between the parties, such as the Democrats' adoption of proportional rules in many states and mechanisms to enhance the representation of women, minorities. But in adopting binding primaries, both parties substantially loosened their leaders' grip over the candidate selection process, opening it up to the voters instead. Democratic National Committee Chair Larry O'Brien called the reforms the greatest goddamn changes since the party system. George McGovern, who unexpectedly won the 72 Democratic nomination, called the new primary system the most open political process in our national history. And McGovern was right. The path to the nomination no longer had to pass through party establishment. For the first time, the party gatekeepers could be circumvented and beaten. The Democrats, whose initial primaries were volatile and divisive, backtracked somewhat in the 1980s, stipulating that a share of the national delegates would be elected officials, governors, big city mayors, senators, congressional representatives, appointed by state parties rather than elected in primaries. These superdelegates, representing between 15 and 20% of the national delegates, would serve as a counterbalance to primary voters and a mechanism for party leaders to fend off candidates they disapproved of. The Republicans, by contrast, were flying high under Ronald Reagan. Seeing no need for superdelegates, the GOP opted faithfully to maintain a more democratic nomination system. Some political scientists worried about the new system. Binding primaries were certainly more democratic, but might they be too democratic by placing presidential nominations in the hands of voters? Binding primaries weakened parties' gatekeeping function, potentially eliminating the peer review process and opening the door to outsiders. Just before the McGovern-Fraser Commission began its work, two prominent political scientists warned that primaries could, quote, lead to the appearance of extremist candidates and demagogues who, unrestrained by party allegiances, have little to lose by stirring up mass hatred or making absurd promises. Initially, these fears seemed overblown. Outsiders did emerge. Civil rights leader Jesse Jackson ran for the party nomination in 1984 and 1988. Southern Baptist leader Pat Robinson, television commentator Pat Buchanan, Forbes magazine publisher Steve Forbes all ran for the Republican nomination in various years, 1988, 92, 96, 2000, 96, but they all lost. Circumventing the party establishment was, it turned out, easier in theory than in practice. Capturing a majority of delegates required winning primaries all over the country, which in turn required money, favorable media coverage, crucially, people working on the ground in all states. Any candidate seeking to complete the grueling obstacle course of U.S. primaries needed allies among donors, newspaper editors, interest groups, activist groups, state-level politicians such as governors, mayors, senators, and congressmen. In 1976, Arthur Hadley described the arduous process as the invisible primary. He claimed that this phase, which occurred before the primary season, was, quote, where the winning candidate is actually selected. Members of the party establishment, elected official activists, allied interest groups were thereby not necessarily locked out of the game. Without them, Hadley argued, it was nearly impossible to win either party's nomination. And for a quarter of a century, Hadley was right. That concludes the second chapter. And my whole political instinct has been to make everything as democratic as possible. I'd like to see the direct election of presidents. But in this moment, as we face an authoritarian takeover, I think we have a responsibility to ponder not just how we fix it, but how we prevent it from happening again. And it's interesting to hear through the observations of these scholars the filtering role that has been played in various setups over the course of our history, trying to establish a system in which the person who did finally make it into the Oval Office had the character and the qualifications to execute the responsibilities effectively for the benefit, the collective benefit of our nation. Trump is violating free speech and free press. Between each chapter, I'm trying to address a different feature of Trump's assault on our democracy. So, in the previous section, we addressed continuous violation of laws that cover the presidency, including the inspector generals, and then so many other laws, including laws that control the distribution of funds. In this interlude, I'm speaking to his attack on free speech and free press. Benjamin Franklin wrote that whoever would overthrow the liberty of the nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. In other words, the path to authoritarian control begins by subduing free speech. Trump began his assault on free speech immediately after his election. He sued CBS News for $10 billion, yes, billion with a B, dollars, because he disliked its editing of an interview with then Vice President Kamala Harris on the program 60 Minutes. In April, Bill Owens, the executive producer of CBS's 60 Minutes, resigned, citing encroachments on his journalistic independence in the face of mounting pressure from Paramount, which is CBS's parent company. A reported possible source of that pressure was Sherry Redstone, Paramount's controlling shareholder, who was reportedly eager to secure the Trump administration's approval of a multi-billion-dollar sale of Paramount to Skydance. On July 2nd, Paramount, the owner of CBS, settled Trump's lawsuit for $16 million, agreeing to pay $15 million to a future Trump presidential library and $1 million for his legal fees. So the president sues CBS because of the way they edited an interview. And CBS settled the case, even though the case had, according to the legal scholars, essentially no merit. Wow. Talk about trying to influence what is done. And there was further fallout regarding 60 Minutes and the journalistic freedom that they had felt and always had to do their segments every Sunday night. They felt now they couldn't be free to do those segments because the government was looking over their shoulder. The President of the United States was suing for $10 billion. And so CBS proceeded to settle the case and give Trump $16 million. On July 17th, CBS announced it was canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Colbert's show is the top-rated late-night show. Colbert is a frequent critic of Trump. Not surprisingly, only 3 weeks after CBS canceled Colbert, on August 7th, the government, run by Trump, gave the green light, and Skydance and Paramount completed their merger. This is unheard of stuff. A president using the power of the government and personal lawsuits to try to change what the press can do in broadcasts. That is freedom of the press under attack. A similar story occurred at ABC. In 2024, Trump sued ABC News because George Stephanopoulos said on air that Trump had been found liable for rape instead of saying he'd been found liable for sexual assault in the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit. Well, rather than challenging Trump's lawsuit in court, which experts expected ABC would win, a misstatement of sexual assault or rape, very close cousins to each other, on a broadcast, not a foundation for any normal lawsuit, for winning any normal lawsuit. So experts expected ABC would win. But ABC, like CBS, bent the knee under this presidential pressure and agreed to a similar settlement like CBS, paying Trump, in this case, $15 million toward a future Trump presidential library and $1 million for his legal fees. But this bending of the knee by ABC, this acquiescence to Trump, didn't protect ABC. On September 17th, Brendan Carr, head of the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, went on to a conservative podcast and said that ABC should remove late-night host Jimmy Kimmel from his show. Nexstar and Sinclair Broadcast Group, which own dozens of local ABC affiliates, and Disney, which owns ABC, all have major deals pending that require FCC approval. On that podcast, Carr threatened them, Brendan Carr, the head of the FCC, saying, quote, "We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way," like a mob boss. Let's be clear. This is the power of the state being used to silence free speech it dislikes. Brendan Carr himself wrote on Twitter in 2023 quote, "Free speech is the counterweight. It is the check on government control. That is why censorship is the authoritarian's dream." I couldn't have said it better myself. And yet this man, Brendan Carr, who talked about free speech as a counterweight, now in that powerful position where he can control licenses and mergers, proceeds to use that power to control what our networks air. How did he slide from being a champion of free speech into being an instrument of authoritarian suppression of free speech? These tactics mirror other authoritarian approaches to silencing dissent. Here is reporting by the Associated Press from Hungary, where another authoritarian regime is using similar tactics. This is a PBS article titled "Trump's Moves Against Media Outlets Mirror Authoritarian Approaches to Silencing Dissent," from September 18th of last month. Since taking office in January, President Donald Trump has waged an aggressive campaign against the media unlike any in modern U.S. history, making moves similar to those of authoritarian leaders that he has often praised. On Wednesday, Trump cheered ABC's suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late-night show after the comedian made remarks about the assassination of activist Charlie Kirk. Trump said, "Congratulations to ABC for having the courage to do what had to be done. It was the latest in a string of attacks against news outlets and media figures that Trump believes are overly critical of him. Trump has filed lawsuits against outlets whose coverage he dislikes, threatened to revoke TV broadcast licenses, and sought to bend news organizations and social media companies to his will. The tactics are similar to those used in other countries who have chipped away at speech freedoms and independent media while consolidating political power, including Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, a close Trump ally whose leadership style is revered by many conservatives in the U.S. Trump's approach to governing has drawn comparisons to Orbán, who has been in power since 2010. The Hungarian leader has made hostility toward the press central to his political brand, borrowing Trump's phrase, "fake news," to describe critical outlets. He has not given an interview to an independent journalist in years. Media watchdog Reporters Without Borders say Orbán has built, quote, "a true media empire subject to his party's orders," unquote, through allies' acquisitions of newspapers and broadcasters. The group says the strategy has given Orbán's Fidesz party control of about 80% of Hungary's media market. In 2018, Orbán's allies donated nearly 500 news outlets they had acquired to a government-controlled conglomerate, a group that included all of Hungary's local daily newspapers. Continuing on another part of this article about Kimmel. Kimmel became the second late-night comic with a history of pillorying Trump to lose their show this year. CBS canceled Stephen Colbert's show just days after he criticized the network's settlement of a lawsuit filed by Trump over its editing of 60 Minutes. CBS said the July move was made for financial reasons, but Trump celebrated it nevertheless while appearing to foreshadow this week's developments. Quote, "I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings," he wrote on his social media platform at the time. "I hear Jimmy Kimmel is next." And the president was right. ABC's suspension of Kimmel on Wednesday came after the Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Carr made a pointed warning about the comedian on a conservative podcast earlier in the day. So, the attack on freedom of press is in full swing. And there's more. On July 18th, Trump sued Robert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion after the newspaper published a story reporting on Trump's ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. That story included the sexually suggestive letter that Trump wrote Epstein, or reportedly wrote to Epstein, with a drawing of a woman's body for Epstein's 50th birthday book. Here's what Wall Street Journal wrote. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for refusing to let the matter go. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Wall Street Journal, is body, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denote the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story," he said. "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else," he said. Allegations that Epstein had been sexually abusing girls became public in 2006, and he was arrested that year. Epstein died in 2019 in jail after he was arrested a second time and charged with sex trafficking conspiracy. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comment or address questions about whether the Trump page or other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent documents review, and the FBI declined to comment. The existence of the album and the contents of the birthday letters haven't previously been reported. The album had poems, photos, and greetings from business people, academics, Epstein's former girlfriends, and childhood pals, according to documents reviewed by the Journal and people familiar with them. Among those who submitted letters were billionaire Leslie Wexner and attorney Alan Dershowitz. The album contained a letter from a now-deceased Harvard economist, one of Epstein's report cards from Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, and a note from a former assistant included an acrostic with Epstein's name. Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey, everyone loves you, fun in the sun, fun just for fun, remember, don't forget me soon, you rock, you are the best. The longtime leader of Victoria's Secret wrote a short message that said, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is. I don't think I'll read the rest of this paragraph. You can imagine what that leader was referring to. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines. The list goes on. Now, the point of this is that by the President of the United States suing the Wall Street Journal, of all publications, the Wall Street Journal, not exactly a liberal bastion, the Wall Street Journal, the business newspaper of America, conservative in everything it does. It certainly is considered, from my point of view, to be a venue where the very powerful talk about the affairs affecting the very powerful. It's hardly concerned with the basics of families like healthcare and housing and education, hardly concerned with human rights in the world. It's a business newspaper about the powerful people and companies. So this was not some lefty paper, if you will, some liberal paper that Trump is suing. And when the President of the United States launches a huge lawsuit, I think it was $10 billion, I believe, checking the number, make sure I had that right, $10 billion. Wow, that's a whopper, even for an establishment as large as the Wall Street Journal. That's an intimidating factor. If you're in the press and you know that ABC has been sued and settled, CBS has been sued and settled, the Wall Street Journal, for disclosing a story, is sued for $10 billion, you get a little careful about what you think of putting in your newspaper. This is intimidation. This is not freedom of the press. This is the corruption of freedom of the press. Now, at this moment, there is a discharge petition over in the House of Representatives. And in the House, under their rules, if you get a certain number of signatures, you can get a bill voted on, debated and voted on the floor. There is no such thing here in the Senate, though maybe we would be beneficiary should there be such a rule. But we don't have that. The House does. And that petition is short one signature to be able to discharge. And it so happens that there was an election, and in that election, the candidate who won is a Democrat and has pledged that when she is sworn in to the House of Representatives, she will sign that petition. That petition is to hold a vote on releasing the Epstein files. The House of Representatives left town in part to escape having to vote on disclosing the Epstein files. Because the President of the United States doesn't want them to vote. Now, that's not the way it should work under our Constitution. The collective opinion of the House about what they should do should prevail. They shouldn't simply just be a rubber stamp for the opinion of the president. So they have been out for a month, a month, partly to avoid swearing in the winner of a by-election who, when sworn in, will provide a signature that could lead to a House vote on the Epstein files. Now, here in the Senate, we had a vote. There was a place in the amendment tree that was free. So the minority leader thought it was important that we vote on releasing the Epstein files, so he filed my bill, as it turns out, as an amendment so that we would vote on it. And he called it up. So we did have a vote here. Only the vote wasn't directly on the amendment. It was on the motion to table the amendment. Nevertheless, it reflected the disposition. And more or less, it was a party line vote. Every Democrat voted against tabling so that we would, in fact, consider that Epstein file bill directly. And almost all Republicans voted to table. In other words, they wanted to kill this amendment rather than vote on it. And so we've had the vote in the Senate. I'd like to still see us have a vote directly, because if there is, in fact, evidence of crimes involving assaults and rapes on underage women in America, people should be held accountable. I would think 100 senators would say, if there is evidence of individuals who were involved in the rape of teenage girls, they should be held accountable. But the majority of the Senate decided not to hold the president accountable. And the president filed a $10 billion lawsuit over the release of just a single page of a drawing that he did for Epstein's 50th birthday book. That's how worried the president is about his association with Epstein. Trump has gone after a government-funded meeting as well. Do we have the list of states? Thank you. But before I turn to that, the assault on PBS and NPR, I want to note that the clock is turning midnight in Alabama and Arkansas and Illinois and Iowa and Louisiana and Minnesota and Missouri and Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Wisconsin, a great swath of American states. And since it's turning midnight for the second time in America, first time here on the East Coast, I'll turn again to this excerpt from Paul Revere's Ride. And do you have the full poem as well? Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light, he springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. The second lamp indicated attack by the British was coming from the sea. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing a spark, struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and the light, the fate of the nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance, not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock on the door, a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all of our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. The midnight message that the colonies were in trouble. They were under attack by the British. And now it is our United States Constitution and our freedoms that are under attack by the President of the United States. I was asking for the full poem from my team member, Mike, because I love the first part of this poem, which describes how a person put the lamps in the belfry, and then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade, by the trembling ladder steep and tall to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats in the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride on the opposite shore, walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still, and lo as he looks on the belfry's height. And that's when he saw the glimmer of light, and then not one but two lanterns, the signal that a ship was the source of the attack. The attack was coming from the sea. And off he went to make the warnings to folks. There are times in our history when it is important to ring the alarm bells. And I am standing before you here at 1:05 Eastern Time, uncomfortable after standing this many hours. My back is not a happy camper. I messed it up jogging some weeks ago. But I'm going to stand here for some time more to do all I can to ring the alarm bells, to sound the alarm that an authoritarian has taken control of our government and is brutally assaulting due process and freedom of speech and freedom of press, freedom of assembly, weaponizing the judiciary to go after the folks he considers to be his political enemies. That's what dictators do in far-flung countries. They lock up their opponents. You know, I was down in Nicaragua, my daughter, a few years ago. She was working for the summer, guiding treks through the volcanoes in that country. And while I was there was an election approaching. And what was happening? The president of the country, Daniel Ortega, was coordinating the imprisonment of those who might run against him. Nothing quite intimidates you from running for president like the existing president locking you up. Campaign over. No election held. And now we have a president with an enemies list who is targeting those he's disagreed with, those who have criticized him, for special strategy of persecution and prosecution. That is not the way we do things in America. That is injustice, not justice. It's a huge assault against the value that every child hears when they hear the law applies to the rich and powerful here, and it's administered with integrity, not with political vengeance. But here we are now, just like those countries far-flung with dictators, where the government targets its political enemies and goes after them. And of course, Trump goes after government-funded media as well as the broadcast media. On May 1st, he issued an executive order slashing funding for PBS and NPR. Now, the president doesn't have a line item veto. Can't do that, but he did it. In this case, he did submit a request to Congress to approve his cuts. And I would say, unfortunately, it did get a majority vote in the House and Senate. So at least that piece, that attack, was done according to the law. Unlike these other lawsuits, which were kind of extortionist. On September 30th, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting ceased operating. In March, Trump began to dismantle the Voice of America, which was created to counter propaganda from authoritarian governments during the Second World War. Why in the hell is the President of the United States dismantling a voice that counters propaganda from authoritarian governments? We think of Liberty's torch held high, Statue of Liberty, beacon to the world. But it has some deeper meanings to Americans. Welcome to the land of freedom. Welcome to the land of opportunity. Not welcome to the land of authoritarian control. And as a beacon, as a light to the world, represents what we stand for and have stood for in so many corners of the globe, leading to such enormous respect and admiration for our country. But here is the President of the United States dismantling the Voice of America, which stood up for freedom around the world. Voice of America had become a powerful check on disinformation from authoritarian regimes, broadcasting in 49 languages to 360 million people every week. And now that powerful voice has been silenced. Authoritarians around the world celebrated these cuts, including the Chinese government, which quickly took over the radio frequencies. And let's not forget that on February 12th, Trump removed the Associated Press from the White House press pool because they refused to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, controlling who can be in the press pool at the White House. So ABC attacked, CBS attacked, Wall Street Journal attacked, Voice of America attacked, Public Broadcasting attacked, Associated Press attacked. That's what an assault on freedom of the press looks like. Even the world's richest billionaires who own social media platforms and claim to champion free speech have fallen in line, to the point of literally falling in line behind Trump at his inauguration. To understand why, we only need to think back to 2016. At a rally in Fort Worth, Texas, in 2016, Trump threatened Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon and the Washington Post, with an antitrust action, saying, if I become president, oh, do they have problems. They're going to have such problems. Little surprise then that the Washington Post editorial board did not endorse a presidential candidate in 2024 for the first time in 36 years after being threatened by Donald Trump. His threats have an impact because he's president of the United States. Nor did the Los Angeles Times endorse. And Trump has gone further, suppressing freedom of speech, taking control of the Kennedy Center and the Smithsonian museums, canceling programs, reviewing exhibits, firing employees, scrubbing federal websites of words he opposes. Censorship, alive and well. And then, egregiously, we have the utilization of a 1952 Red Scare law. That law said the Secretary of State, if he didn't like what someone said or views that were held and thought that person might be a risk to the United States, could deny the visa. But even during McCarthyism at its height, this law was never used to expel people from the United States of America for expressing an opinion. But this year, our Secretary of State bragged about throwing hundreds of students out of our country because they expressed an opinion on the Middle East that our Secretary of State did not like. Talk about censorship and an assault on freedom of speech. I was always struck by the power of the phrase, I disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. That's the spirit that has imbued, invigorated our democracy and our freedom for 250 years. But now, because a student criticizes the Netanyahu government for their bombing campaign in Gaza and their deprivation campaign in Gaza and their destruction campaign in Gaza, they're thrown out of the country. I thought universities were places where we encourage students to examine each other's views, to debate the issues right and wrong. Certainly, a university is a place where robust debate and differences of opinions should be aired. That's part of the learning process. People grow up when they're in a university and hear things that conflict with their established viewpoint they had with their family. You know, I grew up in a blue-collar community. I didn't know people who had gone to college. Nobody in my family had gone to college. I go off to my first year of college, and I'm in classes about European history and American history, about international affairs, and I'm going, really? Things I'm hearing, the things I'm reading, they don't match the impressions I had growing up. A lot of those impressions came from Reader's Digest. And Reader's Digest had a certain light on the world, a certain angle on the world, and now in the university I was exposed to many other opinions. Throwing people out of our country because they express an opinion the Secretary of State doesn't like, that is massively egregious assault on freedom of speech and an intimidation. Students like Mahmoud Khalil at Columbia University or Rumeysa Ozturk at Tufts, neither accused of a crime, both simply exercised the freedom of speech we all assumed they had. But they exercised it to protest Netanyahu's war in Gaza. And that was unacceptable to our Secretary of State, and he revoked their visas and the visas of hundreds of other students, saying, we do it every day, every time I find one of these lunatics. There's a lot of people I disagree with, but it's kind of just a cheap shot to dismiss their viewpoints by calling them a lunatic. They often have a whole set of arguments that are worth hearing and worth understanding. And that's what should be happening in the process of learning, the process of education, not throwing people out because they air a view you disagree with, that one person in our government, the Secretary of State, disagrees with. That law, we should get rid of it. We should have 100 senators here saying, amen, we're getting rid of that law. It says an alien can be excluded if the Secretary of State personally determines the alien's admission to the United States would compromise a compelling U.S. foreign policy interest. It doesn't even sound like that law authorizes someone being expelled from the United States. The alien's admission sounds like the alien's entry into the United States would compromise a compelling U.S. foreign policy interest. Well, extraordinarily vague standard for sure, extraordinary power to be invested in one person, to be chief censor of the United States of America, a chilling attempt to silence free speech that presents viewpoints out of favor with the administration. And now, the Trump administration is seeking complete control of press reporting at the Pentagon. Thankfully, all media outlets, or virtually all, I should say, have refused to submit to this new policy. I'll read and share a report from the Washington Post and a second from an NPR journalist. The first story, media, including Fox News, overwhelmingly reject Pentagon press policy, October 15th. So, hot off the press almost. Fox News, along with ABC, CBS, NBC, did not sign the Defense Department's press policy by Tuesday's deadline, having earlier in the day denounced the new regulations in a joint statement that included CNN, which previously said it would not sign. Quote, today, we join virtually every other news organization in declining to agree to the Pentagon's new requirements, which would restrict journalists' ability to keep the nation and the world informed of important national security issues, the news networks wrote. Quote, "The policy is without precedent and threatens core journalistic protections. We will continue to cover the U.S. military as each of our organizations has done for many decades, upholding the principles of a free and independent press." Fox's dissent is notable, considering the Trump-friendly views of many of its opinion hosts. And I'm just continuing to read what's written here in this article, whose ranks previously included Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The policy prohibits journalists from accessing or soliciting information the Defense Department doesn't make available for them and revokes Pentagon press credentials for those who will not sign up. The new rules have drawn an anguished chorus of detractors across the ideological spectrum since they were announced last month. Censorship. Plain and simple. Reporters being told they cannot ask questions. They can only report the information that is handed to them in a press release. Well, so much for any story that matters. Press releases just toot the department's own horn. They're certainly not going to lay out the stories that Americans need to hear about. You know, I worked for 2 years in the Pentagon for Secretary Weinberger. Secretary Weinberger was President Reagan's Secretary of Defense, and I was hired as a presidential fellow. And I had the privilege in that role of interviewing about 50 offices throughout the building and then arranging to work for different offices, often for 3 to 4 months, and then rotating. So I worked a lot of different roles. My first assignment was to serve as the desk officer for Jordan for the Defense Security Assistance Agency. And the reason for that is one desk officer had previously covered Lebanon and Jordan, but then the tower the Marines were housed in Lebanon was blown up. A lot of Marines died. And in that moment going forward, Lebanon required whole attention. And yet Jordan, we were trying to get involved in the Middle East peace process. So and there was an upcoming meeting to discuss military aid, and someone needed to staff and prepare. So that was my role in that first assignment. I was in a bunch of different assignments, most of them involving strategic nuclear policy. But one of the assignments was to be a budget analyst for a research and engineering section. And the way this worked is every program got a budget review. And I was assigned a long list of programs, and then I would hold a little hearing in which the colonel or whoever was in charge of that program would come in and we'd look through all the financial records and determine, is this program making sense? And I'd write up what was called a program budget decision, a PBD. And that program budget decision basically said things like, no, we can cut this program by X because they're carrying over funds. Or we can cut this program or eliminate this program because it's no longer serving the purpose it was intended. In fact, they didn't actually use the funds the previous year, or so on and so forth. But in the course of that, I saw a huge amount of waste in the Pentagon programs. And at that time, there were tons of stories being written about waste in the Pentagon. They still, to this date, can't account for the money that's given to them. You hear people on both sides of the aisle saying, even after all these years and all these requirements, that they have a vastly improved auditing system to be able to track where the money goes, they still can't do it. They still don't do it. And none of those stories would be written if you were just reporting on a press release, because they weren't flattering stories. And you had journalists asking questions about this and that and asking for documents and trying to get to the bottom of what was really going on. And all of that is what Pete Hegseth is trying to suppress. It's assault on freedom of the press. Many TV networks join many other outlets in saying no. And now I'm reading the story again from Scott Nover, including the Post, Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Associated Press, Reuters, Bloomberg News, the Atlantic. Right-wing outlets including Newsmax, the Washington Times, the Daily Caller, and the Washington Examiner also declined to sign, along with a raft of defense-related trade publications. As of Tuesday's 5 p.m. deadline, only the MAGA-friendly One America News said it would sign the policy. Well, that's certainly an egregious attack on freedom of the press. Ring the alarm bells. It's not one misunderstood event. It's ABC, it's CBS, it's the use of licenses and mergers to compel, lawsuits to compel, it's Wall Street Journal, it's NPR, it's the Voice of America, and then it's all of these other news agencies being asked to stop doing basic reporting on military affairs. This is a page that has all of the groups that refused to sign and the one that did. One American News signed and approximately 35-ish organizations refused. Okay, and now Tom Bowman wrote an article titled, "Why I'm Handing in My Pentagon Press Pass." Today, NPR will lose access to the Pentagon because we will not sign an unprecedented Defense Department document which warns that journalists may lose their press credentials for soliciting even unclassified information from federal employees that has not been officially approved for release. That policy prevents us from doing our job. Signing that document would make us stenographers parroting press releases, not watchdogs holding government officials accountable. No reputable news organization signed the new rule, not mainstream outlets like NPR, the Washington Post, CNN, the New York Times, nor the conservative Washington Times or the right-wing Newsmax run by a noted ally of President Trump. Some 100 resident Pentagon press will be barred from the building if they don't sign by the end of the business day, Tuesday. I have held, this is Tom Bowman speaking, I've held my Pentagon press pass for 28 years. For most of that time, when I wasn't overseas in combat zones embedded with troops, I walked the halls, talking to and getting to know officers from all over the globe, times visiting them in their offices. Did I, as a writer, solicit information? Of course, that's called journalism. Finding out what's really going on behind the scenes and not accepting wholesale what any government or administration says. I remember how then Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was ecstatic after the fall of Baghdad in 2003, insisting that it showed the success of the U.S. invasion. Not long after, I ran into an officer at the Pentagon who told me, "No, Tom, it's not a success. Saddam Hussein's supporters are attacking our supply lines. Now we have to send more troops back to guard them." That was the quote. That was because the United States, at Rumsfeld's insistence, never sent an adequate number of forces to Iraq to begin with, a fact another Army general warned me about unsolicited and I reported on before the war even began. Instead of towing the official line, their reporting helped people understand what U.S. troops were really facing. Far from being a success, the fall of Baghdad marked the beginning of an insurgency that stretched on for years. And then the article goes on to convey. You know, when I was first elected and came here to the Senate, we were still in the Afghanistan war, which I had quite fiercely opposed. I didn't think that the strategy of trying to occupy Afghanistan, a country of vastly different population from the United States, economy that was often based on very rural, agricultural, village-based practices, that often had regional militias controlled by a strongman, a place where the language, obviously, the dominant language differed from the U.S., the dominant religion differed, the world experiences differed. I remember there was a poem by Rudyard Kipling about the British experience in Afghanistan. And the end of the poem always stuck in my head, although I may not have the lines exactly right, but it went something like this. If you are injured and lying on the Afghanistan plain, roll over on your rifle and blow out your brain before the women come out and carve up what remains. Something like that. But the essence of it was the British were unwelcome in Afghanistan. The Afghani people prided themselves on having expelled foreign group after foreign group after foreign group over the centuries, including the Russians. I went up to the bridge in the northern part of Afghanistan where the last Russian forces had retreated back into Russia out of Afghanistan. We needed reporters to tell us what the hell was really going on in Afghanistan. Because when you visit there, you got the rosiest story. Oh, we have this great program in which people are signing up to be part of the army, and it's ending corruption in the society, and they are really taking to that training, and they're going to be able to defend themselves, and we won't be needed, and we have this new strategy of take and hold, because our old strategy of take and then leave didn't work, and so on and so forth. Reporters are essential to understanding the defense enterprise. The idea the Department of Defense is trying to shut down reporters and only have them issue the happy face press releases, that is a terrible insult to the American people. It's a terrible transgression of freedom of the press. So, not okay. Well, there's been quite a list of assaults by this government on freedom of press. When I was seated in the rotunda for the president's inauguration, his inaugural speech, just down the hall from here, Trump claimed in that speech to have, and I quote, brought free speech back to America. But the opposite is the case. This president has launched an unparalleled assault on freedom of speech and freedom of the press, and is doing all he can with every lever available to intimidate and silence his critics. But let me pause for a moment and return to why we are in a government shutdown. And in one word, health care. Republicans have shut down the government to continue the strategy of slashing Americans' health care. Why did they pass this, what they called the big, beautiful bill, that was actually a big, ugly assault on Americans' health care? Why did they do it? Well, the short answer is to help fund tax breaks for billionaires. Why did they proceed to lay out a vast reduction in Medicaid that would be implemented after the next election? Because they thought a lot of people would be upset by it. Well, because it helps fund tax breaks for billionaires. Why did they cut nutrition programs for children? Well, because it's tax breaks for billionaires. And because all those cuts weren't enough to fund all the tax breaks they wanted to give, the bill also increases the national debt by $30 trillion over the next 30 years. Hardly a monument to fiscal responsibility. It's a families lose, billionaires win proposition. In Oregon, the average cost of buying health care on this exchange is forecast to increase by some 68%. Now, we'll probably have some updates to that number because the new cost of the premiums and the new lower tax credits have been posted, and people are starting to get letters telling them what their policy will be. But estimated to be about $1,300 a person. Nationally, expected to skyrocket 114% on average, more than double. More than double. Not inflation of 3% or 4% or 5%. People might grumble about 3, 4, 5%, be pretty upset by 10%. But 68% or 114%, a doubling, more than doubling, that's an issue for families. And that's what's being done, slashing those credits. And people will be hurt. People will go without insurance. And their modest health care problems will become big health care problems. And their trips to the emergency room to address those big health care problems will be more expensive, both because of the emergency room and because the problem is now much larger. And the fact that they don't have insurance to pay the bill means there'll be a lot less revenue for those clinics and hospitals. The Shep Center estimates 300 plus rural hospitals will be forced to close by the drop in revenue from the attack on health care, including the attack on Medicaid. It's a red carpet for the billionaires. It is red tape for America's families. Make it hard to sign up for health care. I believe health care is so fundamental that it's a right. In any nation that seeks to provide a foundation for its families to thrive, basic health care is a given. And the health outcomes are better in virtually every other advanced nation around the world, developed nation around the world. They spend less and they have better health outcomes than our system. So our system is not perfect, but it was vastly improved under President Obama. It was improved because we said folks who are not eligible for Medicaid should be eligible, like like people with disabilities and veterans. And we said the level at which you're eligible should be expanded upwards because the people outside of Medicaid are still too poor to buy insurance. And then we said, but middle-class insurance was too expensive, so we should provide some tax credits to help people buy those policies. And we should put it up on an exchange so people compare those private policies so they can pick the best policy for their family. In April of 2009, I'm a new senator. I'm here, and somebody hands me a copy of a piece written by Frank Luntz. And he was an advisor to the Republican Party. And what this said was, regardless of what Democrats propose, under the Obama administration and the Democratic majority to improve health care, we will try to stop it. And we have done focus groups to find out the most effective way to stop it. And the most effective way is to call it a government takeover. And I was just stunned, just absolutely stunned by this presentation. Here's someone saying, if the other party has some good ideas to improve health care, we're going to oppose it regardless. And no matter what it is, we'll call it a government takeover because that phrase makes people angry. Well, it was such a big lie. The proposal that came forward was modeled on a Republican governor who was later a senator here, Mitt Romney. When he was a governor for a Democratic state, he proposed giving tax credits to help people buy insurance policies from private companies. No government takeover at all. But here was this press release saying, here's our strategy. It wasn't even a press release, it was an internal document advising Republicans and Republican leadership on the best way to defeat a health care proposal, regardless of what the proposal was. And I just thought, aren't we all here working together to improve health care? Boy, did I feel naive. And what I found was something I had heard about but didn't really believe till I came here, which is we'd become trapped in entrenched warfare, in which the minority party, instead of seeking to actually produce good policies, is mainly aiming at frustrating the majority party. And this was kind of the revelation in strategy, or the revolution in strategy that Gingrich pursued. He said, you know, we here in the House have been striving every cycle to get our ideas into the majority's bills, and we get quite a few of them in, and we like that. But it doesn't present a case for us being in the majority. So let's shift gears, quit working with the Democrats and say, and frustrate them as much as we can. And when they fail, we'll say, look, dump them, elect us. They didn't get the job done. Over here in the Senate, Mitch McConnell said, hey, obstruction, Gingrich gives obstruction a good name. And then this cycle of obstruction began here in the Senate. Only in the Senate, there's more tools for the minority to obstruct the majority of either party. Republicans obstructing a majority Democrats, or Democrats obstructing a Republican majority. That's not the way to make this world work better, this country to work better. So here we are with this purely partisan, big ugly betrayal of a bill that slashes health care. And Democrats reached out and said, look, let's fix this. This is going to be bad politics for you all Republicans. You know, 75%, actually I think it was 78%, of the folks who are on the policies are in states Trump won on the exchange, on policies on the exchange. So it isn't Democrats saying, hey, the bulk of the folks are in blue states, so we're going to propose something. No, the idea is to help anyone afflicted by this egregious attack on health care because we want families to thrive. We don't want families lose, billionaires win, slash programs that are fundamental to families, to give even bigger trust funds for billionaires to pass on to 5 generations into the future. That's not going to make America better. Enable families to thrive. And health care is one of the foundations. One of the questions becomes, what is the connection between this bill and Trump's authoritarian takeover? The key is that when you have an authoritarian takeover, you listen to the billionaires. Do we have that picture still of the billionaires? Of the billionaires lined up behind the president at the inaugural address, the swearing in. Not champions for health care and housing and education and infrastructure investment and good-paying jobs, but instead, folks like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the billionaires. And so an authoritarian government listens to billionaires. They have power. And they pass a bill giving even more money and power to the billionaires, slashing the programs for the people. That's the connection between the authoritarian strategy of President Trump, his inclinations, his violations of the separation of powers, violation of the checks and balances. It's a connection between that authoritarianism and the bill that was passed, what Trump called the big, beautiful bill, and many of us called the big, ugly betrayal. Why do we call it a betrayal? Because Trump campaigned on helping families. But that bill slashed programs to help families to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That bill slashed nutrition to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That bill added $30 trillion to our debt over the next 30 years to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Authoritarian government stops caring about what serves the people of the United States of America and starts producing bills designed to help billionaires at their expense. That is the connections. It's a families lose, billionaires win, authoritarian takeover of America, and every red-blooded patriot in this country who values our freedom needs to make sure they hear the alarm bells ringing and ring the bells themselves so we can have a families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share agenda in its place. The third chapter of this book, How Democracies Die, lays out a little bit more about the American story. On June 15th, 2015, I'm just reading straight from the book here, real estate developer and reality TV star Donald Trump descended an escalator to the lobby of his own building, Trump Tower, to make an announcement. He's running for president. At the time, he was just another long-shot candidate who thought his wealth and celebrity might give him a chance at the very least, allow him to bask in the spotlight for a few months, like fellow businessman Henry Ford a century earlier. Trump held some extremist views. His most recent experience with politics had been as a birther, questioning whether President Barack Obama was born in the United States. To the extent that leading media and political figures took him seriously, it was to denounce him. But the primary system opened up the presidential nomination more than ever before in American history. And openness is a double-edged sword. In this new environment, a wider range of politicians, from George McGovern to Barack Obama, would now compete seriously for the presidency. But the window was now also open to true outsiders, individuals who hadn't held elective office. In the 23 years between 1945 and 68, under the old convention system, Only a single outsider, Dwight Eisenhower, publicly sought the nomination of either party. By contrast, during the first 2 decades of the primary system, 1972 through 1992, 8 outsiders ran, 5 Democrats and 3 Republicans, an average of 1.25 per election. And between 1996 and 2016, 18 outsiders competed in one of the 2 parties' primaries, an average of 3 per election. The post-72 primary system was especially vulnerable to a particular kind of outsider, individuals with enough fame or money to skip the invisible primary. Now, the invisible primary, as we talked about earlier, is the fact that in order to run, you have to put a lot of money together, so it means you have to reach out to a lot of folks across America and ask for their support, ask for the support of mayors and county commissioners and governors and senators and House members and other people with deep pockets to contribute to your campaign. That's the invisible primary. The editorial page writers, you reach out to them all to try to say, hey, listen to my message, it matters, I would be a good choice, please get involved, please help, please write a favorable story about me. That's the invisible primary. In other words, those who can skip the invisible primary are celebrities, affluent celebrities. Although conservative outsiders Pat Robinson, Pat Buchanan, Steve Forbes did not manage to overcome the effects of the invisible primary during the 80s and 90s, their relative success provided clues on how it might be done. Forbes, an extraordinarily wealthy businessman, was able to buy name recognition, while Robertson, a televangelist who founded the Christian Broadcasting Network, CBN, and Buchanan, a television commentator and early Republican proponent of white nationalism, were both colorful figures with special media access. Although none of them won the nomination, they used massive wealth and celebrity status to become contenders. But in the end, celebrity contenders, outsiders, had fallen short. And so on the early summer afternoon, in the gilded lobby of the Trump Tower, there seemed to be no reason to think things would be different. To win the nomination, Trump would have to compete in an intricate web of caucuses and primaries against 16 other candidates. Many of his rivals boasted the kind of resume that had been the hallmark of successful candidates in the past. At the head of the pack was Florida Governor Jeb Bush, brother of the former president. There were other governors as well, including Wisconsin's Scott Walker, Louisiana's Bobby Jindal, New Jersey's Chris Christie, Ohio's John Kasich, and several other rising Republican stars, younger, media-savvy politicians, Senators Marco Rubio and Rand Paul, who hoped to replicate Barack Obama's fast track to the presidency. Texas, home to 3 of the last 8 elected presidents, offered 2 more candidates, Senator Ted Cruz and former Governor Rick Perry. Besides Trump, 2 other outsiders threw their hats in the ring, businesswoman Carly Fiorina and neurosurgeon Ben Carson. Trump could not hope to win the support of the establishment. Not only did he lack political experience, but he wasn't even a lifelong Republican. Where Bush, Rubio, Cruz, Christie, Walker, and Kasich all had deep Republican roots, Trump had switched his party registration several times and even contributed to Hillary Clinton's campaign for the Senate. Even after Trump began to surge in the polls, few people took his candidacy seriously. In August 2015, 2 months after Trump declared his candidacy, Las Vegas bookmakers gave him a 100-to-1 odds of winning the White House. In November 2015, as Trump sat high atop the Republican polls, Nate Silver, founder of 538 blog, whose uncannily accurate predictions in 2008 and 12 elections had earned him fame and prestige, wrote an article titled, "Dear media, stop freaking out about Donald Trump's poll numbers." The article predicted Trump's weakness among party insiders would spell his demise. Despite Trump's seemingly large lead, Silver assured us his chances of winning the nomination were considerably less than 20%. But the world had changed. Party gatekeepers were shells of what they once were, for two main reasons. One was a dramatic increase in the availability of outside money. That outside money accelerated, but hardly caused, by the Supreme Court's 2010 Citizens United decision. Now even marginal presidential candidates, Michelle Bachmann, Herman Cain, Howard Dean, Bernie Sanders, could raise large sums of money, either by funding their own billionaire financier or by finding their own billionaire financier or through small donations via the internet. The proliferation of well-funded primary candidates indicated a more open and fluid political environment. The other major factor diminishing the power of traditional gatekeepers was the explosion of alternative media, particularly cable news and social media. Whereas the path to national name recognition once ran through relatively few mainstream channels favoring establishment politicians, the news media environment made it easier for celebrities to achieve wide name recognition and public support practically overnight. This was particularly true on the Republican side, where the emergence of Fox News and influential radio talk show personalities, what political commentator David Frum calls the conservative entertainment complex, radicalized conservative voters to the benefit of ideological extreme candidates. This gave rise to such phenomena as Herman Cain, the former Godfather Pizza CEO and radio talk host, who rocketed to the top of the Republican polls in late 2011 before flaming out because of scandal. In short, the nomination process was now wide open. So this chapter lays out how in our modern system, the filters that were first envisioned by our founders, which was that people would elect local leaders that they trusted and admired to go to the Electoral College, and the Electoral College would make sure that the person in the White House was a person of character and qualities that suited the office, the responsibilities of the office, the demands of the office. Well, that was wiped out when the electors became bound to the party. And still, there was another factor that served as a bit of a filtering mechanism, and that's what the authors are calling the invisible primary. The fact that in order to run across a land as large as the United States, you have to find a lot of support. And you have to find a lot of support through an incredible number of meetings, phone calls, persuasion of mayors and state leaders and congressional members and news media commentators and so forth. And that invisible primary, you have to raise a lot of money as well. And that served as sort of a vetting mechanism that gave kind of folks who had been in the business of policy and politics some considerable influence. But the modern system in Citizens United, which allows massive donations, unlimited in size, allows anonymous donations, as long as those donations go not directly to the candidate, but to someone supporting a parallel campaign for the candidate. Now, I'm going to come back to this question of how Citizens United has proceeded to change the dynamics of American politics. But it is now 12 o'clock somewhere, and that's somewhere, midnight. is mountain time, midnight on mountain time, in Colorado, in Montana, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, and Arizona. Basically all but the West Coast now. And so, it's midnight again. Let's turn back to Paul Revere's Ride once again, and the poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. And before I was reading excerpts, I think I'll just read the whole poem this time round. Kind of an American classic, but it has to do with the importance of ringing the alarm bells when there's a threat to the colonies in that case, a threat to the United States now from authoritarian control from the president. So this is the poem that Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote about the ride of Paul Revere. This one, Kleenex. Clean it. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, "If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light, one if by land and two if by sea. And I, on the opposite shore, shall be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and to arm." Then, good night, and with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charleston shore, just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, the British man of war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears a muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower, the old North Church, by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread, to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by the trembling ladder steep and tall to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only, he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide, like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred, with a heavy stride on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks at the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street. A shape in the moonlight A bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles and passing a spark, struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night. And the sparks struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil, broad, and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides, and under the alders, the skirt, its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and he felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of the birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed who was at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest in the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance, not of fear. A voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, a word that shall echo evermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and dread and need, the people will awaken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. And the people will awaken and listen to hear the midnight message of Paul Revere. I'm here tonight to ring the alarm bells that the attack on due process, on freedom of speech, freedom of the press, the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political enemies, the assault on our fundamental constitutional separation of powers, particularly the power of the purse, and the effort to direct the military into our towns to assault peaceful protesters. This is the work of an authoritarian government, featuring all the basic features when a republic has lost its checks and balances. It has instead a rubber stamp for a legislature, a Supreme Court that delivers court decision after court decision, transmitting powers to the executive that don't exist in our Constitution, and an aggressive authoritarian personality at the helm. We are in deep trouble. Ring the alarm bells. Hear the alarm bells. When folks in my town halls ask what they can do, I said, get off the couch. You can't save our republic with a pillow over your head. Fiercely hold your electeds accountable. Press them with your messages on the phone, with your messages in the email, with your messages at the town halls, with your demonstrations in the street. Demonstrate outside their office. Let them know you want us to defend our republic against this authoritarian takeover. And join affinity groups, because to be angry and alone is to be depressed. But to be angry and organized with others is to be energized and effective. And the only way you stop an authoritarian takeover is for citizens to be energized and effective. And those folks at my town hall, they challenged me. They said, "You're not doing enough. Look what happened last week with the assault on our networks, with the president trying to shape and intimidate what they can say and who they can have on their programs, and even what comedians can be there at night if the comedians are insulting the president. The president doesn't like that, and they need to behave because their licenses, their broadcast license, their mergers are in trouble." So ABC and CBS bent the knee. How can this be happening? Do more. Call it out. Here's the president attacking public broadcasting, shutting down the Voice of America, which has been our voice to counter disinformation around the world since it was founded, with a particular emphasis on making sure that the disinformation from authoritarian governments around the world was countered with truth. A light to the world, to so many populations who could never get the truth from their own government, but could get the truth from the Voice of America. The attack on the Wall Street Journal threatened $10 billion lawsuit because they published a picture allegedly drawn by President Trump that President Trump didn't want publicly disclosed. Collectively, we are in deep trouble. When Paul Revere wrote, the underlying sense was people heard him, and they responded, and they repulsed the British attack. Now we need Americans to make sure that they hear the voices expressed 7 million strong at 2,700 locations across the country on Saturday, saying, "We do not have a king. A president is not a king, and a law is not a suggestion, and a constitution is not optional." 7 million people taking the streets to hold us accountable, to hold the president accountable. Are we listening? Are we responding to the threat? So I'm going to skip through the balance of this chapter, which lays out essentially what I was describing, and that is that the circumstances had changed about the way presidential candidates are selected, which gave a lot of room to have candidates who would not have been eligible before because they didn't carry, if you will, the life experience or the character suitable to serving in the Oval Office. But Citizens United changed a lot of that. Citizens United said, hey, if you're an ordinary citizen and you make a donation, it has to be disclosed if it's over $200, and you're limited as to how much you can give. I think the levels are quite high, actually. There's very few people can afford to give that amount, but it's $7,000 now at this moment. $3,500 in the primary and $3,500 in the general. Limit of $7,000. And disclosure. But if you give it to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign You can give unlimited sums, and you can give it secretly. So what do we see in the last election? Well, we saw, for example, executives from the crypto community put $40 million into an Ohio Senate race because the incumbent was the chair of the banking committee, and the crypto community did not think that that individual, that senator, had been attentive enough to their desires. And so $40 million. Can you imagine? I mean, think about this from the normal point of view of Americans. If you're going to raise $1 million in 3 months, 90 days, you won't do it even if you get on the phone and you raise $10,000 every night. You'll still only have $900,000, and a couple hundred of that will be spent on the costs of fundraising. So just imagine. I mean, who in America thinks they can sit on a phone and raise $10,000 a night? It's absurd. Like, it's an absurd amount of money. But that's for $1 million. Here, a couple executives put $40 million into a race. And although they weren't required to disclose who they were, they wanted the world to know. So a crypto bill flew through this chamber because senators are terrified that they'll be the next target of Citizens United money, just like our former colleague from Ohio was a target. Massive money like that, massively corrupting. And the argument of the Supreme Court, if you give the money directly to the candidate, well, yes, there can be limits because we can see how that could be influence the candidate. But if you give it to the friend of the candidate, well, the candidate isn't directly receiving the money from you, so they're not influenced. So therefore, no countervailing interest in our democracy to put a limit on donations done to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign. It is completely bogus argument. Nobody who's operated in the real world of politics thinks that if you give massive money to their friend to run a parallel campaign, somehow they're not aware of it and potentially influenced by it. So at the end of this chapter, they summarize the 4 warning signs of authoritarian power in the context of the early Trump 1 administration. Remember, this was written in 2018. So the first question or sign, concern about identifying authoritarian power was, does the candidate, or in this case, the president, successful candidate, reject the Constitution or express a willingness to violate it? Do they suggest a need for anti-democratic measures such as canceling elections, violating or suspending the Constitution, banning certain organizations, restricting basic civil or political rights? Do they seek to use or endorse the use of extra-constitutional means to change the government, such as military coup, violent insurrections, or mass protests aimed at forcing a change in the government? Do they attempt to undermine the legitimacy of elections, for example, by refusing to accept credible electoral results? And they proceed to go through and restate each of these 4 foundations that should make you worry that you're headed for an authoritarian takeover. Number 2 was the denial of legitimacy of political opponents. Do they baselessly describe their partisan rivals as criminals whose supposed violation of the law or potential to do so disqualifies them from full participation in the political arena? Well, lock her up. The cry, lock her up, answers that question. Number 3, toleration or encouragement of violence. Have they tacitly endorsed violence by their supporters by refusing to unambiguously condemn it and punish it? Have they praised or refused to condemn other significant acts of political violence, either in the past or elsewhere in the world? Well, yes, again and again for Mr. Donald Trump. Think about how he tacitly encouraged violence against his Capitol. And many of us currently in the Senate were here at the moment that the mob, urged on by Trump, assaulted this Capitol, called for the death of the Vice President, and tried to interrupt the counting of the ballots. The fourth, readiness to curtail civil liberties of opponents, including media. Have they supported laws or policies that restrict civil liberties, such as expanded libel or defamation laws, or laws restricting protest, criticism of the government, or civic or political organizations? Have they threatened to take legal or punitive action against critics in rival parties, civil society, or the media? Have they praised repressive measures taken by other governments, either in the past or elsewhere in the world? Well, yes and yes and yes. Have they threatened to take punitive action against critics? Trump has his list of enemies. He's said publicly he intends to weaponize and is weaponizing the Judicial Department to go after them. Has he praised repressive measures? Well, yes, time and time again, praising dictators around the world. Not democracies, but dictators. So it's 4 for 4 in terms of the warning signs that exist for our democracy. And that was before the straight-out actions that we're witnessing today. As I noted, after I kind of summarize what the experts have laid out, in this book, How Democracies Die, the key point being that we may think democracies die through military coups, through men with guns. And yes, many democracies did die that way. But now, the way they're dying around the world is not men with guns. It's elected leaders who erode the boundaries of the checks and balances of the Constitution. That's the version in which we've seen republic after republic after republic slide into a strongman authoritarian state, and that's exactly what we're in the middle of right now here in the United States. So I addressed free speech. I addressed the violation of laws governing the executive. I addressed free press. But let's talk about how Trump is violating due process. Earlier, I noted how Secretary Rubio has used a McCarthyist 1952 law to silence the freedom of speech for foreign students who disagree with the administration over foreign policy. There was no due process for the students that Rubio disfavored, just as there was no due process for the Venezuelan immigrants Trump sent to El Salvador. Trump ignored the Supreme Court's 9-0 order to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Ignoring the Supreme Court's order is a huge, huge flag that we are deep into the authoritarian takeover of our country. Due process, the words, may sound like legal mumbo jumbo, but it is the guardian of our freedom. That before you can take away my freedom, you have to proceed in a certain fashion that gives me the ability to defend myself and not be simply tossed into a van and deported from the country or tossed into a prison cell. You must follow step by step. That's the due process, and that's what protects my freedom. The guardian of our freedom, due process, keeps any one of us from being locked up by an offended strongman. I want to read 2 pieces about the threats to due process and what they could mean for all of us. The first is titled, "The Emergency is Here." It's an Ezra Klein editorial or opinion piece. Op-ed. The emergency is here. The crisis is now. It is not 6 months away. It is not another Supreme Court ruling away from what's happening. It's happening now. Perhaps not to you, not yet, but to others, real people. We know their names. We know their stories. The President of the United States is disappearing people to a Salvadoran prison for terrorists, a prison known by its initials, CECOT. A prison built for disappearance. A prison where there is no education or remediation or recreation, because it's a prison that does not intend to release its inhabitants back out into the world. It's a prison where the only way out, in the words of El Salvador's so-called justice minister, is a coffin. On Monday, President Trump said in the Oval Office, in front of the cameras, sitting next to President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, that he would like to do this to U.S. citizens as well. Donald Trump, word for word. If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem. Now we're studying the laws right now. Pam is studying. If we can do that, that's good. And I'm talking about violent people. I'm talking about really bad people, every bit as bad as the ones coming in. He told Bukele that he'd need to build 5 more of these prisons because America has so many people Trump wants to send. Trump said, why? Do you think there's a special category person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too, and I'm all for it because we can do things with the president for less money and have great security. And we have a huge prison population. We have a huge number of prisons, and then we have the private prisons, and some are operated well, I guess, and some aren't. The Trump administration held the view that anyone they send to El Salvador is beyond the reach of American law. They have been disappeared from our country. They have been disappeared from our system and from any protection or process that system affords. Again, this is Ezra Klein's article. In our prisons, prisoners can be reached by our lawyers and by our courts and by our mercy. In El Salvador, they cannot. Names, stories. Let me tell you one of their names, one of their stories, as best we know it. Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia is from El Salvador. His mother, Cecilia, ran a pupuseria in San Salvador. A local gang, Barrio 18, began extorting the business, demanding monthly and then weekly payments. If the family didn't pay, Barrio 18 threatened to murder Kilmar's brothers, Caesar, or rape their sisters. Eventually, Barrio 18 demanded Caesar join their gang, at which point the family sent Caesar to America. Then Barrio 18 demanded the same of Kilmar, and in Kilmar, at age 16, was sent to America too. This was around 2011. This was what we mean when we say he entered illegally, a 16-year-old fleeing the only home he's known, afraid for his life. Abrego Garcia's life here seems to have been a life, and not an easy one. He lived in Maryland. He worked in construction. He met a woman. Her name is Jennifer, a U.S. citizen. She had 2 children from a past relationship. One had epilepsy. The other had autism. In 2019, they had a child together. That child, now 5, is deaf in one ear and also has autism. Jennifer was pregnant in 2019 on the day Abrego Garcia dropped off one kid at school, dropped off another at the babysitter, and drove to Home Depot to find construction work. He was arrested for loitering, asked if he was a gang member. He said no. He was put into ICE detention. The story gets stranger from here. About 4 hours after Abrego Garcia was picked up, and that appears to be the first contact he had with local police, a detective produced an allegation, citing a confidential informant, that Abrego Garcia is a gang member. Abrego Garcia has no criminal record, not here, and not in El Salvador. He was accused of being part of a gang that operates in New York, a state where he has never lived. Whoever produced the allegation was never cross-examined. When Abrego Garcia's attorney later tried to get more information, he was told the detective behind the accusation had been suspended and the officers in the unit would not speak to him. Abrego Garcia's partner, Jennifer Stefania Vasquez Sura, said she was shocked when the government said he should stay detained because Kilmar is an M13 gang member. Kilmar is not and has never been a gang member. I'm certain of that, she said. In June of 2019, when Abrego Garcia was still detained, he and Jennifer got married, exchanging rings through an officer separated by a pane of glass. Later that year, a judge ruled that Abrego Garcia could not be deported back to El Salvador because he might be murdered by Barrio 18, that his fear was credible. Abrego Garcia was then set free. Each year since then, he has checked in with immigration authorities. He has been employed as a sheet metal apprentice. He is a member of a union. He was studying for a vocational license at the University of Maryland. His last check-in with immigration authorities was on January 2nd. There has been no evidence anywhere offered by anyone that suggests Abrego Garcia poses a threat to anyone in this country. But on March 12th, Abrego Garcia was pulled over while driving, his 5-year-old in the back seat. He was told his immigration status had changed. On March 15th, in defiance of the 2019 court ruling, Abrego Garcia was flown to El Salvador and imprisoned at CCOT as a terrorist. That's the prison that was described earlier. The only way out is a coffin. The Trump administration, in its own legal filings, has said this was an administrative error. They themselves said they should not have done this, that it was a mistake. This is not just my opinion, and by my opinion, I mean the opinion of Ezra Klein, who's writing this article. I want to read to you from an editorial from the National Review, probably the country's leading conservative magazine. Here is the first sentence. The court fight over Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia is a most unusual one in that no one denies that the government violated the law in deporting him. This case has made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ordered that the administration facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. I feel I do not have the proper words to describe the next part, how grotesque it all is. The Trump administration does not deny that they deported Abrego Garcia unlawfully. What they deny is that they have the authority to bring him back. That authority, they say, lies with President Bukele. But President Bukele says he cannot send him back. Again, you don't have to take it from me. I want to quote from the National Review, which writes, "This is a ridiculous pretense because the president of El Salvador, Bukele, will clearly do anything we ask. If the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America requested he ride a unicycle wrapped in an American flag in San Salvador Central Square, Bukele would probably ask whether it should be a Betsy Ross flag or the traditional stars and stripes. If nothing else, Trump would slap those tariffs he is so fond of on El Salvador. But we are paying Bukele to imprison Abrego Garcia and others. He's not doing this against Trump's wishes. He is Trump's subcontractor. That Oval Office meeting between Trump and Bukele was a moment when the mask fully slipped off. I thought Jon Stewart pinpointed part of its horror when he said that the thing that came through so clearly was how much of Trump and Bukele were enjoying themselves, each of them declaring that there was nothing they could do for Abrego Garcia. No way to allow him his day in court, no way to allow the American legal system to do its job, no way to assess whether he is a danger, no way to follow the clear order of the Supreme Court. And from their perspective, maybe they're right, because here's the scary thing that I think sits at least partially beneath their calculus. Politically, they cannot let Abrego Garcia out, nor any of the other people they sent to CCOT, without due process. Because what if he was released? What if he returned to the U.S.? What if he could tell his story? What if, as seems likely, he has been brutalized and tortured by Trump's Salvadoran henchmen? Well, he can't be allowed to tell the American people that. The article went on to say, we're only 100 days, we're not even 100 days in this administration, and we are already faced with this horror. And I can feel the desire to look away from it, even within myself. What all of this demands is too inconvenient, too disruptive. But Trump has said it all plainly and publicly. He intends to send those he hates to foreign prisons beyond the reach of U.S. law. He does not care. He will not seek to discover if those he sends into these foreign hells are guilty of what he claims, because this is not about their guilt. It is about his power. And if he is key, meaning Trump is capable of that, if he wants that, then what else is he capable of? What else does he want? And if the people who serve him are willing to give him that, to defend his right to do that, what else will they give him? What else will they defend? This is the emergency. Like it or not, it is here. A second piece from The Atlantic was titled, "A Loophole That Would Swallow the Constitution." If we want to preserve freedom, we better make sure that due process is vigorously defended and restored. By Jonathan Chair, he starts out by saying, if Donald Trump can disappear people to El Salvador without due process, he can do anything. Donald Trump's most frightening power grab was undertaken with an undertone of sinister jocularity. There was no column of tanks in the streets, no burning of the legislature. The president and his partner in despotism